A very good morning and a warm welcome to Trent Bridge Live, where after 13 games it has finally come down to this, the last game of the 2025 season, and now after a 20-run victory against Surrey last week, Nottinghamshire have it in their hands to go and make history, because it's been 15 years since they've won the Division 1 title, and if things go right this coming 4 days, then, well, it won't be 15 years anymore. But there's a lot of cricket to be played yet, so I'm going to invite the captain Haseeb Hameed in to have a quick chat with me, because it is day one. So as always, we like to have a nice chat on day one, don't we, Hass? So lovely to see you. We'll talk about this game in a minute, but let's just reflect on that game against Surrey. We had a chat yesterday and you mentioned that it was a roller coaster of emotions. Now that you've had a chance, to kind of look back at that game, what kind of is your main emotion looking back?
I guess one of satisfaction and pride, really. We spoke a lot about going into that game, wanting to do it our way and making sure we gave ourselves the best chance to go there and beat them on their home patch, and it was obviously always going to be a difficult challenge, which it was, and it went right down to the wire. But thankfully we were able to showcase our skills.
You could have to just jump over there, right there. Well, should we do a little jump, or are we just going to do a nice casual step?
It stops.
Oh, there we go.
Over the course of 4 days, I think our skill won out, which was great against one of the strongest teams in the country.
You mentioned about like a roller coaster of emotion. I think for everybody watching, it was a roller coaster of emotion. But I just want to talk to you about that one over a spin from Liam Patterson-White, because it felt like that was such a momental shift in the game. Obviously, taking the wicket of Tom Curran. Was it just a spur of the moment thing to put Liam on because he only did one over? But did you just feel that maybe spin might change the game at that point?
Yeah, I just felt, I guess, in that period they were playing quite nicely against our seamers, and I wanted to kind of give spin a go when there were enough runs on the board. So I think we had about 75 runs to play with at that time. It was a bit of a punt, to be honest. It was a bit of a gut feel. I just wanted to change the pace of the game, really, and obviously we know what a quality spinner Liam is as well, and obviously he didn't have a massive role to play in terms of workload last week, but the one over that he did bowl, he did his job and got a massive pole, and like I say, it was a massive moment in the game. It
was. Now, obviously, as great as that game was and a fantastic result to get, that result means nothing, obviously, if we don't do the right things over these coming 4 days. Now, we should mention, from anybody that doesn't know, it's Warwickshire here. You've won the toss, so you elected to have a bowl. Just tell us about your feeling about having a bowl on day one, first session.
Yeah, look, to be honest, it looks like a decent wicket. It's still a 10:30 start with a Duke ball in September, so we're hoping if there's anything there, it'll be this morning. And give our big lads a good run at it this morning, hopefully, and hopefully we can take it from there.
Now, everybody knows what we need to do this week. How do you and the lads kind of just stay focused on the game in hand, or do you have the easy job, really, being out there in the middle, playing the game? It's possibly coaches, supporters, people watching that might get a little bit stressed and go up and down, but how do you stay focused?
Maybe I think it's exactly that. I think that's the word right there. I think it's focus. We've done it all season. We've had 13 brilliant games. In terms of doing it, the way we wanted to play our cricket at the start of the season. So it's one more fixture that we have to do that, and hopefully if we do that for the next 4 days, we give ourselves a good chance.
And just finally, if you can, obviously this is our last captain's chat. It's been emotional this season. I've really enjoyed having you by my side this season, but there'll be people watching that can't unfortunately make it down to Trent Bridge that have been supporters of Notts for a long time. What's your message to those people watching and to the people here at Trent Bridge over these next potentially 4 days, supporting you and the lads?
Yeah, I guess exactly that, really. We really appreciate the support that we get, especially at our home games, but also away from home as well. But hopefully these next 4 days, I'm sure the boys and I will give ourselves every opportunity to make you all proud, and hopefully we can do that at the end of this game.
Well, I say this every game, but I think this one means a little bit more. Thank you very much for joining us. and I wish you and the rest of the lads all the best. So go well.
Cheers. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thanks very much to the captain, Hasib Hamid, there joining me for the final captain's chat of the 2025 season. So just to recap, it was Notts that won the toss and they have elected to have a bowl. Obviously, as Has just mentioned, it's September, the Duke's ball, it's quite damp. There's a little bit of sort of like moisture in the air, although the forecast is due to be dry. So they'll be looking to obviously make inroads into that Warwickshire side this morning. But let's tell you about the 11 that the Nottinghamshire have selected for this fixture. And there is one change. Obviously, Josh Tong made a massive impression down at the Oval against Surrey, but he is rested for this game, which means Mohamed Abbas comes in for Josh Tong. The remaining 10 players stay the same from that game against Surrey. Now, just to let you know that you might not know, 3 players actually got capped this morning. They were Dylan Pennington, Jack Haynes and Liam Patterson-White. So many congratulations to those 3 players. A big moment for them, and their families were on the pitch to watch them get those special caps. And hopefully, if you follow the Trent Bridge social media channels, you'll see something on there later today. But congratulations to those 3 players. Now, I mean, if you've obviously been following the games over the last week, you'll know sort of all the calculations, what's needed. But if we just take a look at the top 2, because realistically, the championship title will go to obviously Nottinghamshire or Surrey. But if we take a look at that table, you will see the top 2. Well, really, the calculations are quite simple. Notts, minimum 10 points. That is if Nottinghamshire and Surrey get the same, or end up on the same point, at the end of this fixture. Then as long as Notts have got 10 points, then that will mean that the title comes here to Trent Bridge, because of the amount of wins that Notts have compared to Surrey's. But obviously, if Notts get 11 points from this fixture, then it doesn't really matter what Surrey do. The title will be coming here to Trent Bridge. But obviously, that includes bonus points. Just to remind you, it's 16 points for a victory, 8 points for a draw, and then there is obviously bonus points up. So, you know, Notts will be bowling this morning, so they'll be looking to get the maximum bowling points that they can. That is when 9 wickets have fallen of Warwickshire. So if that happens, they'll have 3 bonus points, and then obviously we can look ahead to that, you know, tomorrow and onwards. But as Has says, it's about taking advantage of this morning, the weather, and that new Duke's ball and the pitch being obviously freshly prepared for this fixture. Now, hopefully you'll be able to see that some of the players are out at the moment warming up. I can see Brett Hutton at one end. Mohamed Abbas is about to get a ball in his hand, and they'll be getting ready to warm up. So just to let you know, the time has just gone about 25 past 10. We are due for a 10:30 start. The bell hasn't actually rang yet, so I don't know whether that clock is a little bit fast. But I'm now going to hand you over to a man that enjoyed the Oval, shall we say. It is the one and only Dave Bracegirdle. He'll talk you through everything, but it's a very good morning to Dave.
And a very good morning, everybody. Welcome to Trent Bridge for the start of the last round of this season's Rothesay County Championship fixtures. Notts at home today to Warwickshire. Very, very good morning to all of you joining us on 5 Sports Extra. Those that have been following the build-up this morning on the live stream, Trent Bridge Live, will have heard Aaron going through all the permutations and essentially what may or may not happen this week. But suffice to say, a very good morning and welcome to what could be Nottinghamshire's most momentous week in 15 years. They last won the county championship title in 2010. They've not actually won it here at Trent Bridge or got across the line here at Trent Bridge since 1987. We'll talk about that a little later on, because of course there are 2 sides in this one. Nottinghamshire have won the toss. They've inserted Warwickshire. One change to the Notts side. Josh Tong not allowed to play by the ECB. He's resting up ahead of the Ashes, and Mo Abbas, who had to miss last week with that back twinge, he's back in. So otherwise it's unchanged, but there are two sides to every story. I'm Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham. We'll have Melinda Farrell from BBC Sport with us throughout the match. Kevin Howells is in the building. He'll pop in from time to time, but very, very pleased as always to share a commentary box with my good chum representing BBC WM and CWR and all points west. Welcome back to Trent Bridge, Richard Wilford.
I feel like a gate crasher at somebody's house party this week, and maybe I should have brought some cheap cider in order to do the honours. But I mean, last week was so exciting. Watched quite a bit of the coverage, listened to the commentary that you were doing, and I thought Nottinghamshire played brilliantly at the Oval. It was going to take a team to produce 4 days of outstanding cricket to win at the Oval. The way that things are set up, the way the conditions favour them, the fact that Notts didn't get the toss result that they wanted either, all of that. What a brilliant, brilliant performance.
They're just so strong, Surrey, aren't they?
Yeah.
You get Burns and Sibley out and think, crikey, under normal circumstances, you can perhaps have a little bit of a look, and there might be, a nervous young debutant or a teenager in there. No, still England players. They keep on coming. Ollie Pope and Ben Folkes and Dan Lawrence and so on and so on. It was a terrific game of cricket, and you just had to say, well, when did Notts become that good? Well, they've become that good this season, and I think even from media day when Peter Moore said to me, Dave, we're no longer in transgression. Is that the word? It's not the word I'm looking for.
Transition, maybe?
Transition, that's the one. There we go. Used to call them Coleman balls, didn't they, early on? They're no longer in transition. They've all had enough cricket now to be able to go out there and perform. And Peter Moore essentially said he expected them to be up there this season.
Well, you look at the contribution that different players have made as well, and I think everybody's excited to see how well Lyndon James has developed as a cricketer, making contributions with bat and ball. Having an all-rounder like that makes a real difference to your team. Liam Patterson-White, who a couple of years ago you didn't quite know whether he was going to make it into being a regular in the Championship, and he's done his job. The batters have made runs, the emergence of Freddie McCann, and a really solid seam attack. There's been such a lot of turnover in the seam department in the last 5 years at Notts. And what you've got hitting the ground running. Mohamed Abbas, a guy who knows how to challenge at the top of this table. He's back in the side today. He could be the key in these conditions, couldn't he?
Very much so, yeah. Just as I say, one change to Notts. The Bears, how do they go?
Taz Ali comes in for Ollie Hannon Dolby, so the young spinner is included in the side. They've still got plenty of pace with Barnard, Booth, Bamber and Gilchrist. So good sort of balance to the Bears team for this game. And they'll be hoping to make runs. Will Young, the overseas, who came in for the injured Tom Latham for this final phase of the Championship, has batted very well. He's played Championship cricket before, and he can be particularly obdurate. He helped the Bears get a draw at the Oval a few weeks ago, which inadvertently did Notts a favour. It'll be a challenge this morning. Bit of overhead cloud, clearly on the walk down from the car park. There'd been a bit of rain in the early part of this morning, and probably the best time in these next few days to bowl is going to be this first 2 hours.
Yes, you'd imagine so. Two senior umpires on duty, Martin Saggers and Michael Goff, just crossing the boundary rope, and Notts will be out there in a moment. Those of you who are out and about and maybe in the car or switching between the various Sports Extra feeds as well for this match and going, not Notts again. We had enough of Bracegirdle last week. Notts versus Warwickshire on 5 Sports Extra, but as you know, there are other streams available on Sports Extra 2. Hampshire versus Surrey. That'll be on there with Kevin James, Mark Church and the team down at the Utility Bowl. Obviously, we'll give periodic scores from all the grounds. Hampshire versus Surrey, Sky. 5 Sports Extra Stream 2 and 5 Sports Extra Stream 3. Yorkshire versus Durham, because of course if there's a battle at the top of the table, there's also a battle down at the bottom. Yorkshire versus Durham. Jonathan Doidge, Martin Emerson and the team at Headingley on 5 Sports Extra Stream 3. The players have made their way out to the middle. Rob Yates and Alex Davis will be opening the batting for Notts. A little bit of housekeeping in that we're playing towards the Fox Road side of the ground. This strip has been used once already this season for the Hampshire game very early on, which I'd say Hampshire won. I'd say Nottinghamshire won, but Hampshire really just folded away in 3 days. It was a pretty poor performance from Hampshire. In fact, they folded against a man who made his debut in that match, Mohamed Abbas, and he's going to get us underway in a moment. People asking me this week, what's the secret, Dave? What's the secret? The secret, I guess, is for the pavilion not to be open. The players changing at this end. 180 years it stood there, and they've knocked the old boy down, and they're rebuilding it, and it's just a shell of its former life. All the players moved to this end for their home comforts, and Nottinghamshire look to be on course to win the title. They're 14 clear. Do you want to kick us off with Mo, Richard?
Go on then. So Mohamed Abbas to take the first over from the pavilion end, the building site end, if you like. Rob Yates, the left-hander, on strike, and he leaves the ball alone just outside off stump. Nice line. Looked like it might have offered back in off the seam. 3 slips in place, with Patterson White at first, McCann at second, and at third slip, Jack Haynes. Gully, Lyndon James then in at extra cover. Hutton at mid-off. There's a wide-ish mid-on, and there is a short leg. Don't open these for Mohamed Abbas to the left hand outside off stump, guided wide of point for a single by Yates. He gets off the mark, moving round to his left. Joe Clark does the fielding, one without loss.
And I'm not sure of the prize money. I don't know if you've delved into it. We will do at some point, but there is something up for grabs for Warwickshire. They're not. I mean, they've never been a team that would go somewhere and just roll over for the fun of it, just to get a day off on Saturday. The fourth, there's prize money certainly down to third, isn't there? And I don't know if there's anything for fourth or not, but substantial prize money for third.
Yeah, there must be something in it, yeah. and they will. They'll want to play for pride here. They'll be very pleased if they finish top 4, because I think you used the transition word. I think there is an element of the Bears being in transition. Nathan Gilchrist, who was signed on a contract for the next few years, arriving early to join an attack with Michael Booth, who will become an English player next year, but he's technically an overseas in this team. Seam department certainly changing as Alex Davis comes forward to his first delivery and pushes it out into the covers. James does the fielding, and there's no run. Often takes a couple of overs before we know whether the ball is going to do too much. I'm sure Notts would have loved to have had Josh Tongue available this week after his outstanding performance last week. He really has carved out a niche for himself since he came across from Worcester, and great to see him heading on the plane to the Ashes.
Well, he had a complete year out. He didn't play a single game last year.
Yeah,
it's just been an astonishing return to form and fitness for him.
Got some great attributes. As Mohamed Abbas comes in and bowls just outside off stump, but left on height as much as anything. And there is a hint of swing as it passes the batter through towards Ferrain, the wicket keeper. It's a little bit cloudy overhead. I think that will probably clear as the afternoon goes on. Always good though to know that the sirens are still around at Trent Bridge. you can't sit here for long, can you?
No, we can no longer see them down the Loughborough Road after the residential care home has been built over the last 18 months or so, blocking our view.
This one just back of a length, defended by Davis, who sort of tumbles forward as he defends. Back out in the offside, and there's no run. I mean, it has taken something away from the view, but it wasn't exactly Worcester Cathedral either.
I'll give you that one. Or the Quantox.
No, that's lovely as well, isn't it? And you got that woodland above the pavilion at Southampton. That's always nice to look at. I noticed on 5 Live last night with the football, they spotted the cathedral all lit up that you can see from Sinsel Bank if you're in the press box. Okay. Mohamed Abbas in to complete his over. That's a straighter delivery. Full face of the bat from Alex Davis. Just that single off the opening over to Rob Yates. Warwickshire are one without loss.
Bit early to be going round the grounds, but suffice to say, Surrey have won the toss, decided to bat first down at Southampton, and Burns and Sibley are out there. Surrey's side showing, crikey, quite a lot of changes. Ollie Sykes, Ralphie Albert, James Taylor, Rahul Shahar are all in the side. No Pope, no Atkinson, no Worrell. That's certainly 3 that played last week. No Tom Curran, so there's your 4 changes for Surrey. They're batting.
Yeah, the bowling attack for that game is not as threatening as normal.
Here's Brett Hutton. in with this first ball of the match, and nice pleasing push into the offside by Rob Yates for a single. With Josh Tong not playing in this match, a real chance for Brett Hutton for the second time in 3 seasons to be Nottinghamshire's leading wicket taker on the season. Both Hutton and Tong have 31 wickets. Brett Hutton, as I say, has a chance to go ahead, but Mo Abbas has 26, Liam Patterson-White 25. I know some counties have got bowlers who've taken 50, 60 wickets, but not have been doing it in a unit. They've got 7 bowlers taking more than 20 wickets, so very much been sharing the duties out there. Rob Yates has just taken guard from umpire Gough. Umpire's wearing black armbands as tribute to Dickie Bird, as this is pushed back to Brett Hutton, takes the sting out of it, and there's no run. There was a nice moment before play started when everybody had a minute to remember Dickie. His picture up on the board. Sad loss, dear old boy. Like I'm sure Richard did as well. I very much enjoyed just engaging in him with a time or two over the years, both here and at Oakwell, his beloved Barnsley. He didn't really put on a performance to be fit last night, as this one's pushed into the offside by Davis, and there's no run.
Yeah, no. Yeah, I mean, you couldn't help but bump into him at Headingley. I mean, he was wandering around, frankly, wherever he wanted to in recent years, because his passion for cricket never diminished. I think it would be fair to say it was his first love. Unbelievable character.
There's no better name for a clock in the country than Dickie's ticker at Headingley. That's just brilliant. Here's Hutton in once more. LBW shout early on. Michael Gough raises the finger, and Hutton now is Nottinghamshire's leading wicket taker this season. That's his 32nd scalp, and Alex Davis has gone without scoring. The Bears 2 for 1 early on, just the 7th ball that Alex Davis faced, and Brett Hutton pins him on the crease. We're not in line, but looked a very, very close shout, and Michael Gough had a long old look at it before raising the finger. Hopefully those of you like us watching the monitors will get a glimpse of a replay in a moment, but Davis is done and dusted in the Bears' first innings.
Yeah, it looked like it might have just ducked in a little bit to him, and it did look a particularly strong shout. It was full enough. I don't think it was going to have any danger of it going above the stumps, and it's wrapped him in the centre of the front pad. And Michael Gough, he's given it a moment to have a think, hasn't he? Which I don't mind an umpire doing. But it is the sort of wicket that you're looking for early doors, and it looks pretty plumb. It would have taken the inside of leg stump, I think, towards middle, wouldn't it?
Yeah. So it's taken Brett Hutton just 4 deliveries to make his mark. Guessing number 3 will be Will Young, who played for Nottinghamshire last season, the start of last year, the New Zealander. Actually scored some good runs down at Taunton last year. Here he is. Will Young returning to Notts. He scored some runs, didn't he, a couple of weeks ago down at the Oval. Made his Notts debut back end of 2023, almost 2 years ago this week. Very back end of September 23, came over for the last couple of games of the 2023 campaign for Notts. Made his debut at the Oval, got a ton.
He knitted the first innings together at the Oval. He batted well throughout that match, but that early breakthrough, you just sense getting Notts on the front foot, feeling confident. So much at stake for them. The team that has the most to gain. And today their first goal is to pick up the 3 bowling points towards the magic number, because the magic number this week is 10, Dave, isn't it?
It is at the moment, but that's assuming Surrey get all 24.
That's why it's a magic number.
Yeah.
I'll come back to that.
Yeah. So Will Young, experienced New Zealand international, faces his first ball, which he works up to Hamid, the Notts skipper, at mid-on.
So put simply, your magic number is any combination of 10 points gained by Notts or surrendered by Surrey gives Notts the title. There you go. That's my summing it up in one sentence for you.
Of course, in 2010, Richard, Notts won the title for the last time, and they won it on number of wins. They have more wins than Surrey, this goes through to the keeper. In fact, 2 more wins than Surrey. Notts have 6 wins. Surrey only 4 wins. Start of Brett Hutton's week is a successful one, 1 for 1. His opening over. Notts have 6 wins out of the 13 matches. Surrey only 4 wins. So even if Surrey were to win this week and Notts not, and somehow it ends up on equal points, Notts would still take it, which is how they broke Somerset Hearts back in 2010 in the gloom at Old Trafford on the last evening. Just before the start of play, a nice moment. None of the players knew about it. Dylan Pennington, Jack Haynes, Liam Patterson-White, suddenly aware that all their families were in the ground and they were presented with their county caps.
Oh, that's always a sweet moment. Mohamed Abbas in to start his second over, and that goes past the edge of Rob Yates. It's one of those that seemed to gather pace off the surface there. Lovely angle across the left-hander from Mohamed Abbas, who is, in his own way, just going to put the ball into those areas and ask questions of the batters. It's what he does. He's not particularly brisk, but he's so consistent. And that little bit of nip in the air make him very dangerous in this morning session. As he strides in once more to Yates, who covers up leg stump, guides it out into the offside, and there's no run. 2 for 1 Warwickshire. They're not the only team to have lost a wicket in the early goings today, which perhaps isn't that surprising. Worcestershire against Sussex are 1 for 2, having lost Edavalath and Libby, both for ducks, both to Ollie Robinson. As Abbas round the wicket now to Yates, and Yates plays and misses outside off stump again. It was a wider line, but he's nibbled and gets nothing on it.
The match at Edgbaston earlier in the year, Notts for once went pretty well at Edgbaston before rain on the last day brought an abrupt end and stopped them getting a win. But on the first day they bowled the Bears out, I think, for 93, with Brett Hutton and Fergus O'Neill getting 5 wickets apiece. Notts haven't always gone well at Edgbaston, usually the opposite, but they went well this year.
Abbas once more. Yates trying to drive, gets a thick edge, and that's going to race down to 3rd for 4. And a little bit of a release for the Bears. 6 for 1. Yates has got all of those runs. But this is going to be a very, very tough opening spell. Davis, the man out for a duck, if you're just joining us. Trapped LBW by Brett Hutton. And we certainly concurred with the decision in the box. It looked absolutely plumb.
Yeah. Just looking at the Bears, actually, they generally go well against Notts at Edgbaston. The last 5 meetings here, Bears win, Bears win, Bears win, draw and draw.
Yeah, they've had a decent track record here. Some significant wins here as forward in defence comes Yates. There was the match where Dom Sibley got a double 100 in the first innings and then a very quick 100 in the second when Notts fell aside in the third innings of the match. And another instance when Tim Bresnan was at the crease, seeing the Bears over quite a big chase as well.
That was an intense passage of play, wasn't it? Stuart Broad bowling at Bresnan and Hayne.
Oh, that's right. And Broad bowled a lot of overs.
Yes, he did.
Yeah. People query county cricket. You point at moments like that. And like this, as Mohamed Abbas is in and wraps Yates on the pad from round the wicket. It's going to have to do quite a bit. And the umpire turns down that appeal. End of the over, the 3rd. Warwickshire 6 for 1. Mohamed Abbas with his hand on his chin. His follow through took him all the way through to Rob Yates. And he quite liked it, I think it's fair to say.
Did indeed, yeah. Last year's match, again at the end of the season, right at the end of the season, a draw, high-scoring draw. Verena, his first 100 for Notts. Freddie McCann got a ton. Sam Hayne got a big unbeaten 100 for Warwickshire. He's got a phenomenal record on this ground, Sam Hayne, in all forms of cricket. He averages 111 in short format cricket. Here's Hutton. Bowled, beats Will Young, pushing forward. He's had 14 innings, 8 not outs, averages 111 in short format cricket. That includes some Matches in the 100. In first-class cricket, he averages 64 here, and in List A cricket, he averages 76. I don't know why he didn't come and play for Notts.
His T20 average here is something like 400 because he actually.
No, it's 111 now. Sorry, yeah, that's
if
included
the 100. He doesn't do so well.
Here's Hutton once more, passed umpire Gough. Will Young squared up, gets a hasty single, pushing it to Pennington on the offside, takes a single.
I mean, Hutton's bowling such a good line. He's tried to turn that leg side and got a leading edge on it, Young. If he misses it altogether, would have been absolutely plumb. Hutton has hit his groove. He and Mohamed Abbas came out about 8 minutes before the start of play and got through quite a bit of bowling immediately before, just to get themselves into rhythm. And as a result, they haven't wasted much, have they, in these opening 20 deliveries?
There goes Hutton again. Now to the left-handed Rob Yates, leaves this alone. It dies in front of Verena. Takes it nicely, lobs the ball to Liam Patterson-White, the newly capped Liam Patterson-White at first slip, Freddie McCann at second. Jack Haynes, who also got his cap this morning, is at third slip. Like I say, it was a real look of surprise, and then the penny dropped, I think, and then McNeil arrived with 3 brand new, shiny Nottinghamshire county caps in his hand. And there were some nice speeches and nice moments. As the next one again dies in front of Verena. 7 for 1. Just quickly, Division 1, Essex Somerset. Somerset, the visitors, are batting there, 11 without loss. Surrey 6 without loss, batting at Hampshire. Worcestershire at home to Sussex, already relegated Worcestershire, 13 for 2. And Durham at Headingley are 7 for 1. They're the other Division 1 scores. Give you Division 2 in the fullness of time here at Trent Bridge. Brett Hutton to bowl to Rob Yates. Just gets a thickish inside edge, runs it onto the leg side, and fielded by Ben Slater, who took that catch. Must have been a little bit of pressure on it. Slater's one of those, when he's underneath it, you don't think he's going to drop it, because I can't remember the last time he dropped one like that, but there must have been huge pressure on it because of what was at stake at the Oval last week. Tom Laws, Surrey only needed 20. Match-winning moment, the ball hit up into the air out onto the boundary, but Slater clung on. Yates blocks this next delivery from Hutton. End of the 4th over, and Warwickshire here 7 for 1 on 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC WM and CWR. Is that all the right letters in the right order?
It's all the right letters in the right order.
And on the live stream on Trent Bridge Live.
It has to be said, having seen the pictures of that final wicket, and I was listening to the commentary at the time, but seeing it back, it was a very strange choice of shot, and I feel for the young lad, because I think Tom Laws is a magnificent young cricketer. But yeah, he probably didn't need to go aerial at that point. I know it's difficult to puncture the field when so many fielders are out, but it surprised me that he played that shot when he did. That's cricket, isn't it? It's the pressure. If he catches it sweet and it goes into the crowd for 6, suddenly it's 14 to win, and pressure ramps up even more on the bowling team. It's a quite exceptional game of Championship cricket. 3 slips in play still for Young, who's facing Abbas for the first time. And he actually takes a step down the wicket and towards off stump, and then raises his bat high to leave it. So a potential tactic against Mohamed Abbas is to come out of your crease and see whether you can tempt Vereen to stand up, come up a bit closer to his stumps. But when there's a bit of movement in the air, you're kind of loath to do that. So the third member of our team has arrived in the front row now as Abbas is in once more. And again, Young just shuffles forward and then leaves the ball outside off stump. A little bit of cat and mouse between the two. So very good morning to Melinda Farrell.
Yeah, good morning. I'm not used to this. I'm used to there only being 2 of us, so it's a bit of a weird dynamic. But yes, in between.
You're the filling in our sandwich.
Oh dear, I'm not sure if I actually.
Is that the right phrase?
Well,
that's not the worst thing I've called you on air this season, I don't think.
That is very true. That is very true, Dave Bracegirdle. Just remember my name.
Mohamed Abbas once more to Young, forward in defence, pushes it out into the offside and there's no run. So, I mean, is it a Vegemite sandwich, therefore?
I just think we are going down a dangerous path.
Now, it's a long old time, or seems a long old time, since I commentated here at Trent Bridge. But your good self, I was listening to you on my journey back from a rainy Port Vale on Saturday afternoon. You were here.
I certainly was. I was here, and I have to say that one-day cup final between Worcestershire and Hampshire was one of the most enjoyable matches I've ever called. It was fantastic. Very exciting.
Abbas with that smooth approach that just drops it short of a length there, and it gets up and hits Young about hip height. I'm not quite sure what the excitement behind the stumps was for that, but it was angled in. It probably would have gone down lane. Very, very pleased for Ethan Brooks on Saturday, because cracking lad, didn't quite manage to carve himself a niche in the Warwickshire team, but with his brother had to go to Middlesex. Ethan's gone to Worcester and he's flourishing.
He came up for the press conference, and because I get on really well with the Worcester lads, and I saw him at Jake there, and he said, I'm covered in beer," and I said, "I don't mind," so he gave me a hug.
Mohamed Abbas to Young, who looks to clip this through mid-on. It's a rather slow and awkward dive from Hutton, and then they hesitate coming back for second because Hamid's gathered the ball. The second was there if they'd gone, but there was a bit of a misunderstanding between them. But Young goes to 2. It's 8 for 1.
So I was really happy for Ethan Brooks, because ever since that innings that they played down at Essex early, he played down in Essex early that year, that Stokes-like innings where he almost got them over the line from what was an impossible situation. I sort of felt like it might have unlocked something, and he said he was going to do something special, and he did.
The pass back round the wicket to Yates, who's looking to drive and gets an edge through third for 4. That was another uncertain shot from Yates. He goes to 10. Warwickshire 12 for 1. If not secure the title, of course, this week, there'll be a very similar number of homegrown Worcestershire players win a title this week as did on Saturday.
Yeah, that's a touchy subject in Worcestershire parts, I can tell you.
Yellow card. Yellow card offence. It's gone early on that one.
I'm praising Worcester for the development of players.
I know, and that's why it's the touchy subject. And it has to be said, they do a very good job of producing players down there. I tell you what, just mark that name of Jack Latigan down, though. Dan Latigan, even. Jack Latigan's his cousin. But mark that name down, because I think he might be someone we'll be watching for a bit.
Do you want to Brett Hutton over? Why you're here? Why you popped in?
Why not? Here's Hutton to Young, and he plays and misses. Ball passing past the outside edge, that little bit of movement that the big burly Brett Hutton gets as he takes that new ball.
I have to say, Mel, you got me goosebumply in the car as I was driving back in the rain. You called it excellently right at the end, and there was the drama, wasn't there, with Kyle Abbott, the catch on the boundary, and you always sort of feel for a commentator when they don't know what's going off. Speaking from experience.
Here's Hutton, that one left alone, but did come back in, tailed in a bit. Well, I'll tell you what, we were in the commentary box just over here, and the monitor that we had was about a good 7 or 8 seconds behind. So I was actually leaning out and leaning over, trying to see beyond the boundary. So the fact that it was his head was what was difficult. I could see that he was deliberately dropping the ball to try and prevent it carrying it over and taking it for a 6. But there was so much happening as in comes Hutton over the wicket, pulls his length back a little bit, but he's getting that good away movement. He's tailing it in, and then he's taking it away from Young.
No, you did a good job, girlie, and it just... And then it went. And then it went onto the the adverts for the rugby and all the other things on Sports Extra that you get. I wanted more. I wanted Jake Libby crying. I wanted the trophy presentation. I wanted you crying. I wanted more and more and more of it. It was wonderful.
Could have stayed on as the next ball from Martin is just pushed into the covers. No run, and that was it too. So I went downstairs and I could see below me where the Worcestershire players had all come. It was area just kind of directly below where we are now, and of course Josh Baker's parents were there, and they all came over. Everyone, the coaching staff, gave them a hug. They gave them the trophy, and then Josh's dad lifted it above his head. And honestly, one of the most emotional things I've ever seen in cricket, as Hutton is in a full delivery, defended just to the leg side. Hutton picks it up himself, no run.
Meanwhile, I'd watched Port Vale versus Mansfield in the rain. 12 for 1, and I'm sure Richard was out and about covering some sport somewhere.
But Birmingham City and Swansea in the rain.
In the rain. It's very, very wet, wasn't it? I don't know how you got away with it here.
Well, I am still absolutely gobsmacked that we got that game in. Forecast was terrible. Ground staff did a brilliant job here. Final ball of the over, and it's a play and a miss. Again, Hutton finding that little movement away from Young. It's been a real tester for the New Zealand international. And after 6 overs, Warwickshire remain 12 for 1. It was actually really weird, I must say, doing a game here that didn't involve knots. And I had to just keep reminding myself, this is the first championship game that I have ever done.
Here, is it?
Yeah.
Is it?
I've never done, cause I've obviously commentated with you numerous times.
Well,
it's always been on the road.
After Durham away this year, I did ask that you be taken off this game, because Notts' only defeat was handled by Melinda Farrell. Start of a new over, Mo Abbas bowling around the wicket to Rob Yates. Just very quickly, Worcestershire 18 for 3 at home to Sussex. Worcestershire already going to finish bottom of Division 1. Sussex are somewhere between the top 4 and the bottom 4 at the moment. And Durham 8 for 2 at Yorkshire away. That's a tricky start for Durham. Division 2 playing all the matches there. Glamorgan 22 for 2 against Lancashire. Derbyshire away at Canterbury 28 without loss. Middlesex 29 for 1 at Lords against Gloucestershire. Leicestershire 42 without loss at Northants. Abbas round the wicket bowling, and the left-handed Yates pushes this on the offside. But you redeemed yourself a little bit as well with the draw at Taunton, the Kookaburra game, where you came as a cowgirl one day.
Well,
for reasons best known to yourself.
It was a challenge from Peter Trago, who told me that the theme for the day was cowboy or cowgirl chic, and I had to go to about 20 different charity shops in Taunton. Luckily, there are a lot of them there, and find myself some bits and pieces to be cowgirl chic.
Mo Abbas, umpire at the far end is Martin Saggers, the left-handed Yates gets behind this foolish delivery, plays it out onto the leg side. Joe Clark fields, beg your pardon, Ben Slater fields, and there's no run.
The problem was that Peter Trago is honestly one of the most stylish men I have seen on the circuit, even more so than yourself. Because you know, you always vary your outfit when I see you at games, and and he looked like the Marlborough Man, and I looked like I'd got lost on the way to a line dancing class or some kind of hen's do.
Looby-loo. Do you know who Looby-loo is? It was Clark, did the fielding, just correcting myself for a second time. He's playing outside the off stump, and it goes through to the keeper. 12 for 1.
This is terrific stuff from the Notts opening bowlers, and you can just hear the energy around the field as well early on, hoping that they can get the breakthroughs. I know there was some suspicions, or not suspicions, theories going around that both here at Trent Bridge and at Yorkshire there might be a few fairly docile pitchers prepared, shall we say.
Abbas in once more, and again Rob Yates beaten outside the off stump. Whether he went fully at it, only he will know. Lots at stake, of course, for Nottinghamshire this week, a day that many of us didn't necessarily see coming again, but Notts have they've deserved to get into this position. They've played good cricket all year, they've been in the top 2 all year, they led at the halfway stage of the championship, and they are the first team in a couple of seasons to beat defending champion Surrey last week. Here's Mo Abbas, who missed that game through a back twinge, and again just drops it nicely on that sixpence outside the off stump, and it goes through to the keeper. 12 for 1. So Nottinghamshire, they've won the county championship title 6 times, 1907, 1929, twice under Clive Rice in the 80s, 1981, 1987. Stephen Fleming was the Notts skipper when they won it down at Canterbury in 2005, and Chris Reed 15 years ago at Old Trafford. So it's that 87 win at Glamorgan, at home to Glamorgan, the last time Notts won here. Just doing a quick update for BBC Radio Nottingham, then Mel will be back to talk you through this Brett Hutton over. Here is Hutton. A little drop and run on the leg side from Will Young. Gets his 3rd run. Hamid Fields. Cloudy day, but clouds very high. The sun is just trying to peek through. It is expected to be dry for days 1, 2 and 3. We are into, I'm told, the meteorological autumn right now. But conditions as good as you could want towards the back end of September to round off the domestic cricket season. Hutton into Yates, and Rob Yates very much in watchful mode. Lets it go through to the keeper. 13 for 1. Hamid winning the toss, asking the Bears to bat first. They've lost Alex Davis. LBW without scoring. Notts making 1 change. Josh Tong resting up for the Ashes, not permitted to play. And this place goes to Mo Abbas, who had to miss last week with that back twinge. Hutton to bowl to Yates. And another LBW shout, asking Michael Goff. I've been surprised had that gone over, just didn't quite seem right, but another confident appeal from Hutton. And 1 change to the Bears as well. Oliver Hannon-Dolby is replaced by the spinner Taz Ali. Halfway through the 8th over of the morning. Remember, we're on September time, so lunch will be 12:30. Should finish at 5:30, but you can bet your bottom dollar we won't. It'll go on a little longer. Here is that radio update. And Notts have made a bright start to what could be a very, very eventful and momentous week for them. They've won the toss, they've stuck Warwickshire in, and as early as the 2nd over, Brett Hutton has removed the visiting skipper Alex Davis without scoring. Notts need just 10 points this week. A draw and 2 bonus points will do it to be county champions. Warwickshire 13 for 1. So there's the update for listeners to the local area. Here's Hutton in once more, and mistimed from Rob Yates. That's 5 balls in the over. I might as well finish this one.
Yeah, we'll swap, shall we? We've lost Richard. I chased him away.
He's doing an update for listeners in the western part of the Midlands, where you originated from this morning.
I did. I only had 1 small hiccup. People know that I have my travel adventures. I'll tell you after this ball.
Here's Hutton. Final ball of the 8th over. Brett Hutton 1 for 3 from 4 overs, and this is run to backward point, and there's no run. 13 for 1. That's 13 for 1, Mel. I'll say that slowly because it's, I understand, International Translation Day, and the person on the radio who came out with that this morning said, you know, just take a little bit of time with people whose first language isn't necessarily English. So 13 for 1, Mel.
As opposed to the correct way of 1 for 13.
Get out of here.
1 for 13. I've got to get used to that. See, I'll go back to the other hemisphere.
They let you back in, do they?
They do, and I've got to get used to it the other way again. It's very difficult. No one understands.
Don't you go back and say, look, the English get this right. It's 13 for 1.
No.
13 runs, 1 wicket.
Everyone else gets it wrong. Here's Mohamed Abbas. First ball just tailing in ever so slightly, but left alone outside the off stump by Young.
There's no. What do they do in New Zealand?
I think they do it the same as us, don't they?
Us being the Aussies?
Yeah.
They go 1 for 13, do they?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
But the rest of the world, the rest of the cricketing
the rest of the world
does
is
it
wrong.
properly.
When you look at someone's bowling figures, what do you say? What's Mohammed Abbas right now? Do you say he's 10 for none? He runs in, bowls over the wicket, pulled hard, pulled firmly. That's 4 runs for Young. It just sat up at a good height for him, and he whipped his hands through that one. Just a little relief. First boundary, I think, for Young. Yates got one earlier, but it's possibly the most aggressive shot we've seen in the morning.
The listeners are all on tenterhooks because you promised to tell them the adventures of your journey in this morning.
No, it was minor. I was just about to get on the train and realised that I'd left my my suitcase in the cafe. Here's Abbas, bowls, left alone by Young.
Despite all the warnings, do not leave your luggage.
I know. Can you imagine if I'd... It's not the first time I've done
Bomb
that,
squad.
actually, this year. Do you know, I start the season all, you know, on top of it. My packing is immaculate. I've got my little packing cubes and just everything is perfect. I'm right on top of it. By the end of the season, I'm an absolute scruff. I mean, look at me. I'm just a complete scruff.
She is. Oh, she's a...
I've shoved everything
dear.
in my bag.
Oh, and she smells. Oh, dear.
Abbas bowls. That's come off the outside of Young's bat, but only as far as point. No run. Yeah, it's just... I'm pretty cooked, I've got to say. Because after the... I mean, I'd only been at home for... I think 2 nights, and then I was off to back here, and then I went down to London, down to Lords for the Veneas Village Cup. That was a really great day. So I was down
I know
there.
Penzance were in it. They lost, didn't they?
No.
Oh.
Here comes Abbas. That's turned around the corner down towards long leg by Young. I'll get a single.
Little knowledge is a dangerous thing.
No, it was Staley. And now I have to remember the other name.
I thought Penzance were in
no,
the
there
village
was
final.
one from Cambridge.
Okay.
Village Cup final.
Okay, you went to Lords, Mel. That's all we really need to know.
Foxton Granter, that's it. Foxton Granter and Staley. Foxton Granter had a batter called Kaufman, who scored a
Richard
century.
Kaufman, yeah.
Yeah, scored a century, 2nd year in a row.
Yeah. I saw that.
Bus is in, or it's driven just to Seeb Hamid, who moves to wide mid-off. Prevents the run, 5 coming from that over though, thanks to that boundary, and Warwickshire now 18 for 1. Yeah, so that's, how impressive is that, and how great is that to see that Richard Kaufman ends up going back-to-back with centuries at Lords. There aren't a lot of players. Lydia Greenwood read out a list of batters who have got back-to-back centuries at Lords, and it was like Don Bradman, David Gower, Richard Kaufman. I love that. Everything the Village Cup should be.
Very much so, yeah. It's Houghton bowling. Start of the 10th over to Will Young, who defends. Thanks to everybody that's already taken the trouble to send a message or two in, including one of the great men of county cricket, Chris Nash. I'm sure you've had some encounters with Chris Nash in your time, Mel. Former Notts man, of course, best known for all his years with Sussex. Lovely fella. Best of luck to Notts this week. Been an amazing effort to win the county championship. Looking forward to following on the commentary this week. Lovely to hear from you, Chris. 18 for 1. Next ball is wide enough to be cut to backward point, and there's no run. We've got 3 slips, backward point, extra cover, and a mid off, the 6 on the offside, and a fairly regulation long leg mid wicket and mid on the leg side. Notts winning the toss. Warwickshire batting. 18 for 1. Kevin Howells is in the building. Richard Wilford's just still on the radio with the listeners in the West Midlands. Melinda Farrell alongside. And I'm Dave Bracegirdle watching on as Nottinghamshire trying to effectively get the job done today or over the next few days, as Brett Hutton, the leading wicket taker this season now, bowls a ball of fullish length which Will Young pushes into the offside. There's a crane is actually working at the far end now, the building site end. We've got a crane there, and some sort of steel or metal pipe is being moved about. I'm sure one of our brilliant camera operators will be able to pick it up, those who are watching on the live stream, at some point. Work goes on. Hutton in again, down the leg side, taken by Verena.
So that they're actually replacing the entire roof. Because you see that steel beam is coming down, and there's a workman there just pulling it into place. So what?
There we go,
There
on the live stream. Those of you watching the pictures, which are available via the Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club website, just follow the links, click on.
So what are they actually doing? Because I've had a few people ask me this question, actually.
There's Hutton, past the giant that is Goff, and it's edged. It didn't carry, I don't think, to Freddie McCann at second slip. Took 4 catches last week at second slip. Patterson White got a couple as well. There was lots of edges went in that direction. That one didn't carry. I think it's a development, a reconstruction that's expected to last certainly well into next year as well, but it's pretty much reconstructing the pavilion. Obviously in this day and age, you need more dressing rooms, more changing facilities. Women's cricket, of course, to the fore now as well. That wasn't necessarily uppermost in the minds as this one's worked away through the leg side for 4 by Will Young. Joe Clark will go and fetch it. Nice looking shot from Young. His second boundary, 22 for 1. So it's going to be bigger and deeper, essentially. There are pictures of what it should look like when it's finished.
Is there going to be a spot for a press conference? Or are we still going to be in the squash courts?
That I don't know.
It's a real quirk of things here that we have to walk around, and we go and sit in the squash courts and have a press conference.
That's maybe been done to get top level international players sort of away from the general public, really, just somewhere in seclusion as much as anything.
Right, new over for Mo Abbas. He's in around the wicket. First ball defended by Yates up towards mid-on. No run.
I've been to international press conferences in there, and also up in the dining room facility at the top as well. I've held them up there as well in the past.
Well, at Lords at one point, particularly during the World Cup ICC events when there are a lot of people, they hold them in the real tennis courts. Yeah, they've got the real tennis courts there out the back, so all sorts of places. Here's Abbas. It just angles this one in, and Yates plays with the angle to send it up towards wide mid-on. No run still though.
These are things that are very much on the increase, aren't they? Real tennis and paddle tennis as well. I don't really know what paddle tennis is, but there's a lot of paddle tennis courts about. There's one next to Meadow Lane where Notts County play. There's one next to Mansfield Town's ground as well.
Well, I have a theory that paddle is the new golf for cricketers, because so many cricketers who love their paddle, and Joe Root's he's bought into a paddle business. I know that, right into it. Yates, next ball. It's a little play at that one. We'll be generous and say he's played inside the line, though. Some good bounce from Abbas too. There is a paddle tennis. I mean, real tennis has been around for a long time. I think it might have even predated traditional tennis. But yes, the new form, paddle. There's pickleball as well, which is probably bigger in America, but still, I think, gaining traction here. And when I was in Australia as well. Whatever it is, it gets people up and about. Here is Abbas. That ball's just played through the gully region, but it's stopped. A good stop there too by Jack Haynes.
There's you've covered cricket in the United States, and I know you've told me in the past that all starts again next week, and I know that Peter Moores after this game is going off to take charge of the Dallas franchise in one of the American tournaments next week, and Samit Patel is going to play for him. I think he's going to be the Dallas skipper as well. I'm hoping that Samit, during the course of this game, will pop in and say hello. He's promised to.
Here's Abbas, and this time, well, he is just getting that ball to whiz past the outside edge of Yates's bat, and he's got the double teapot and a big smile on his face, Abbas, because he knows that he's getting the better of Yates. And Yates is just standing there, looking around, thinking, I might have to be a bit careful here because one of these might have my name on it. He's just challenging that outside edge so well. It's actually a really tumultuous time in US cricket. The game's put so much into trying to expand in the US, but the governing board has just been suspended by the ICC. There's Abbas wide of the crease, angled in, seaming away. This is terrific stuff from Mohammad Abbas. What an over that was. Didn't give him anything and challenged him on every ball. It's a maiden over, yet another one for him. And after 11, Warwickshire are in 22 for 1 and having to survive a really tricky and challenging period here. A very good bowling. Yeah, so the US body, the governing body has been suspended. They're still going to be at the T20 World Cup, but you see all the people, like you mentioned, who are going over there. Samit Patel, Peter Moore, there are plenty who want to be involved with cricket there, so I hope it can sort itself out.
Ben Slater's just popped off the field. Calvin Harrison on as the sub as Hutton starts a new over. This is the 12th. I would imagine we're getting close to Dylan Pennington time and maybe Lyndon James. Huge number of people have taken the trouble to get in touch. Rob Crocker, heavy dew this morning, Dave. The outfield could be very quick early on. Jonathan Croft, best of luck. Notts, be great to see them win the county championship. Outlaw Chris, as ever. Come on, me lucky lads. Craig Hughes, good luck to Notts this week. Hutton in once more to the New Zealander Will Young. Pete Finch, Notts' biggest game for the years. He's not too happy that the ECB haven't let Josh Tong play in this game. Keith Havers is hoping to get down there today. Hoping I'm fit for tomorrow. I've got a bit of a bug. Get well soon, Keith. Hope we see you tomorrow. Chris Simpson, memories of 1981 came flooding back this morning, Dave. Malcolm Nash bowling a no ball to give us the title. This is dropped on the leg side. Was that 81 or 87? Chris, no memories going. Single taken. Jiggs, who spends his life on the canals and waterways of the British Isles on his narrowboat. Morning, Dave. Careful when you say the Surrey openers are out there. Big changes for them. Nice to have Hutton and Abbas on the job. Onwards and grip for the next few days. We're off on the boat for a week in Cornwall.
Oh, I've always wanted to go on a narrowboat. I've never been on one.
There you are, Jiggs. If you want some Australian company on your narrowboat. 23 for 1 as Hutton halfway through the 12th over. Bowls to the left-handed Yates, just works it up to Pennington at mid-on. The yellow belly is here in the ground and watching on from our end of the ground, so this is a great vantage point up here. We've done Mr. Nash. Kevin Marriott says Penzance did play at the weekend and they lost. I thought they played in, something.
Right, but not in the Village Cup final at Lord's.
Gaz has given us the answer. Thanks, Gaz. Hutton in again. Yates edges it. Doesn't carry to Verena. Gaz. Dave, Penzance were in the National Club Championship game on Saturday. Mel's talking about the Sunday game. Thank you, Gaz. That's cleared that up. Julie says Mel's talking about bowling analysis. This is different to giving the total, which is the batting score. Mark Long, Penzance were in the National Knockout Cup against Ormskirk on Saturday. Mel watched the Village Cup on Sunday.
Oh, see, everyone's right on it.
Yep. Peter, sorry, can't be there in person, following on the live stream. Thanks for the commentary. Thank you for following with us, Peter. Lovely delivery from Brett Hutton. Through to Verena. He's got it on a string, hasn't he? 6 overs, 1 for 8. Abbas 6 overs, none for 15. Warwickshire 23 for 1 here on the BBC, as we have done for many, many years, bringing you every single ball of the County Championship, and many thanks to everybody that's taken the trouble to follow it with us. It looks as if a bass is going to continue. Mel, I know it's a little early on in the morning for a bit of cake, but we've got to thank Rachel, and I will drop her a line at lunch. We've had a delivery of a food parcel. It's become a bit of a tradition for Rachel to send us a cake and bring it up. So we've got a lovely cake at the back there, courtesy of the lovely Rachel. Thank you very much.
Thank
so
you,
please
Rachel.
help yourself, and the same for Richard as well. I'm sure he'll enjoy that. A gift from Rachel. Thank you very, very much from everybody that's taken the trouble to get in touch and to send nice things up through the course of the season. Thanks from all the BBC commentary team.
Here's Mohamed Abbas in for another over, and it's just left outside the off stump. Went pretty much straight on, and we've got Richard back. I thought I'd chase you away.
Well, it must have been the mention of cake. No, it's it's been a great morning so far. I mean, this session so tight. Warwickshire are doing the right thing by Surrey, if you know what I mean, and they're digging deep and they're trying to hold off the Notts bowlers. Meanwhile, Surrey are giving Notts hope with their struggles at the Utility Bowl. So what a morning it's been already.
Abbas is in, and that one just tailing back in a little bit, but left alone by Young. Yeah, Surrey 30 for 2 against Hampshire. I love, by the way, this last round of the championship when it's like this. Only 2 teams have zip chance of either winning or being relegated. Everyone else, there's just that whole thing of looking at scores everywhere else and who's doing what and who's got a batting point. Is someone going to get another bowling point? What's going on?
Yeah, it's great for the maths. The maths teachers listening are going to love it this week. By the way, it's taken a while for this to happen, but Will Young's wandering out of his crease to Mohamed Abbas has finally led Calverain to put the tin lid on and stand up to the stumps. Because I think that has been a very good way of negotiating Mohamed Abbas so far.
It's not been carrying to Verena either, has it, really?
There have been a couple of edges that have just fallen short in the slips. This could be very, very interesting then. So Verena up to the stumps as Abbas is in, has played off the back foot to backward point. High comes in as they rush through for a quick single. But yeah, that's also one of my other favourite things, seeing keepers up to the stumps. But see, it's something that I hope people here really appreciate, because promotion and relegation is not really a thing in Australia ever. So for me, when I came over here, that just to discover a whole new aspect to a league like this, to a championship, is completely different. And just having the final at the end. Finals are very Australian. As Abbas was round the wicket and Yates shoulders arms.
Oh, you love a final, don't you? You love a playoff and an eliminator and a challenger and a...
Well, no, the Sheffield Shield has a final. They didn't always, but they brought that in.
The NRL playoffs, the rugby league, that takes getting your head round if you're British. That system is a little bit confusing. How many eliminators are you going to have?
Well, yeah, it's very Australian to have those kinds of things, but we don't have relegation and promotion and this kind of thing where you're looking at different results happening. It's exciting. Abbas in, and that ball angled in and seams away, and Yates leaves it alone.
They could try it with the NRL, because with expansion, because there are a couple more teams coming on board.
Yeah, PNG, that's the exciting
Yeah,
one.
it is. So you could have 2 divisions. I don't know how popular that would be, though.
They have in the past, like a long time ago, I reckon, like 60s and 70s, when you had a lot more teams than the Newtown Jets and the North Bears and all of those ones before my time. But it's just not part of Australian sporting culture. Abbas is in. That's a lovely ball again. Just gets that slight angle and then it straightens. And he's gone from the double teapot to one arm wrapped around his body and stroking his chin with the other hand, because he thinks, what have I got to do to get a wicket here? The end of 13, it's 24 for 1.
I was thinking that it was 87, the Glamorgan, when I was here. I was actually in the par stand and watched it. But no, it's 81. Everybody coming with their own memories of that win here in 81, including Mark the Mod, who's with us in Sevenoaks in Kent. Great memories today of Hadley versus Glamorgan, that win in 1981, last game of the season. I'm planning on coming up tomorrow. Thanks to Dave and all the BBC colleagues for the summer of fun. Thank you, Mark. Harry, morning, Dave. I'm watching from Malvern, Worcestershire. Can't be there in person. Moving house this week. Who do you think's the most improved player?
As Hutton will continue, standing up to the stumps again is Varane. Chopping down on that is Young. Looks like a bit of inside edge that bounces behind. Well taken by Varane. Pennington warming up at the moment as Hutton following Abbas into having his 7th over of his opening spell.
I don't think you can necessarily say somebody's a most improved player, because you talk to them and they would say every single day they are striving to get better and better. But certainly you look at players like Jack Haynes, who last year just couldn't reach 3 figures, and he can't stop reaching 3 figures this year. 4 centuries.
As this is flicked off his pads by Young, and that's very neatly worked through square leg for 4. That's as well as we've seen any delivery timed so far today. 28 for 1.
Yeah, Haynes 400s in the Championship, another one and a 90 odd in the Metro Bank, a couple of 80s in the Blasser. Haynes has just taken his game up another level. Liam Patterson-White and Lyndon James are now winning matches for Notts rather than just contributing. But it's been an all-round effort. I wouldn't like to say who's the most improved player, but they'd all like to think they've maybe just taken their game up to the extra notch. Certainly did last week.
Well, the evidence of the number of matches they've won would suggest that that's been the case. Hutton into Young again, looking to force it off the back foot in front of point. Diving stop there, and there'll be no run.
Well, one thing, so when I go in and do my notes, is that I have for this game, of course. And one thing is when I haven't done a team for a while, and you update various little things, and I've just noticed how quiet a few of the Notts players, their batting averages have taken a serious step up since last time, and that stands out for me for sure.
Young off the back foot up towards mid-on. Hamid's got a bit of ground to make, and it's a lot of rough patches there, and it goes under his hand. It's not going to cost them a second run, but it did mean they comfortably got through for a single. Young to 19 and Warwickshire 29 for 1. It couldn't have been a more awkward surface that ball was approaching Hamid on.
Ploughed field. 8 different players have scored county championship hundreds this season, some of them obviously multiple hundreds, and 7 different players have taken 5-fers.
Yeah, strength in depth shown by those numbers. He's taking a bit of pace off that Hutton floaty ball. Pushing forward is Yates out into the covers and no run.
You can also throw in Calvin Harrison, who's scored 100 and taken a 5-fer out on loan with Northants as well. I know it doesn't count for Notts as well, but just adding to that strength in depth, they've got somebody that have allowed to go out and perform. Ollie Stone was in the squad for this one as well. Hasn't played a match this season in the Championship.
Hutton bounding in once more. Yates, the left-hander. It goes past the outside edge of his bat. It wasn't very straight, the bat there from Yates. Goes through to Varane. And the end of the over. 29 for 1. Both the opening bowlers have bowled 7 overs. And it's change time now with Lyndon James about to bowl his first over.
Warwickshire Rich they've announced a couple of signings, haven't they, for next year? Jordan Thompson's one coming from Yorkshire, and I can't recall.
The other is Nathan Gilchrist. He's playing in this game, having arrived early on loan because he wasn't featuring in the Kent squad, and he's bowled pretty well in his first couple of games. Very encouraging. There was the need to bring a bit of youth into the attack. That said, they've also got Keith Barker coming back next year.
That's the one I was thinking.
So so Keith Barker has played his final game for Hampshire. He's not involved against Surrey today. It's going to be very interesting seeing Keith Barker back at Edgbaston. Very popular character.
Lyndon James, the only time Notts have played on this track this season was against Hampshire, where Lyndon James just blew them away with 5 for 22 in the second innings. He bowls from the far end, first ball right on the spot. Just nips away from Will Young. Lyndon James, 24 wickets this season at 34. It's coming down all the time. 2 5-wicket hauls for LJ. He's also got 780 runs at an average of 49. 2 centuries, including a career best 203 not out. So he's had a really good year, batting at 7 and taking that 4th seamer role. This partnership worth 27. James bowls to former teammate Will Young, just opens the face and chops it down to Joe Clark, who does the fielding. Presentations this morning, Ant Boter, the spin bowling coach, said some nice words and presented the county cap to Liam Patterson-White. Kevin Shine, the fast bowling coach, did the same for Dylan Pennington, and then it was left to Joe Clark for his former teammate Jack Haynes, and they followed similar journeys through the Worcestershire set-up and the Worcestershire first team, and then the move to Notts. We've got the floodlights on here at Trent Bridge. Not expecting any rain, but it is gloomy. Next ball's dug out by Yates, plays it up to a Mead at mid-on. Good sliding stop from the skipper, 30 for 1.
It has gone quite gloomy, and the umpires were looking over our left shoulders, as it were, at what weather is coming in, as if there was a concern about rain. But tellingly, the ground staff are not sitting around the hover cover or anything like that, and they, wherever you go, they always know best.
James in again to Rob Yates. He'll clip this away onto the leg side. He's got that in that gap, yeah, between Hutton and Clark, and that'll go for 4. Nicely timed clip off his hip by Rob Yates. Get a boundary on the leg side.
Interestingly enough, the clouds are they're going from our left to right, and it was exactly the opposite way that we were looking for the weather or the rain coming in when it was here on Saturday.
Yeah, generally it comes across from sort of East Midlands Airport, which is away to our right.
But this is coming from the other direction, and it is quite grey out there.
Coming from Newark, the Kingdom of Newark, away to our left, as this is pushed into the offside by Yates, and there's no run. Yeah, as I said, I was coming back from Port Vale Stoke along the A50, and it was absolutely lashing it down, and I'm listening to you here at the other end of the A50 talking, describing the cricket.
So within the hierarchy of the Kingdom of Newark,
yes,
what is your official title? Are you the Crown Prince? Are you?
No, he's a Lord, isn't he? Lord Bracegirdle does have a certain ring to it.
We have a... Oh, this one's chipped up over the bowler. Lyndon James didn't quite carry to mid-off. I'm way down the pecking order, but even further down the pecking order after last week when Team GB's silver medalist in the World Games, Amy Hunt, comes from Newark.
Gosh,
we were getting the odd mention in the national news and the newspapers last week. Amy Hunt from Newark, so a little bit of recognition there for Amy. End of the over. Dylan Pennington is going to come on, so it's a dual change, and Calvin Harrison, who I was just talking about, is on the field to replace Mo Abbas, who's going for his first comfort break of the game.
I'm going to look up famous people from Newark now. Oh.
Well, is it Newark? Is that what Newark in New York is named after? Newark.
What,
here?
Newark, New Jersey?
Yeah. Where the airport is.
Yes.
Is it named after here?
Yes.
Ah.
Yes. We'll
Claim it.
Who's taking this end?
Me, apparently. Pennington in, first ball, just pushed up in front of the fielder in the covers. No run. I got a late gesture there.
No. I'm just looking. Of the famous people from Newark, and I'm ignoring one, and people from Newark will know why. But other than that, I'll try to work out whether they're more famous or not than Dave Bracegirdle. Jay McGuinness.
Oh, yes, yeah. Well, he's actually from Farndon, which sort of bleeds into Newark.
Okay.
He's not real Newark.
the suburbs of Newark.
No, I know where Jay's from. Yeah, Farndon, the suburbs of Newark, yeah.
Here's Pennington over the wicket to Young. Gets in a little bit of a tangle. Manages to turn the ball down towards a fine leg. They get a single.
This really isn't my area, but is he the wanted? Says that big
I
question
think so.
mark.
And he was a Strictly Come Dancing winner.
Yep.
Yeah.
See if there's anyone I've heard of.
Well, yeah, you're going to struggle with Norman Pace.
Oh, of course.
Norman Pace of Hale and Pace.
Yes, very
comedy
much so.
double act of the 80s.
Right. Still searching.
Yeah. MP Robert Jenrick.
No.
Doesn't come from Newark.
Oh, okay. Represents Newark.
Represents Newark.
Here's Pennington. He's bowling over the wicket to Yates, who just watches that one go past him.
I've got to say, after that...
Well, our great friend Paul Johnson, former Notts skipper. Who,
okay.
Dusty Hare, the former England-British
Dusty
Lion,
Hare.
rugby union fullback.
Tremendous. Well, yes.
Still yet to get anyone who's more famous than Dace Brave Girl.
No. I think Dusty Hare, for a certain generation, would definitely qualify. What a character he was. A great player, fullback.
Here's Pennington. Next ball defended up towards wide mid-off, where Seepamid does the fielding, no run.
And a Nottinghamshire cricketer. Do you remember him as a Nottinghamshire cricketer as well?
Did he play?
He played for Notts, yeah.
Okay. I'm slightly too young to that, but one of the first rugby union matches I ever saw at Mosley's old ground, Dusty Hare played in. Of course, with the idiosyncrasy in those days, Leicester wore letters, not numbers, on their shirts.
That's right, they did, yeah.
Yeah.
Mel, do you just want to pop outside and see if it's raining at the moment?
I will.
I just wonder if there might be a few spots. I think there are.
Closing in as Pennington runs in, and that is driven handsomely. Beats the fielder at cover, and that is another boundary coming for Yates this time. A really lovely drive, but he had a little bit of width to work with, just over pitched a little. And that takes Warwickshire to 39 for 1. Yates moves on to 18.
Definitely is raining a little bit. You can just see it sweeping. Well, because I haven't got any glass directly in front of me, and yeah, it makes it a little bit clearer.
The Batman board, you can just pick out the rain.
It's very light, but there is a persistence to it. You can see it catching the breeze as well.
In comes Pennington for the final ball of the over, and there's a big shout. They like this one, but the umpire doesn't. And Yates goes for a little walk to calm himself. So a bit of excitement in Pennington's first over. A boundary and a single coming from it, at the end of which it is 39 for 1 for Warwickshire.
I'm expecting to see this pitch outside leg stump on the replay, but I'm not 100% sure. And the umpires have had a little chat. Yeah, I think it probably does just pitch outside leg. And they're going to come off here for the rain, and the ground staff are showing no urgency at this moment to get to the covers, and the umpires are looking round to see where they are, but you can see people scuttling to get into a bit of cover. So even though the forecast was suggesting 0% chance of rain, we have a shower. It may not keep us off for very long.
The umpires, one of the umpires has just shrugged like, where are the people?
Where are the ground staff?
Where are the people?
Where are the ground staff?
They're normally hovering.
Yeah, they're just by the hover cover now. They're the umpires are looking towards where the ground staff sort of rest up between duties. Their officers are underneath the big screen away to our left, but the ground staff have now all emerged, and the hover cover will be out there in just a second.
I think it's only fair to say that the umpires are unimpressed by that. Because, I mean, it had been raining for a couple of minutes, and normally you have ground staff right on top of the covers, and a bit of rain falling on the surface is not bad news for the home team, I don't think, when they've got the ball in the hand. But we will have at least a brief rain delay here, with Warwickshire 39 for 1. And you say, Dave, what this partnership was worth in runs. I would say this partnership's been worth about 14 and a half overs so far, because I think that's the significant thing.
Can I just say for listeners on 5 Sports Extra, as and when we will get more play here, you'll be back to hear a little bit more. Warwickshire 39 for 1 after 16 overs, but it looks to be a fairly full round of county championship matches up and down the country in terms of play having started on time. So for listeners to 5 Sports Extra to see what's going on elsewhere with all the scores, we'll now hand you back to Kevin Howells. And for those of you with us on the live stream on the BBC Sport website and app, that noise, which I've just turned down the effects microphone, is the hover cover, which is now making its way out to the middle. It's very, very grey all around, you have to say, and this is a little bit unexpected. They did say it would be mainly cloudy day but dry. It's not raining heavily, but I think just the persistent nature of it has meant that the umpires have asked the ground staff just to bring on the hover cover, which is out there now in the middle. So we've had 1 wicket to go down. That was Alex Davis, who was trapped 10th ball of the morning, second over LBW to Brett Upton for naught when the score was 2 for 1. Since then, Rob Yates and Will Young have just steadied the ship. They've added 37 so far. Will Young 21 not out. Rob Yates 18 not out. We've had 16 overs, and when rain stopped play here at Trent Bridge, Warwickshire 39 for 1. As and when play resumes, of course, so will the commentary. Well, hello everybody. Welcome back to Trent Bridge, where hopefully we weren't away for too long. Looks as if we're going to get a resumption of play. There's been no announcement, but the umpires are out there with coats and hats on, usually the telltale signs that we're going to get a prompt restart. The Nottinghamshire fielders all on the boundary edge. They look ready to go, so we'll be underway in a moment. I'm Dave Bracegirdle, alongside me Richard Wilford, who's watched Warwickshire have the blow, the psychological blow of losing their skipper in the second over, but then I've seen Rob Yates and Will Young build nicely over the next 14-15 overs.
Yeah, it's not been easy, has it? Some plays and misses against Abbas and Hutton in particular. I thought Young's tactic of coming out of his crease against Abbas at least played with his line and length a little bit and made him look a little bit more innocuous, because he can be so dangerous, particularly with the overhead cloud. I mean, it's interesting, there's some quite blue sky coming through now away to our left, so conditions may be improving a little bit from that point of view, but they've just held their nerve a little bit. It's been a classic case of, if you play a miss, just leave that behind you and get on with facing the next ball. So solid enough, and meanwhile elsewhere, wickets have been falling at Southampton. So, you know, from Nottinghamshire's point of view, delighted with the early breakthrough, but very intrigued to see Surrey 4 down very quickly.
Yes, Hampshire will be pleased as well. Of course, they're in need of a few points to try and cling on to Division 1 survival. There's all sorts of media stuff up and down the country. I've not seen anything officially from the ECB, but then again, I've been too busy to look for it about next season's schedule. There's lots of newspaper and cricket reporters saying that next week will be the same as this now, and it has eventually been overthrown, the plot to reduce the county championship to 12 or 13 overs. As I say, I've not done anything through officially, but it seems as if it is going to be as we were, Division 1 of 10 teams, Division 2 of 8 next year, and there will be a relegation of the bottom 2 and promotion of the top 2 in Division 2. So it seems like there's a few counties with plenty to play for at the bottom this week.
I think it's been too widely reported for this not to be the case, that's what's happening. I think I always felt it was a nonsense that it was going to be brought in for next season if they changed it anyway, because I think to change the rules by which you played all season makes no sense to me at all, in that we were told at the start of the year there'd be 2 down, so there should be 2 down.
Exactly.
So Lyndon James is going to resume play. We've been delayed by 20 minutes, almost exactly. And he comes in to bowl to Young, and that one seems away from the batter. He plays and misses. It's taken low down by Farina, and the score remains 39 for 1. But the first ball of his spell was magnificent. The first ball of his resumption after the interval, again, lovely length and just a little bit of seam movement.
Terrific first ball back, it really was. Quite bright now. Hopefully we can get the sun penetrating this low cloud cover. We haven't got floodlights on anymore.
James again into the pads of Young. It goes out into the leg side. They'll come through for a single, and it was just off the pad, and that is the first, I want to call it sundry, because Mel Farrell's back here, the first sundry of the innings takes Warwickshire to 40 for 1.
Good old Sally Sundry.
I love their tomatoes.
What?
Sun-dried tomatoes.
God, heavens above.
Oh, it's the first morning. I'm still getting into gear.
I like to think it's an education for all of us.
James round the wicket to Yates, who's driving nicely, but James just gets a fingertip on that and takes the sting out of the shot. And as a result, it's plucked from the deck by Abbas at mid-off, and there's no run.
We haven't had the first honorary mention of the word orange yet this week.
Oh,
we've done Newark to death. Mellie's from orange. Mellie's from a fruit.
It's been quite disciplined of me, I think, not to have mentioned orange yet. That's it for anyone who's listening who doesn't know. That is my hometown, of course.
Town of 3 kangaroos.
Much more.
Driven again by Yates, this next ball. Full from James, but no danger of it getting past the mid-off on this occasion.
I'll be on my way there this time next week. Almost this time next week.
What state's that in? Victoria, New South Wales?
New South Wales.
New South Wales.
Don't call me a Victorian. Goodness gracious me.
Is that next week you get deported?
No, I'm like cricket swallow. I've noticed the tree outside the front of my block of flats.
James, back of a length, left alone outside off stump.
It is the tree that heralds this cricket swallow to leave, because when I arrive in the spring, it's always in pink blossom, and then I see the leaves come out and bright green at the start of the season, or sort of just as the season.
South Australia in the One Day Cup.
Yeah, well, and people here, I know that there wasn't a big crowd here on Saturday. I think a big part of that was how grim the weather forecast was, and if you're going to come a long way from Hampshire with a forecast like that, you might be thinking they were coming all this way for nothing. So there were more Worcestershire fans, but I've been watching some terrific cricket. There's, Glenn Maxwell's playing, Marnus Labuschagne scored a century, Adam Zampa's playing, all really good quality cricket. And there's nobody there watching at Allen Border Field, so great support here.
There's Dylan Pennington to start his second over, bowling to Will Young, who defends. We're into the midday news on BBC Radio Nottingham, so I'll look after this over and then you can pick up the next. You mentioned Glenn Maxwell. I'm advised that his new book out is well worth a read. I don't know if you've had a butcher's at it yet or not.
I have not.
I imagine he's got one or two tales to tell. 40 for 1. Don't imagine he's written it himself, but there's nothing wrong with that. As Pennington bowls, a thickish outside edge goes for 4. Down to third, down to the boards in front of the Hound Road stand. Not so got 3 slips there. It was probably wide of 5th slip, but it went very, very quickly. Will Young going hard at that one and goes on to 25, and the Bears are 44 for 1. We have got a little bit of sunshine now, which is very, very welcome indeed. The ball has been returned. It's been dried by Liam Patterson-White and now sent round the circle and back to Dylan Pennington. Family and friends of the 3 newly capped Nottinghamshire players, Pennington, Haynes and Patterson-White, all here watching as Dylan comes in, bowls a delivery that's wide enough to be left alone by Will Young. It's partnership worth 42 now. They were 2 for 1 in the second over when Alex Davis was dismissed by Brett Hutton. 6 overs from both Hutton and Mo Abbas.
Autism East Midlands released a statement on social media saying the comments are backed up by science and they show the disability in a negative light. Jane Hawson is the charity's CEO. I should imagine
Pennington in again into the pad of Will Young, would have drifted down the leg side. They'll take an easy leg bite. Reminder, our umpires are Michael Goff and Martin Saggers. Match referee James Whittaker, Roger Marshall and Mel Smith are the scorers. There is that radio update.
County Championship in 15 years. They played their final game against Warwickshire at Trent Bridge today, and Dave Braceland is there for us.
Well, we're just back on. A brief shower took the players off. In fact, they're off for about 20 minutes in all. Either side of that, Warwickshire have advanced to 45 for 1. Second over of the morning, Brett Hutton dismissed Alex Davis. LBW looked a very good shout indeed. But since then, Rob Yates and former Notts batter Will Young have taken the Bears to 45 for 1. This latest delivery just drifted down the leg side from Pennington, who this season has taken 24 wickets at 31 apiece. Not played all the matches this year.
Sort of seen that when I was looking through the Notts bowlers. They tend to have shared the wickets around, haven't they?
Very much so, yeah. Last ball of the over. Pennington bowls a little bit cramped for room, but Yates has got this one away with immaculate timing. Square of the wicket on the offside and away for another boundary. And Nottinghamshire think we'll be a little disappointed that the Bears are now sort of coming out of a very tricky period early on against Abbas and Hutton. They only lost that one wicket, but they're starting to blossom and bloom now, 49 for 1.
Yeah, it's been really good cricket, actually. I was just talking to one of my colleagues down in the press box in that rain delay, and I said I thought that the Warwickshire batters had actually done pretty well to just be one down in the face of very, very good bowling, those opening spells from Hutton and Abbas in particular, but also just the ball just doing enough as well.
Well, they'll be fairly pleased. By the way, the official press release is out about the format of the county championship.
Okay.
So the status quo is maintained officially. So
The first ball of the next over, not from James, is just driven not very far onto the leg side. I don't want to tread on your toes, gentlemen, you know, so I'll jump in whenever you
jump
want me
in.
to.
You jump in. So there we are then. 14 matches again next year. I'd like to think they'll leave it alone for a while now, but we'll have to see.
James over the wicket, and forward comes Young. In the end, just plays it defensively up to Hasib Hamid mid-off. No run.
A reminder that, well, maybe not a reminder, perhaps you weren't aware, but on the BBC Sport website, on the cricket page, you can pick your county championship 11 of the year. There are some selections there pre-made. I know for Notts fans, Hasib Hamid is in the list of openers. There's one or two more players there that you might want to look and select, have a go.
Here's James, and that's just played off the hip, but good bounce, but Young got on top of it quite well and just steered it around the corner. Deep square leg running in, and they'll take a single.
That brings the 50 up for the Bears.
Yes, it does bring up the 50, and I do think that they've done very well to get there with the loss of just one wicket, because it's not been easy.
When you were on your way back up after the resumption, we were saying that the key has been when they've played and missed, they've put it behind them. And they've just got on with what they're doing.
James around the wicket to Young, and my goodness, that's Yates, I beg your pardon. It's not missed by much. He pulled his bat up and left it alone, but it didn't bounce perhaps as much as he thought it might have, and it hasn't missed by too much.
It is a used surface, but it was for quite a bit earlier in the season. I wonder whether it's slightly too paced this one. It might not stay that way. But there's always, I think it's likely to be a bit in it throughout the course of day one.
Well, Will Young at the non-strikers end has just been for an extensive garden. As James in, and it's on the bounce to short extra cover from Yates, who made to shy at the non-strikers end where Will Young was backing up. No run in the end.
Yeah, Haynes wishes he'd released that because he feels it might have been a bit tight for Young, but you never know if you don't release the ball. It stayed firmly in his right mitt.
Well, yeah, it's interesting because you'd think Hasib Hamid was kind of in the right spot to back up if necessary, as James angles it in again and driven straight back to the bowler, who gets a hand to it and then puts a nice little right boot on it to Haynes to pick it up and give it a polish. End of the 19th over. The 50 coming up for Warwickshire in that. They are 50 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, look, Wickets are currency for Notts today. They want to pick up the first 3 points towards that magic number of 10. 10 points gained by them, all lost by Surrey. And Surrey at the moment, their path to batting bonus points is being hindered by wicket loss. They're 64 for 4 against Hampshire. 2 wickets each for Abbott and Fuller. So, 250 to pick up the first batting bonus point is a long way off. Pennington comes in to bowl to the right-handed Young, who's driving this nicely to wide mid-off, but Hutton is placed there.
Well, of course, Hampshire have an awful lot to play for in that game, and they were expecting Surrey to come at them hammer and tongs, because they're desperately trying to stay above Durham in that relegation battle as well. Just wherever you look, there's different permutations.
Pennington broad in the shoulder. His shirt hanging out round his hips. Into Young once more. Turns it to short square leg. There'll be a single there. Some interest initially from Clark to sprint in, but then he realised they were going to get through comfortably anyway. 51 for 1. Obviously, look, no drama in Division 2 this week. However, nothing takes away from the excitement of Leicestershire and Glamorgan getting promotion after all this time. To see two new teams in the top flight for next year, you know, I mean, Glamorgan's history in the Championship in the last couple of decades has been really tough. Leicestershire, it's been a little while, but tremendous achievement from those two, and healthy for the game to see that happen. This is onto the pads of Yates, and he flicks it down to long leg for a single. 50 partnership between these two. 52 for 2. They came together when Alex Davis was out to the 10th ball of the day, and they've added 50 runs in, you know, not the smoothest fashion because it's not been that sort of morning, but steady enough.
And the partnership now reaching 50 as well between this pair. I haven't been to Cardiff for a championship game since my first ever championship game, almost.
Pennington left alone outside off stump. Oh, what, back in the 70s?
No, please. No, do you know what? No, it wasn't my first one because I had been here actually for a game. No, I was actually in the truck. I was working for Sky, and it won't be one that would make Dave Bracegirdle very happy because it was when Yorkshire won the championship here. And then, but then when I started working for Cricinfo, first championship game I went to was down in Cardiff.
Young awaits once more. About almost to put shoulder high. It drives it through point. There's a bit of a chase on. Not a long chase, I don't think, for Slater. But he'll allow them 2. 54 for 1. Young to 29.
Yeah, it was Glamorgan hosting Surrey because it was when Kevin Peterson came back to Surrey to sort of try and prove himself a little bit to England after he'd been dropped from the England side. So there was a huge crowd at Sophia Gardens, and yeah, that was the first one I covered for Cricinfo. Had a cracking time.
How long have you been here?
2015. So it's my 10th anniversary.
Pennington in to complete his over, driven straight. He'll field it in his follow through, deflects it anyway through to Hamid.
Well,
End of the over, 54 for 1.
Sorry, Rich. The reason I say that, the first time probably we met, or I can remember doing something that you were involved in, was getting Alex Hales and James Taylor up to the press box at Edgbaston for you to interview.
Yeah.
And you did a funny thing because you were filming it. You got James Taylor to stand on a chair, so he was the same height as Alex Hales.
I think he was still shorter.
Well, I thought if James Taylor was still playing, that must have been 2015 or earlier.
Yeah, it was 2015.
Yeah.
Here is James, angles a ball in full delivery, just punched out to short extra cover by Yates, no run.
I've got a little bit of housekeeping to do. This is principally for anybody who's coming to the game over days 2, 3 and 4 or is in the ground now and listening, and it's an appeal from the Heritage team, Steve Lamotti and the Heritage team. If you've got time in the intervals, or if they're off for rain again, and want to pop to the Wyn Thomas Library, they're asking for a little bit of help.
As James, he's in, bowls to Yates, who watches this carefully as it goes past.
As I'm sure happens all around the country, the county championship, Notts get donated tons and tons and tons of stuff from well-wishers, which they appreciate. But they've got some unidentified club ties. If anybody wants to go in there and they're good at identifying club ties, they've got signed photographs that they're not sure of signatures. Also, some of the people on photographs. I'll come back.
As James runs in and bowls, and that's a nice looking drive, but it only gets as far as the ring because there's a fielder at cover point. This prevents the run.
There's an exhibition on there in the Wyn Thomas Library throughout the game as well. Cricket themed postage stamps from all around the world. Every cricket stamp, they believe, from all around the world between 1962 and 2009. They say you'll be surprised by how many countries are included in this fascinating collection, including some showing Mickey Mouse as a cricketer. So there's an exhibition on in there. And there's also a free-to-enter competition.
James to Yates once more. Let's go.
Featuring cricketers who've played for both Nottinghamshire and Warwickshire. The first all correct answer, which will be drawn at random on the last day of the game, will win a bundle of cricket books. So if any of that appeals to you, get yourself across to the Wyn Thomas Library throughout the game, either lunch or tea, or if there's a rain stoppage or whatever, there'll be somebody in there. They want some help if you're particularly good at spotting signatures or photographs or club ties. There's a competition and there's an exhibition of stamps.
James wide of the crease, angles that in, and that is beautifully driven by Yates. He's been good on the drive as he's become more comfortable as Yates, and that one is creamed for 4.
That's a lovely shot through sort of a wide, well, straight extra cover there. So I love the idea of unidentified club ties. So presumably they've just got either initials on, or they've got the club badge, the crest, or something like that.
You'd imagine there's a ball or stumps or something to identify that it is a cricket tie.
One, yeah.
Here comes James for the last ball of his over. And this time it's a straight drive, and it just ended up, did he get a boot or
I think so, yeah.
a hand on it? Did James? So it stops them getting any run in, but it was a lovely drive, the previous ball. Yates starting to look good. Warwickshire now 58 for 1. Yates is on 27, Young on 29. So I've got to say, I absolutely love that. And this is a real difference between what I was talking to the other guys about this, about in Australia, the Sheffield Shield being very, very much a high performance tournament. And, you know, the idea of producing high class cricketers who can go on and play for Australia or provide that sort of tournament, but the added element here of the club and community feel is, I think, a really wonderful thing.
So Pennington to continue, forced off the back foot. It's a great one-handed stop there. What a parry in the end by James. They'll get through for a single, but he saved 3 there. That was well timed by Young. He's up to 30. 59 for 1. Do you not get that same sense of belonging in grade cricket?
He's probably more likely to in grade cricket. Still, it's a pretty hard nut kind of world. But I mean, you don't have libraries at grade cricket centres, or you don't. I've never seen a bookshop at one. I was up in Durham last week and was putting out. So I went and bought 3 books because they really wanted to get to £2,500 raised for the season.
Pennington round the wicket, outside off stump, defended into the leg side by Yates. Oh, in the bit where you go up to the media centre, they used to sell books there for years, then they stopped, but they're back, aren't they?
Oh yeah, they're back
with a bang.
They are. They're wonderful. They've got a great collection. Every time I go through, I'm like, oh, and it's not just cricket books; it's everything. Yeah. But yeah, they raised more than £2,500 for the season. We needed to get like £60 on the final day. And we got there, so it was really terrific. Mainly
because you bought books for the flight home.
Yeah, I did.
Pennington cut by Yates into the offside, but it bounces up and rather amenably for Clark in the covers.
Yeah, so that it is quite different. You don't have that. It is definitely more of what you would call a club kind of feel, being part of a club. Here when it comes to all of those things, and I mean they're just different. There are pros and cons and advantages and disadvantages in both countries. I just find it fascinating looking at the different ways it works.
Pennington full, that's to be squeezed down towards third man with fairly soft hands. I think it's time for Yates. Third boundary, he's got through third, and he'll overhaul Young. He'll go up to 31 with that boundary, and the score is up to 63 for 1. So we're considering you a dual national these days, aren't we? Really?
I've always been a dual national since I've had 2 passports.
Very handy. Very handy.
It is very handy. I mean, I spend pretty much, it's half the time. I was probably spending more time in England for a while. Now it's pretty much half and half.
Yeah, I think obviously it's a bleak time of year when you go home for the plough in Harborne.
I was there yesterday.
There you go.
That's where I did my prep for today. Sit there.
Oh dear. I remember interviewing Ashley Giles in the garden there once. Pennington, Fuller, steered towards mid-wicket this time by Yates. It's picked up there by Slater, and again there's no run.
Yeah, sad day for them. I've still got, I think, I've got 3 days at home before I go. I'll get back in time for quiz night on Sunday. See some friends for quiz night.
Might be jet lagged.
No, the plough.
Oh,
this
the
Sunday.
plough. Oh, no.
Yeah.
You still might be jet lagged. The train from Nottingham.
Well, there is that.
Just over 10 minutes to go to lunch. 63 for 1 Warwickshire. Final ball of this over from Pennington. Straight, defended with a straight bat by Yates. He's 31, Young's 30. Warwickshire 61 they've added for this second wicket. They're 63 for 1.
There's one other thing I've been asked to mention. In the Derek Randall suite, that's where the members are, there is a... how can I put this? A revamped or a redone or a refurbished, that's the word, the refurbished 1935 Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club official scorebook. Now what they've done is they've redone it. They've taken it to the repair shop effectively and had it redone. They've just improved the look to make it last a little longer as Lyndon James is in and bowls, and this is pushed into the offside. I don't know why they've started with the 1935 one, but they've got all the other scorebooks before and after there, and they're looking for sponsors to refurbish those exactly the same. You can see how nice the 1935 one looks, and if that's something you want to get involved in as well as a Nottinghamshire supporter, to refurbish an official scorebook from the past that's fallen into a state of disrepair.
That's an astonishingly intricate skill to do that.
I would imagine, yeah. Lyndon James bowling to Will Young, digs this one out, fullish delivery just outside off, and there's no addition to the total. We lost 20 minutes of the morning session, as far as Richard just said, as far as we're aware. They're going to lunch still at 12:30, so a slightly shortened morning session, which started with Warwickshire put in 63 for 1. Getting the thumbs up from Kevin Ells. I think we've just been rejoined by listeners to 5 Sports Extra here as Will Young chops this one away down to third, fielded by Brett Hutton, who's got the only wicket of the morning, that of Alex Davis. 10th ball of the day. He was out for naught LBW.
Oh, he's just confirming. Kevin was confirming that lunch remains
Okay.
at 12:30.
A good man's across all sorts of things. He's across all.
Oh, he knows everything.
Well, not
knows
only knows everything here, but all 9 matches. And I told him last week how much I enjoyed the coverage a fortnight ago. This wide of the off stump from Lyndon James. Nottinghamshire were fortunate to get a game in at New Road, which finished just after lunch, and did the interviews and packed up and whatever, and drove back from New Road. And I did actually tell him last week how much I enjoyed it, because that game had finished, but there was cricket going on. There's another 5, 6, 7 grounds, and to go and get the action from here, there, and everywhere, including the moment when they went off for rain at Leicester, and then they hung around, and Kevin got Alfonso Thomas off to on air to talk about the celebrations and the moment. It was all very, very good broadcasting. This is played up to mid-on, fielded by Hasib Amit.
Well, if people want to picture Kevin accurately in the next room, basically he's got a bank of 9 screens showing every one of the games, and he's sitting there. He looks like a security guard, and he's got a cup of tea and a bourbon biscuit that he's dunking.
He's like a ringmaster, but he'd also make a great supervillain in his lair, seeing the entire world.
Next ball sent by Lyndon James outside the off stump. Rob Yates tries to drive it away through the offside. End of the 23rd. Just 1 or 2 more people before lunch have sent messages. Simon Trafford, he listened to me saying you can go on the BBC Sport website cricket page, pick your county championship team of the year. There are a number of players you can pick. Simon's not happy because Lyndon James isn't there. It's not an option amongst the all-rounders, he says. Rod George is taking great delight in the fact that Surrey were 4 down early on. Ollie Sargent, it's been chucking it down in Boston for a few hours, Dave. Hope it doesn't come.
Yeah, they're 5 down, by the way, sorry.
Right.
Washington Sundar with a wicket.
First ball of The over from Pennington has just turned around the corner, and there's a little misfield out there from Mohamed Abbas, and that's gone for 4.
That was a stiff moment from Mohamed Abbas. I think he felt every one of the years that he is on that occasion, because that wasn't going very quickly. But then, nor was he ultimately.
Yeah, I was right and I was wrong earlier when I said about 87 and everybody saying it was 81. Chris Simpson says in 1981, Dave Malcolm bowled the no ball to Paul Todd to win us the league in 81. They played Glamorgan again in 87 when Paul Todd was playing for the opposition.
In comes Pennington, that ball left alone outside the off stump. So that's Dave as in you, not the famous Dave Malcolm. Who
No, Dave Malcolm Nash. Yes. Crikey.
Not Dave Nash.
No, you know what I mean about Kevin Howes. You can imagine him as like a Bond
plotting
supervillain in his cave with the bank of monitors.
Has he got a cat on his lap?
You could see him with a cat on his lap.
Yeah. Unnecessarily hairy cat.
Yeah. Stroking it as he chuckles in Welsh. Here is Pennington. Next ball. Oh, it's almost gone onto the stumps, and Will Young's had to kick it away. Well, there's hands on heads out there because that was close. It looked innocuous at first as he chopped his bat down on it, then realised it was about to roll back onto the stumps, and he got the boots out and gave it a right kicking.
Great power of concentration from him there to judge that, because that was going to hit his stumps.
Definitely.
And he's got a very decent right boot on it. I mean, fly him to Seville, he could take on Real Betis from Forest tonight.
That was actually one of the best bits of footballing cricket that we've seen for a while. Yeah.
Well,
Patterson White's warming up.
A little bit of excitement before lunch as Pennington runs in once more and bowls, and this time it's well outside the off stump and easily left alone by Young.
And is this for orthodox James Bond, or with our history, is it going to be James Bondi?
I forgot that. James Bondi, that well-known Australian secret agent.
Yeah. He's into rosé wine and musical theatre, James Bondi. That's all because that's an in-joke, but it was on a commentary we did last season. Oh dear.
Oh dear, oh dear. Here is Pennington. Next ball has squared him up properly as it whistles past. So Young really being put through his paces here, and he goes and taps his bat while Yates just comes down and gives him a little word of encouragement. So experienced, Will Young. Plenty of international cricket behind him, but he is being worked over a little bit here.
The evergreen, Will Young.
Sorry, you can leave right now. We've done it now.
Final ball of Pennington's over. It's a good one, but he just squeezes it up to Brett Hutton fielding at mid-off. He fields it on the run. They get the single. And it's been a little bit of a hairy over, it must be said, at the end of which Warwickshire are 69 for 1 with Yates on 31 and Young lucky to survive in that over on 36.
Just seen on the live stream the replay of the double kick from Will Young. We are going to get one over of spin before lunch. LPW, newly capped LPW, only bowled one over last week, but was seen by many as an over of huge significance because he ended that frustrating partnership, got Tom Curran, really played on his ego, got Tom Curran dancing down the track and had him comprehensively stumped by Carl Verena. Bracegirdle screaming to leave him on for more. Asipa Mead knew better, took him off, and the end was...
It was good captaincy to bring him on when he did.
Yeah.
So, yeah, final over before lunch this should be then. Patterson White, left arm round the wicket to Young. Got a full delivery that he just dabs back to the bowler who picks it up right-handed. His whites look very white. In fact, a lot of them do at the moment. We've had another dark cloud come overhead, but hopefully we are done for rain today. That 20-minute break we had earlier. There's down the leg side, an appeal for LBW, but I don't think that was going to hit the stumps. I think that was going down the leg.
Yeah, we're at an angle here, but just the angle of the ball
Yeah.
was enough to make it look like it was heading down the leg side.
He didn't seem overly concerned when the appeal was not allowed by the umpire. He's going to sweep again, Young, but he can't get it beyond James, who's at 45 degrees. A sort of short, fine leg, or a very much backward square leg. You can do the maths.
Where's the invisible line where one becomes the other?
He's stepping over it, he's straddling. This is short of a length and it's guided in front of point. Hutton has a little jog after it, but he's going to leave it to the outfield and Joe Clark. Single to Young. 2 balls left before lunch. He's hoping that's his business done. He's 37. Warwickshire 70 for 1. If they get through these next 2 deliveries intact, I think they'll be delighted with the morning that they've had. Notts will feel they probably should have got a bit more out of the conditions in the first hour, which isn't to say that Hutton and Abbas didn't bowl well, because they did. Comes over the wicket to the left-handed Yates now, who defends on the back foot into the offside. Hamid, with the solitary floppy white hat of the morning, does the fielding.
I don't think I've seen it fall off yet.
Yeah, he uses
Most
a staple
unusual.
gun.
Must do.
Final ball of the over, and Yates is driving, but again, that's going to be picked up behind square, this time by Pennington. And that brings us to the end of a very competitive session of cricket. We had a 20-minute delay, so we've seen 25 overs in all. Warwickshire lost Alex Davis for a duck to the 10th ball of the morning, trapped LBW by Brett Hutton. But since then, Rob Yates and Will Young, they've played and missed a few times, but they've grown in confidence. Yates 31, Young 37. They've added 68 for the second wicket. Warwickshire go in at 70 for 1.
Thank you very much, Richard. Thank you, Mel, for your company and your commentary over the last couple of hours. Thanks to you out there for being with us. The morning session has flown by. Obviously, that 20-minute interruption notwithstanding. So at lunch, Warwickshire put in, have 2 players who've really just started to blossom in the latter part of that morning session. Will Young, of course, no stranger to this ground, former Nottinghamshire player, has been here last year and a little bit of the season before. Rob Yates has scored good runs against Notts in the past, and they came together after the early loss of Alex Davis. 40-minute lunch, that play here at Trent Bridge will resume 10 past 1. I'll do a little summing up for listeners to BBC Sports Extra, BBC Sport website in a moment, but for listeners to 5 Sports Extra, it's now time to hand you back to Kevin Howells. And say, for those of you following on the BBC Sport website or on the live stream, the floodlights are off. The light is good. Hopefully we'll be good to resume in 40 minutes time at 10 past 1. Hope you'll join us then. Restart at 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock. So we're just waiting the arrival of the two umpires who, right on cue, appear down below me, Martin Saggers and Michael Goff. And they'll be followed by the Nottinghamshire fielders. A game that's not really progressed much since lunch, with those showers preventing a delay to the afternoon session. In all, we've now lost around about an hour of cricket. Floodlights are on, but hopefully the forecast, at least for a little while, will be okay. We weren't expecting any rain at all today, but sadly, as I say, we have lost a little bit of rain. Welcome back to Trent Bridge. I'm Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham. Kevin Howells, Richard Wilford, Melinda Farrell, all part of the commentary team as well. Notts getting an early wicket here at Trent Bridge at the start of what they hope will be a hugely momentous week. They are on the brink of their first county championship title in 15 years, their third this century, their seventh in all. But first they've got this little matter of a fixture against Warwickshire, dangerous side with a very good record here, a side that are fourth. They'll desperately be looking for some good prize money if they can emerge victorious this week and sneak ahead of Somerset. That's all in the future. Warwickshire 70 for 1. Rob Yates played nicely for his 31. Will Young, I'm sure he'll be keen to do well against Notts on 37. 12 boundaries between them. Just while we're waiting for the starter play, I can tell you that Surrey are 8 down at Hampshire. Surrey 115 for 8. Fisher and Chahar are in. Wickets have been shared around. Kyle Abbott and James Fuller have 3 apiece. Wickets for Liam Dawson and Sundar Washington in that one as well. So Surrey 115 for 8 in the other match, with huge significance towards the top end of the table. Worcestershire at the bottom, already relegated. They've been bowled out for 123 at New Road by Sussex. Looks as if Dylan Pennington's going to get us underway here. In that all-out score of 123, there were 6 wickets for Ollie Robinson, and the other 4 were taken by Jaydev Unadkat. So Sussex doing the job on New Road.
The evil genius is here.
There's Dylan Pennington in to bowl, and the first ball of the restart is through to the wicket keeper.
That's Kevin Howells, of course, who we were saying. Just
popped into inform us that we're back on 5 Sports Extra. Not had any cricket since 1 o'clock, so exactly an hour. Of course, 40 minutes of that was taken up by the luncheon interval. We lost 20 minutes during the morning. There is Pennington, only into his 6th over now. Bowls to Will Young, drops this on the leg side, and it's fielded by Asib Hamid. Floodlights are on. The sky at no stage today would you ever really say has been bright and welcoming. It's grey and gloomy.
Overall levels are currently at 52%.
In the 26th over, Notts almost getting close to the position where things went dreadfully against them. They've still got a really good chance of winning the county championship. Just been asked to do a radio update, so we'll do that first.
Dave Bracegirdle is there for us.
Well, we're just starting again. We've had 3 balls bowled after quite a lengthy rain delay that went off for lunch at 1 o'clock, and then the drizzle set in. So in all, we've lost an hour's cricket after 20 minutes were lost earlier. Warwickshire 70 for 1, an early wicket for Brett Hutton, a match that could see Nottinghamshire end the week as county champions. The visitors batting 70 for 1.
Thank you, Dave. And you can hear ball-by-ball commentary through the BBC Sport website and app. Looking at your weather now,
Surrey 8 down at Southampton. Here is Dylan Pennington. From this, the Radcliffe Road end. Blonde-haired fast bowler, awarded his county cap this morning by Nottinghamshire. Bowls the ball outside the off stump, and Will Young lets it go through to Kyle Verena. Alongside me, Melinda Farrell. Hello.
Hello, and the concept. Oh my goodness, we've had some ABBA, we've got some Dancing Queen blaring in our ears. And we've got Kevin Howells doing the piano part next door. Dave Bracegirdle's about to start sashaying around.
There's Pennington again, bowls to Will Young, and this is dropped on the leg side. It'll be fielded by Joe Clark.
Are you having the time of your life?
I will be, as and when we can get rid of the noise from the studios, and thankfully it's gone, hopefully. Single taken by Young, moves on to 38-71 for one.
Yeah, the concept of the county, the concept of the county cap, I've only, is a recent introduction to me. Oh, hello, Kevin Howells.
What's up with the Dancing Queen?
I know.
I only came.
It's back.
Oh, sorry, there's an important title match, yes. Dave, sorry, I'm sorry.
Pennington to bowl round the wicket and pushed back to him by the left-handed Rob Yates. Dear listener, if you're wondering what's going off, we obviously in the Radio Nottingham studios went from the news into the first record after the news, ABBA's Dancing Queen, which was blaring out in our ears, but hopefully it's gone. Just one from that over, bowled by Dylan Pennington, who's got the unflattering figures at the moment of 6 overs, none for 28. I'm sure he'll be looking to tidy those up in the fullness of time. Mo Abbas back in the Nottinghamshire side, replacing the ECB rested Josh Tong, is going to bowl the second over after lunch. Richard Wilford's back with us as well.
Listen, you're not allowed to use the phrase ECB rested in that way.
I won't use that phrase.
No, when you're playing against Warwickshire, otherwise we'll start talking about Jacob Bethel, who for much of the season was ECB retired.
Crazy, wasn't it? He didn't play much.
No, it was a bit much, wasn't it? Okay, Mohamed Abbas is going to bowl for the first time since his opening spell. 7 overs, none for 16. We'll see whether Will Young persists with his moving down the wicket towards him, which he did. He does, in fact, take a good step down the wicket and then jabs at a ball behind square, and there's no run.
Has he played any county championship matches, Jacob, this year?
He I think it was one in the middle of the year, and then a couple of T20s, but that's been it. He has been barely seen during the course of the summer. He now has reached the conclusion himself that he needed to play more cricket, but I think it's really poor that the ECB didn't realise that a young player, when he's developing, needs cricket, particularly if they're going to play him in the Ashes. But there we go. Mohamed Abbas in to bowl to Young, who leaves that alone outside off stump.
Still creeping down the pitch though, does Young. Just a little creep, and we did see Kyle Verena keeping up to the stumps before lunch.
Yeah, it might not be long before he makes his mind up to do it again.
Yeah, although you'd imagine, well, how old's the ball now? 20s in the 27th over.
Yeah.
Sometimes it starts doing more as the lacquer wears off.
Yeah, certainly it won't be soft yet, you wouldn't have thought. This one, good length from Mohamed Abbas, just back of a length, and it flies through. A little bit more bounce, a bit more pace about that one than you might have expected. The floodlights still on, but now rather more redundant, because the cloud, not only is it getting thinner, it is getting higher, which is an encouraging sign for the rest of the day. We've lost 10 overs. I think we might lose some more before we get to the end, though, just because of light, because that's going to be a factor, you fancy?
Yeah, there were 61 overs remaining in the day when we started. There go the sirens again.
Again, approaching down the wicket, Young, and he leaves, and that has swung really late, and Verena, in the end, all he can really do is parry it down in front of him, and he gets a fist bump from Paddison White, because that was a difficult piece of wicket keeping. Now he's holding his left hand up, almost as if he's celebrating the fact it's still intact.
And so it's always beneficial to have two functioning hands that are intact when one plays cricket.
Well, particularly if you're keeping wicket, it would be advantageous. Many of wicket-keepers' hands look fairly battered and bruised by the end of the season. As Mohammed Abbas approaches once more, and Young stabs him out in front of point. Quickly around is James from extra cover, and there's no run. I remember a few years ago on a podcast having Tim Ambrose in, the former Warwickshire wicket-keeper, and asking him about his hands, and he showed me his hands, and they were immaculate. They were like the old commercials for hands that do dishes. they were soft and unblemished.
They were not dishpan hands.
They were, well, it's just extraordinary. He was very proud of those hands. .71 for one Warwickshire, one ball left in Massey's first over of the session, and Young plays out a maiden with a defensive that goes out into the offside, and there is no run.
Steve Crawley's certainly had more time on his hands than he knows what to do with, because he says, Dave, my efforts to come up with a Bond villainous name for Mr. Kevin Howells in his lair after Mel's description earlier have stalled at the rather disappointing Dr. No Ball. Thank you, Steve.
I like that. Dr. Noble, he's next door. Is he listening in? Because I tell you what, Dr. Noble might just stick.
Thank you, Steve.
Okay, next over begins with Pennington angling the ball in to Rob Yates. No run. Now you've got, and we need to look up what the other Bond villains were called.
So I think the Noble, you could use it into the people who his acolytes. So he could be Howells at and the Nobleman. That would work. Right. Oh, he's got a team of henchmen.
I'm sure I saw them play at Rock City back in the day.
Almost certainly.
In runs Pennington around the wicket, angled in and across. Yates, who just uses that angle, plays it out towards deep mid-wicket. They'll get a single. How about Ernst Stavro Bolfeld? Yes.
I'm going to feel you may be using existing Bond IP here to some extent.
Yeah, that's it. I'm just seeing who you could have.
I mean, he can't be a reboot of Scaramanga unless he's got a third nipple, isn't it? Scaramanga had 3, I believe.
Oh yeah.
Him and Chandler in Friends, the two most well-known fictitious characters to have a third.
Is that right?
A nubbin.
In runs Pennington over the wicket. It's time to Young, a right-hander who leaves this one alone. Good bounce, good carry.
For those of you listening on 5 Sports Extra, and this isn't necessarily the game of your choice, just a reminder, on the other streams, Sports Extra 2, there's Hampshire versus Surrey, and on Sports Extra 3, from Headingley, Yorkshire versus Durham. If they're more to you, you're choosing. Of course, all the games are available on the BBC Sport website and app.
Pennington bowls, that's a fuller delivery, and Young chops his bat down on that, ends up genuinely playing and missing at that one. Goes for a little walk and fixes his gloves and his helmet because he knows he was well beaten outside the off stump. So if we can't have Bolfeld, could we have Boldfinger?
See, I feel I should be standing up for the Follically Challenge members, as one myself.
I think there's something in this. As Pennington is in, and that one's just straight delivery outside the off stump, about 4th, 5th stump line that's left alone by Young. But yeah, I mean, nothing is quite as good as Dr. No Ball, and that is now Kevin Howe. Love it. End of the over, not yet. One more to go.
Yeah. So,
I think he has heard me.
Yeah, I think he thinks that's the right one.
Yeah,
so
giving me one finger up means that one.
He was giving you out. He was giving you out. He was giving you out.
He actually did give me the kind of stare that a Bond villain would do. one where lasers come out of his eyes and pierce your soul.
Wow.
Here is Pennington. This is the last ball of his over. Sawdust is on the ground, and it's punched straight up to mid-off by Will Young to finish off the over. Just the one single coming from it, actually, and it's 72 for 1. This partnership now moving on to 70 runs. It's been a good one. Yates on 32, Young on 38, and Yates and Young sounds like it should be a pub somewhere.
Very much so, yeah. It was noticeable, wasn't it, all the sawdust flying here, there and everywhere as Pennington ran in. Just quickly elsewhere then, Chelmsford, Essex, Somerset 152 for 2, Surrey 124 for 8 at the Utility Bowl. Worcestershire bowled out at home for just 123 by Sussex, who've already made 21 without loss. Durham 135 for 3 at Headingley against Yorkshire. Here's Mo Abbas, there's Richard.
Yeah, it's slight chase the slip cord, and as coming forward in defence is Yates into the covers. Then a sort of miscarry, if you like, from James, who picked it up and was going to go to throw it, and it went out of his hand like a bar of soap and landed about 10 feet in front of him. But yes, 2 orthodox slips and then another sort of a 4th slip. He's not really wide enough to be a gully. So a slight adjustment there. I know that Dave isn't giving the Surrey score first. I would think that was the one that he'd be semi-obsessed by at the moment, but he isn't quite.
It's interesting.
Abbas again pushing forward is Yates out into the offside, and James this time holds on to the ball before throwing it to Verena.
So Dan Lawrence made 36, Rory Burns made 29, and the next highest score after that was 16. That says a lot.
Yeah.
And
if Surrey don't get a batting point, then Notts will only be 5 points from the title.
Oh, very interesting. Everyone thought that Surrey would just go hell for leather against Hampshire.
It's a slightly unusual team they've picked for the game, to be fair. Rather more inexperienced than you might have anticipated. As a swing, and he's going to be caught at slip, and Notts eke even closer. That's well held by Paddison White. Low down, gets 2 hands on it, and Yates is gone for 32. Warwickshire 72 for 2, and reward for Mohamed Abbas. It was actually sort of McCann who took the catch. It was Freddie McCann who took the catch at slip. But that's a very, very good claim. And a deserved wicket for Mohamed Abbas, who didn't get much joy in his spell this morning as well as he bowled. But McCann giving the support that you want to do to your main seam bowler with a very good grab there.
Well, I did note that Dave Bracegirdle was talking about, I think he said 4 catches that he took in their last match. Very, very well taken on that occasion. And a fine partnership comes to an end. They weathered all sorts of storms, did Yates and Young as a partnership, but on that occasion, finally the edge came. There have been plenty of plays and misses, but Mohamed Abbas has bowled beautifully in the morning, and he's come back in the afternoon and taken a wicket.
Good sharp catch, wasn't it, from Freddie McCann, low down to his right hand side. Really good grab that, and Nottinghamshire very pleased to break that partnership, but they won't necessarily be too pleased to see Sam Hain making his way out to the middle. It's a terrific record on this ground in all formats, as we were discussing earlier. 153 not out in the corresponding match last year. Averages 111 in short format cricket on this ground. Always gone well against Nottinghamshire. You know what I'm doing here, giving him the big build-up. Yeah,
I mean, you know, the flip side is saying a very quiet season by his own standards. He's had a spell away from the game for paternity leave as well.
New dad, I was just about to say, a new dad.
A new dad. I met Byron last week, so I called him. I was this Sam Junior, and Sam's other half immediately said Byron. So yeah, cute little child.
Well, you have to say that. You can't say he's an ugly little tacker, can you?
No, but he is, he is a cute little boy, and Sam is starting to get used to being a parent. It's fair to say he was a little daunted by the prospect. But
I'm not surprised. It's not like a plant.
No, I
Just
no,
after water.
I'm a father myself. I'm aware.
That's his first, is it? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So Mohammed Abbas, after some success, comes in to bowl to Hayne, who again, like Young, is advancing down the wicket and leaves the ball outside off stump. So it's getting brighter and brighter. Well, the umpires may choose to switch the lights off soon. So a stand of 70 for the second wicket.
Actually see some shadows becoming more distinct out there because the sun is breaking through. It's so changeable here. It was like that here on Saturday where it was miserable and then right at the end of the day it was sunshine.
It's really rather pleasant now as Hayne, well, he's played inside the line of that. He got himself a little bit square on, and that was close to the off stump. It was close to the edge of the bat, and it carries through to Verena.
Didn't play last week, of course. Mo Abbas, the match before, where he picked up that back twinge, back spasm on day 2. Didn't play any further part in the match. Was his 200th first-class match. 802 wickets he has now. Incredible stuff. He's been remarkably consistent. Of course, he's played all around the world, but here in England, 2 years with Leicestershire, 5 with Hampshire, and now a first with Notts.
He approaches again. Hayne is able to jab down at this, plays it out into the offside end of the over. I mean, the virtue that he has is that every spell he just keeps on asking questions of the batter. And you certainly need to know where your off stump is. If you leave, you're taking a risk. It's just very, very consistent. And then he gets his first reward. That's a well-held catch by McCann to get rid of Yates for 32. 72 for 2.
Yeah, he's a bowler that I just always felt never got enough of an opportunity with Pakistan. Played 27 tests, 100 wickets. I think he could have played more for Pakistan. Just that with the quick swinging it about. He's that workhorse, skillful. First ball of Pennington's over is whipped away through square leg. But there is a fielder in the deep. It's Clark out there. Just keeps it to a single. Brings Hayne back on to strike, yet to get off the mark. Sorry, did I come in with an over? Is this your over?
No, absolutely fine, Mel. Absolutely fine.
Just jump in.
Wednesday starts this week. Do you like that? Wednesday start? Finishing on a Saturday?
No. As Pennington is in, it's a full ball. And it's just pushed up to wide mid-off, and they come through for the single that gets Hayne off the mark. I think I'd like it to finish on a Sunday. But then I don't really have any reason for saying that, because I get it all wrong, because I always think that there are going to be more people on a weekend. But often that's not the case at the championship.
There's a lot of other things on a Saturday,
Yeah,
aren't there?
I'd have gone Tuesday start to get it over and done with before another weekend of football.
Yeah.
So we're all being selfish, basically. Pennington, past the umpire, bowls, and that is very, very well played by Young. Up on his toes, just punched down on the drive, and the timing is so good. He gets 4 runs for it.
Lovely sharp little glimpse of the Nottinghamshire county flag there on the Fox Road stand. The Morley family's flag. Generally, we'll see that positioned there.
Is that what it is?
My good lady was actually throwing me out the door on Monday morning, which the last 2 weeks it's been Monday starts. And what are you still doing? You're late.
Pennington starts his run up in through the sawdust. That one's left alone outside the off stump. Stayed a little bit lower as it went past Young's bat.
So that'll be why you had your windows clean this week.
I tell you what,
Exactly.
someone needs to iron the flag. You can still see the crease marks.
Oh, that's a good flag. That's
It
a good
is
flag,
a
and it's
good
nice to
flag.
see it. Do you know that is in the middle, Mel?
I do believe it's Robin Loxley.
That's Robin of Loxley.
Of Loxley,
Yeah.
that's the one. I forgot his middle name. Of Pennington. He has such a long run up. It's a very long run up. He's in now, left alone by Young. Yeah, that's it. Robin of Loxley. I actually watched one of them, the most recent remake.
Right.
with, what's his name, Tarek, the one from the
Edgerton,
Kingsman.
is it?
Yeah, the one who was in the Kingsman. I mean, it's very... It's a loose interpretation, shall we call it that? Very loose. I don't think Nottingham looked anything like what was represented in the film. It's Pennington bowls, he pulls his length back, and it's just defended out into the offside. No run, and that's the end of his over. 6 runs coming from it. He's none for 35 after 8 overs, so a little bit expensive. 78 for 2, Hayne on 1 and Young on 43.
Did you have a favourite merry man?
No, I don't. Never had a favourite merry man. I mean, I've seen a lot of versions of it. I didn't mind the Russell Crowe one, although I thought the accent was a little bit odd. He didn't sound like you, that's for sure. But yeah, didn't. But I'll tell you what. I'm not a fan of Kevin Costner, but I love Alan Rickman as the Sheriff of Nottingham.
Mohamed Abbas to start a new over, forced off the back foot by Hayne into the offside, and there's no run. So I only really watched the Disney version.
Yeah.
Oh,
with
with
the
the
fox.
fox.
He's a fox, yeah.
That's right.
No, Robin Hood and his merry men. I mean, Friar Tuck and Little John and Will Scarlet.
Will Scarlet, yeah.
Was it Alan a Dale?
Oh, that's you're getting too deep for me.
Okay.
Yeah, that's because he's a man of Nottinghamshire, or a Nottinghamshire man, whichever. As Mohamed Abbas in again to Hayne, leaves outside off stump.
So, sorry, when the merry men came into town, would they have drunk at ye old Jerusalem then?
In theory.
I like the thought of that. I like the thought of taking a seat in there and thinking my tush could be where Little John's tush had been.
I think this largely depends on whether you feel they're historical or fictional.
Yes.
Oh, you mean it's not true?
I'm not going to say either way, not while we're in Nottingham. As Hayne is fishing at this outside off stump, he was walking through that defensive shot. He berates himself as it goes through, but Mohamed Abbas in the game here in this spell after the long lunch interval.
He's never not been in the game. With pretty much every ball he's bowled, he's threatening something.
Crikey did some laps of the oval last week. He was there all the week, and continuously when Notts were in the field, he was just walking round the boundary edge, stopping to talk to all of the bowlers all the time. He so wanted to play last week.
He was itching to be out there. He is now. Hayne approaches. This takes him high up on the pad. There's a strangled appeal because it was very high up and the ball, I think, would have gone well over the stumps. But he's getting a little bit of in-cut there. A little bit of movement off the seam. It's a good spell from Abbas. It's always an eye-opener when a player of the age that Mohamed Abbas is in the second half of his 30s gets signed by another county, but the wisdom of it has been demonstrated.
Well, the stories about Derbyshire trying to lure him. Is it south of here, Is it south or east or west or?
Let's call it a cross.
West. Okay.
16 miles along the A52.
Lure him down the road.
Hayne is in behind this one. Stayed on the back foot this time. Defends it to Clark at point.
Well, it was a long overdue debut for Nottinghamshire for Mo Abbas because he was signed for the full season for 2020, and of course COVID then took over and it became a reduced format, didn't it? The Bob Willis Trophy. He wasn't allowed back into the country in 2020. Apparently he always promised McNeil he would come and play for Notts one day, and so when Hampshire let him go, negotiations followed, and he's here now 5 years after signing for Notts. He's eventually got a chance, and it may prove to be a very wise decision.
I think it already has.
Yes, I think he's looking that way. He's into bowl to Hayne again, who tries to jab it up towards mid-on, who fields. End of the over. 10 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 16. Very Mohamed Abbas figures. Warwickshire 78 for 2.
Of course, he's taken over effectively that slot vacated when Fergus O'Neill went back to Australia. O'Neill, 21 wickets from 4 matches at 17 apiece. I mean, he was the scoop of the early part of the season, and since replacing him, Mo Abbas, 26 wickets going into this, now 27. So between them, 48 wickets.
By the way, do you want the scoop? 9 down, sorry.
Oh.
The 1 wicket away from Notts being just 5 points from the title. And then 1 wicket away here from reducing that as well.
Wow. Pennington starts a new over, and the first ball's just defended up to sort of a straight extra cover. There's no run to be had.
Dave seems to be taking a very strict policy of paying absolutely no attention to what's going on at Southampton. He's not letting himself be sucked into it. And yet it could hardly be going better because of the loss of potential points. I mean, I'll tell you what, if they get maximum batting points from there, they'll deserve them.
Exactly. I mean, I've been a great one over the years for putting foot in mouth, or the reverse of the commentator's curse or whatever.
Here's Pennington, nicely driven by Young, but again only as far as extra cover.
But I genuinely can't see a way, and if it comes back to bite me, it comes back to bite me. I genuinely can't see a way that Notts would not end the week as county champions. Like I say, by all means, throw everything you like at me for suggesting that this early on, but they've got to be able to get the amount of points that they require, surely.
I mean, it would have been a bolder statement at 10:30 than it now looks at 2:30.
Yeah. Well, no, I was saying it this morning.
Pennington in, that one left alone by Young, well outside the off stump.
My phone is suddenly going absolutely ballistic.
I can't believe you've said that, Dave.
Exactly.
Don't do it to us, Dave.
It's the great man, Luke Jack Fletcher, latterly of this parish, now bowling coach of the Blaze. Sending his best to Nottinghamshire and sending abuse to me. Thank you, Luke. Hope you're enjoying the coverage, and don't sit at home there watching it. Come and join the team.
So orders the Duke of Newark, or whatever he is. Pennington bowls, and it's just a carbon copy where Young punches it out into the covers. James fielding there.
Earlier we had him as Lord Bracegirdle of Newark.
That's better. Lord Bracegirdle on by the order of Lord Bracegirdle.
I want to upgrade him. I think Baron Bracegirdle might be even better.
Oh, alliterations always.
Yeah,
good.
we like that.
Baron Bracegirdle.
Does sound a bit like the baddie from Danger Mouse then, but we'll live with that.
So we've got Dr. Noble next door as our Bond villain, and then Pennington's in. Oh, has a swish at that one. Did he get anything on it? Verena's put it down. It's dribbled away, and McCann has gone after it. They'll get a single.
It's a bye.
But it's a bye, so he didn't get anything on it.
I was wondering whether he got a toe end on it, because the ball died very quickly as it passed him, and I think that was where the interest was in the slip cordon. But it turned out it wasn't a chance.
The messages continue to pour in about me predicting that Notts are all but there, and one or two other messages as well.
Baron Bracegirdle has his say as Pennington is in, and that's defended straight out towards mid-off by Hayne. No run, so just the bye coming through that. Another sundry to add to the total, and at 79 for 2 now. Young still on 43, Hayne on 1, and this is good tight stuff from the Notts bowlers after lunch.
Nice to see the replay there at the end of the over of that one. Thanks to Kirsty and Aaron for looking after that side of things, as they have done all season. And as always, thanks to the fabulous camera crew out and about in all weathers, bringing you the pictures, those of you that like to watch the match unfold. A lot of other people listen on the radio and across the various networks. There's a Bass bowls to Will Young, drops it on the leg side. There's a single taken, 80 for 2. You'll see there's another camera at the far end. You see the static camera at the pavilion end there, right behind the arm, for reasons best known to themselves. They call that one Wilson, a bit like Tom Hanks in Castaway and his volleyball. But that's Wilson, the static camera. There he is. There's on the pictures.
That must take a bit of rigging.
Here's Abbas in once more and chopped to backward point. There's no run. I foolishly said that one day earlier in the season, and Aaron got me to go and I know what that'll be. Would Richard like to come and help us? I'm sure that's what that message will be. I foolishly did that.
Well, the point you say foolishly. By saying it, I'm saying it in their favour. I'm saying it must be a difficult job for somebody.
Richard will have muscles like Popeye if he wants to come and wind that up with us. Well, he's already got muscles like Popeye, producer Kirsty.
Hidden behind 15 layers of something else.
Noah Bass from the Wilson, the camera end, bowls. Haynes has deflected this down to long leg where Dylan Pennington will field. 81 for 2. You just tuned in on the car or wherever on 5 Sports Extra. Notts versus Warwickshire, Division 1. We've had a bit of rain here today. We've lost in all about an hour of cricket, 20 minutes in the morning session, and then lunch was extended by another 40 odd minutes. Lost 10 overs. Warwickshire 81 for 2. I've been put in. Wickets for Brett Hutton and Mohammed Abbas. Notts at the sharp end of the Division 1 table, and it'll drop onto the leg side by Will Young. He'll get a comfortable single. So many times over the years, been here for the last round of matches and not been too much to play for, and you think, well, it's a sad old way for the season to end before we go into the 6 or 7 months without our diet of county championship cricket. But this a day I think many people here didn't think they'd see for a while.
Well, I remember seeing you up in Durham when they lost that match, and you were a bit despondent at that point in time, Dave.
I was despondent because they were top of the table going to Durham and thought, could this be the season? And then,
And you think, well, I think you were looking at all those Kookaburra rounds, eh?
With good reason. This one wide of the off stump goes through to Verena, 82 for 2. I don't know about your two's experience of the Kookaburra matches. I know you did Taunton with me, Mel, but Notts had the four matches which were 550 plays, 450, etc. I saw 3 wicket keepers bowling. Johnny Bairstow took the pads off here. Ishan Kishan had a bowl at Taunton, and Ben Brown, crikey, he got it to go down at Southampton. The Southampton skipper, he took the pads off and had quite a lengthy bowl, and it went miles.
I have sleepless nights thinking about the Kookaburra games. I did 2 of them, including one at Chelmsford in which Ethan Bamber got 100.
No fun at all. Warwickshire 82 for 2. Mo Abbas, he could bowl with anything. He could bowl with a snooker ball. And Sam Hain defends, end of the over, 82 for 2. Kevin Howells is in the building. Richard Wilford, myself, Dave Bracegirdle, and Melinda Farrell.
But, also, that match at Chelmsford, there's a double sin. One is having the Kookaburra ball. The second is playing with the Kookaburra ball on a hybrid surface that doesn't deteriorate. So that combination made it beyond sterile. When it started raining just after 2 o'clock, myself and Victoria Polly, who were doing the duties that day, were very, very relieved. Getting drenched going to the car was well worth it for the fact that play ended with half a day to spare. By the way, Nottinghamshire need just 5 wickets to be title winners. 5 points, rather. So Pennington begins a new over and is tucked into the leg side by Young for a single, because Surrey are all out for 147.
Wow.
3 wickets each for Abbott, Fuller and Washington. 3 for 5 he's taken. So there are only 5 points separating Notts from the title. It'll be 4 at the fall of the next wicket here.
They could, in theory, bowl Warwickshire out, get to 300 and lose,
and the job will be done,
and still be county champions.
Yep.
Wow.
Well, I say in theory that would now work. I mean that would. As full delivery is pushed forward by Hain, and there's no run.
Well, and at the other end, in that battle, if you're talking about Hampshire, Durham are 151 for 3 in the 49th over. That is very interesting as well, that little battle there, because Hampshire are going to pick up those bowling points.
You fear for Durham at the moment, don't you? I know it's very early in this round of matches. We're only in session 2 of 12, but Durham in trouble at the moment.
Pennington into bowl to Hayne, very full, driven, gets past the bowler, gets past the mid-off. Hutton flung himself at it, but he couldn't get there. And the outfield may be a little bit damp after the rain earlier, but Hayne gets his first boundary and releases a bit of pressure there. He goes to 5, Warwickshire 87 for 2.
And of course, well, Hampshire, they're losing their coach. Adi Birrell's been there for 7 years now, and he's heading back to the farm, which is near Herbecha.
Near where?
Port Elizabeth.
Which is now known as
Ah,
Herbecha.
that's brilliantly done. When I hear the commentators do that on South African cricket coverage, I'm a bit impressed.
Well, I practice it a lot and I still haven't got it completely right.
As, this next ball is flicked towards mid-wicket by Hayne. It was just angled in by Pennington a little bit, but he can't beat Clark. It's sounded good to me.
It's just Care Bear, isn't it?
No, it's you've got to practice. So that
Like a Care Bear.
there's 3 different types of clicks. One is that comes from when you sort of put the back of the tongue on the roof of your mouth, like a clock, where you do the like that. The other one is on the tongue at the side of the mouth, like that. And the other one's sort of at the back of the teeth.
Pennington full and straight, defended straight back down the wicket by Hayne.
Do apologise for my phone making a noise, folks. I just have it there just in case we drop off air, and it's the only way of knowing that we're off air. But getting lots of messages.
You are listening to Linguistics Today, courtesy of the BBC.
Well, no, because
It's International Translation Day. As we were
it's
saying
International
earlier.
Translation Day, yes.
Oh,
That's why we're speaking slowly for Mel.
It's the International Day of Birmingham as well.
Is
today.
it?
Yeah. Instituted last year by Joe Lycett, the comedian, and celebrated again this year. Pennington, again fairly full, but into the pads of Haynes, so he gets a comfortable single tucked through square leg. He goes to 6. Young has 46, end of the over. Warwickshire 88 for 2.
Have you got a line or two you could perhaps give us?
A line or two about what?
In Brum.
Oh, you want me to speak in my natural accent, do you, Dave? Well, that's not a problem, to be perfectly honest with you. This is how I used to speak when I was at primary school, mate.
Very good. Very good.
I haven't picked up the accent at all.
No, you say, no, that's very much the Harborne accent.
Oh, is it?
It's full of Aussies.
I do get called Babs a bit.
All right, Bab.
Yeah, I
All right,
get that.
Bab.
Although when I'm here, I know I'm here when I've had my first duck.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, your
All
Bab
right, me
becomes
duck.
your duck.
All
yeah.
right, my duck.
All right, me duck.
There's a warmth about it, isn't there, to be fair?
And everyone likes warm duck. As Mohammed Abbas begins a new over. First ball is just jabbed through the covers, and that's going to go all the way. Is it? No. Great fielding out on the point boundary. Prevents the 4 runs, saves a couple.
Clark and James.
It is Clark. I thought it looked like Clark with the dive. James was there to help him. He's one of the best fielders in this side at times, you feel. But anyway, that's saved 2 runs, 90 for 2. It's a nice shot. Good fielding. Mohammed Abbas begins. Runs into the right-handed Hayne, who takes a big step forward and just squeezes that one out to Clark again, who is patrolling just backward of point.
I've not seen any highlights, but as I say, I listened to you on Saturday. Where was the Kyle Abbott catch in relation to where we are?
I can tell you. So it was down below us to the left.
So at the Radcliffe Road end, out towards the big screen at the Radcliffe Road end.
That's exactly right.
Okay.
Just under that screen.
And
So that's why I was having to
caught it
lean
and
out.
fell on the rope.
Yeah, he caught it and he fell back. I'll continue after this ball from Abbas. A full delivery, dug out. Oh, that almost got underneath Sam Haynes' bat, and that would have been trouble for him. So he caught it and he was falling backwards and he fell, but he was inside the rope, but his momentum was taking him back, and so he then tried to jettison the ball, but his head touched the cushion when he still had the ball in his hands.
Okay.
So it was, I mean, it was just honestly, it was so exciting. When Matthew Waite walked out, bang that first ball for 6. So many moments. Abbas in bowls. That's turned around the corner, down towards fine leg. They'll get a single, comfortable one. It takes Hayne to 9 and Warwickshire to 91 for 2. Young is approaching his half century. Well, a denture and a century, because he's almost faced 100 balls and he's 97 and he's almost got 50 runs. He's on 46.
He likes occupying the crease, does Will Young. He's steadfast.
Well, that's what they need. Bolstering the innings as Abbas is in. Oh, and that is a play and a miss, though. He almost wasn't there for much longer. Abbas has just been bowling brilliantly.
Ed Quote the Raven says it's appropriate that Surrey were bowled out for 147, Dave, given that their side includes Ralphie Albert, grandson of snooker legend Jimmy White. Yeah, he was here, or he played here, Ralphie Albert, in the Metrobank 50 over. I think he got 90, 96 or something, the highest ever score by a Surrey batter on debut. What an immense talent.
Well, Young is upright as Abbas is in and he lets this one go. The end of another parsimonious over from Mohammad Abbas. 91 for 2, 3 runs coming from it. And Lord Bracegirdle's giving me a very odd look.
The only other person I've shared a box with that's ever said that is Dan Norcross. That's a Dan Norcross word.
Is
parsimonious. He likes parsimonious. Have you been spending time with him that we don't know about?
Well, it makes a change from tidy or miserly.
Yes, it does. It does.
Yeah, it is very Norcross, isn't it?
It is.
Parsimonious,
Yeah.
It is.
I didn't realise it was a Norky word.
The good man. Brett Hutton's coming into the attack. Got the first wicket to go down this morning, that of Alex Davis. Got him LBW from this end. Umpires Michael Goff at this end and square leg Martin Saggers. They've got the black armband on. Of course, cricket and indeed everybody losing Dickie Bird yesterday. Sad loss. Good man. Hutton starts a new over, bowling to Sam Hayne, who gets well out of his crease to block this, push it back to the bearded, swarthy Hutton, elder statesman of the Nottinghamshire side. He made his debut in the county championship match in 2011. So if Notts do win the title, he'll have gone full circle. He didn't play in the championship winning year, made his debut in the champion county match, the first match of 2011. He bowls now and it's dropped up to Mead at mid-on. He did have 3 years away with Northants, but realised the error of his ways and came back.
Unless Notts realised the error of their ways and brought him back.
Yes, I think there was a bit of that as well.
We miss you, they said.
Good man to have around, Brett Hutton. He's had a good year. Second time in 3 years. It looks as if he's going to be the leading wicket taker for Nottinghamshire. Comes in again and bowls, and this is again just played defensively by Hayne, this time out onto the offside. Lyndon James doing the fielding. 91 for 2, Nottinghamshire. Davis, LBW, Hutton for naught in the second over, and then Rob Yates caught Freddie McCann. Second slip from the bowling of Mo Abbas for 32 in the 29th over. Still got over 50 overs to go in the day if we get them all in. That's Hutton wearing 16, past Michael Goff. Bowls! And there's an LBW shout, just brushing the pad on its way through to Verena. May have got outside the line there. Sam Hayne, who's on 9. But Hutton back into the attack, making things happen.
Were there 2 contacts there, maybe? I just wonder whether there was a little something on it.
Yeah, it might have been both pads, might have been. Well, he's just clearing that up with Michael Goff. Just a quiet word in passing.
Yeah, they've very much liked it. Seemed really convinced.
Happy man this morning, Michael Goff. His beloved Hartlepool United got a a win last night over Gateshead, the big North East rivalry. That's my word. How you've come down as this is pushed back to the bowler. 91 for 2.
Yes, not exactly one you'd class as a traditional rivalry, is it?
No. In fact, that game in Abu Dhabi back in 2011, the champion county game, there's a replay. Those of you watching the monitors, it was outside the line, I think.
Yeah.
Michael Gough did umpire that match, I think, with John Steele. Hutton again into Hayne, turns it up to the Notts captain, Hamid. End of the over. Tidy stuff from Brett Hutton. 8 overs, 2 maidens now, 1 for 13 here on 5 Sports Extra. The pictures on Trent Bridge Live. We're on the BBC Sport website and app, and anywhere else you can get hold of us on your smart speaker as well. We're enjoying the coverage from Nottingham. The last round of matches underway. It's always a saddish time, this, when cricket draws a veil over the season and we head off into a winter of darkness.
Just come with me.
I'll say.
What are you suggesting?
Come on. Let's all go.
To anybody talking about sadness when Notts are on the verge of the title, it's an odd take.
Yeah.
He wants them to do it like they had the victory tests after the war. The Australians on the way home. The victory
Won't you miss
tests.
cricket, Richard? Won't you miss cricket?
No, well, yeah, no, I know. I just it might not be the overriding emotion just now. I don't think. As Bass gets one to just seam in a little bit, but Young kills the ball and they come through for a quick single. There's some oohs and ahs with the shy at the stumps. They didn't miss by much. It hit Sam Hayne, and the impression that they got behind the stumps was that might have been close, the throw from Haynes, but they were through for another single. Young 47, 92 for 2.
Led to believe that Alex Hales will be here on Thursday.
Being honoured,
no, hang
isn't
on,
he?
Friday, day 3, Friday.
Being honoured.
Being honoured for 18 years of service.
Warwickshire still get the heebie-jeebies thinking about Alex Hales batting here at times. It's Bass outside off stump, left alone by Hayne. I'm trying to remember the exact. It was something like 8 sixes in 10 balls in a T20 game. It was one where he'd been really becalmed at the start, and then suddenly unleashed utter carnage.
He hit 6 sixes in a row. 3 from Boyd Rankin, then there was a single at the start of the next over to get him on the strike, and 3 from Atik Javid.
It's a distinct possibility.
Is that the name?
Yeah, no,
right,
Atik
that was the
Javid,
bowler.
would have been bowling his spin. That's well outside off stump from Mohammed Abbas, and a big stride and leave from Sam Hayne. I remember the game well. Boyd, another person who's retired to a farm, the Adi Birrell route. He was at the Bears game against Worcestershire in the T20 this year, which was fun to see him.
Atik Javid.
Boyd Rankin.
Oh.
I've shown you my photo with Boyd Rankin, haven't I?
Were chairs involved?
No, and that's what makes it funny.
The pass is in onto the pads of Hayne, pushes it wide of mid-on. Hamid realises he's not going to be able to prevent a single, and then goes down in a slightly uncomfortable way to complete the fielding, but he gets the job done. 93 for 2, Hayne into double figures with 10. These two now added 21, and they've been together for about 7 overs. You're going to dig it out. You need to do a search.
It's one of my favourite photos ever.
Lovely bloke, Boyd Rankin, real gentle giant.
Giant being the operative word.
Likes a tractor. The legend is that he could tell the make of a tractor by the engine noise. Whether it's true or not, I don't know. Nudged into the leg side by Young for another single. And they're doing quite a good job of trying to just push singles against Mohammed Abbas, because otherwise you can let him get away with bowling maiden after maiden after maiden. So he's metronomic, but it's at 94 for 2 now.
That's the sort of thing they go on that. Is it You Bet? They
You-
go on television.
Yeah,
and,
he would be ideal for that. He would be ideal. Oh, good grief. Are you sure that they didn't... I'm seeing the photo now. Mel is all in red. Boyd is in his island tracksuit.
Yep. It's a Malahide.
And it looks like a difference of about 1.5 foot, which it kind of is.
Yeah, I look like Frodo's baby sister.
Well, he's 6'8". What are you, about 5'6"? Are you 5'6"?
The cameraman is like about 6'4", 6'5", and he's on his tiptoes
Yeah.
trying to get him in shot.
Bassin once more to Hayne, leaves it alone outside off stump, the end of the over. Bowled 6 overs since lunch now, Mohamed Abbas. He might be coming towards the end of his spell. Lyndon James has been doing a little bit of flexing. 94 for 2 Warwickshire, with Young 48 and Hayne 10.
4 years ago today, Mr. Wilford, Warwickshire, says here, won the county championship title, beating Somerset at Edgbaston.
Thanks to Danny Briggs and the bonus point.
That
The
sounds like a
unexpected
band.
bonus point.
That sounds like a band.
They also are playing Rock City. It'll be a very sweaty night. Don't take your coat. Yeah. No, Danny Briggs and the bonus point, and then Somerset were rather acquiescent subsequently, I think, really. But yeah.
And I've got a birthday.
Have you?
Former Nottinghamshire opener Paul Pollard, born on this day in 1968. Happy birthday, Polly. Now a first-class umpire.
Brett Hutton is in over the wicket and always challenging those stumps again. My goodness, Will Young is creeping towards his half-century, but he's been a bit lucky on a couple of occasions. That was a good ball just up in the block hole, challenging the stumps, the pads. He's been right on the money, Brett Hutton. Figures of 1 for 13 now in his 9th over.
Feels like an important spell with the ball now. It's 38th over, this next few overs. Big time for Notts.
Hutton is in once more, and it's down the leg side. Young tries to flick it on its way past, but it just goes straight through to Carl Verena.
Sometimes with ages, I can't quite compute Paul Pollard being 56. It feels like it should be 46. It's
57 today, will it be?
57, yeah.
I'd gone quiet doing the sums.
Yeah, no, it's...
He probably moisturises. Young taps his bat and waits as in comes Hutton. Oh, he's got a big thick edge, and it's taken its second slip. All that hard, patient work, and Freddie McCann is in the wickets again in the catching department. Safe pair of hands. And after being so patient, after weathering storm after storm, Young cannot weather another good ball from Brett Hutton. He departs for 48, and that is the 3rd wicket to fall for Warwickshire and to Nottingham. So that
means they're 4 points away from the title.
They have, a batting point. 4 points away from being officially crowned champions of this season. Oh, Young is a disconsolate figure as he wanders off, because he had hung around and hung around. A fine innings from him, appreciated, but the fans will also just be happy to see the wickets continue to fall.
So Notts now within 4 points of winning the county championship. It's a little bit of a tame one there, really, from Will Young, and he was furious. He understandably stomped off there. It was a bit of a loose shot and ended up almost just cutting it straight into the hands of the New Zealand international. Here's a young fella, my lad, that I think I've seen before. I've only played in the game at Edgbaston earlier in the season. Zen Malik coming out at number 5 in the order. He's made 1 or 2 sizable contributions this year, making his way in the game. That important middle order slot for the Bears, and comes in with his side 94 for 3.
First graduate from the South Asian Cricket Academy, Saka, to pick up a profession. Oh, sorry, no, he wasn't the first. The first was Kashif
yeah.
Now, Zem Malik was the 10th last year, and they've now had 17, I think, pick up.
That's great, isn't it?
It's amazing.
He's the first with Warwickshire, but then they've picked up another one with Vance Jani as well.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's 17 that they hit this year. They might have even had another one since then. What a success story that is.
It really has, and I mean, I think the feeling for many years was that not enough was being done to support the British Asian community coming through with cricket careers. And the number that have come through and made really good impact, so many of them where they are, it just goes to prove the point, really, doesn't it?
Well, yeah, Dr. Tom Brown, of course, he's the one who got the whole ball rolling, and he's done an absolutely brilliant job. And he's being given, I think, more support now, which is as it should be. Right, Malik on strike and defends the first ball from Hutton, quite full. Hutton does the fielding himself. He's got 2 slips and a gully in. He's got 3 more defending the single on the offside. Only fielder out in the deep. Certainly that I can see, I think. Yep. He's sort of down a long leg. And he's got a mid-wicket and mid-on as well. So 6-3 field. Malik waits as in comes Hutton. He's just rolled his fingers over the ball that time. It's defended up to mid-off, where it's fielded by Pennington. No run. Oh my goodness. Oh dear, there's trouble.
Just try and be professional, will you, Mel? Eh? Come on.
You behave
Keep
yourself.
a lid on it. Keep a lid on it.
Evan, hello.
Keep a lid on it. You've been saying,
Dr. Noble?
you've been saying some very nasty things about me.
I haven't. It was just the fact that
My lawyer suggested I first come in and try and address those issues live.
Hutton in, bowls defended, just out to the offside by Malik, no run.
See if we can get to some sort of out-of-court settlement.
Ended the over 94 for 3. Hayne on 10, Malik yet to score. No, you understand what I say. I said you could either be, you were like a circus ringmaster or a Bond villain.
Yeah, we'll stick to the cricket because it's very important. And by the way, don't think you can just jump on a plane and go back down and get away with that way either. We'll track you down.
Applause for Brett Hutton, making his way down to his fielding position. Down below us, Lyndon James back into the attack. I think we're round about the point where we'll be asked to do a news update. But
what's the top tune at 3 Day? we loved ABBA.
We all like a little bit of Dancing Queen, don't we?
Yeah.
We'll find out together, no doubt.
I saw your hips wiggle, Dave Bracegirdle.
Oh, that couldn't have been nice.
Lyndon James, 5 overs, none for 11 earlier. Little drop into the offside. And Matthew Montgomery doing the fielding. The last time that we see Monty out there in Nottinghamshire colours this week. Of course, he is moving to Derbyshire in the close season. Played for Derbyshire in the Metro Bank all through August. He's back with Notts. I may be wrong, I usually am. He played in the first round of matches against Durham, and I think he's been 12th man for 13 matches in a row now. As this ball is wide of the pegs from Lyndon James and goes through to the keeper.
There's a nice piece on this East Midlands Today last night with Lyndon. Did you see it, Dave?
I've heard
nice little
the
piece.
interview, but I didn't watch it.
Yeah. Running second to Nottingham Forest. Come on. This is a possible title for the first time in 15 years, 30 years. It's a nothing story there. Come on. Cricket first.
Always. 94 for 3. Lyndon James from the Stuart Broad end. This just past the outside edge. Hayne lunging forward. Doesn't get that little feather on it that Notts were looking for. Really had a good 3 or 4 weeks, Lyndon James. In fact, going back to the end of July, really, I suppose, the Kookaburra matches down at both Taunton and the Utility Bowl. He got 203 not out at Southampton, first career double 100. Got a 5 for at Worcestershire, then saw the boys over the line with a gritty little knock. Single taken here by Hayne. Bowled well at the Oval last week. Wickets and runs. Really having prominent role to play in the last few matches of the season. 95 for 3, Warwickshire. Rain was unexpected, Kevin.
Well, I was watching the weather forecast on East Midlands today. I don't think there was any mention of rain today. I'm not blaming the poor old weather person there, but
you kind of are.
Is there for us.
where Warwickshire 95 for 3, and that means, coupled with the match going on involving Surrey, Notts only need 4 more bonus points or 4 more points for a draw at the end of this game to be county championships. 2 wickets for Brett Hutton, 1 for Mo Abbas. At the moment, Warwickshire 95 for 3.
Thank you, Dave. And
Next ball is pushed nicely by Malik through extra cover. Meads after it, does lose the floppy sun hat and does lose the race out to the covers. We didn't find out what the music was after the news bulletin, and we didn't get much of a cue really, but we got through it.
Hey Dave, you were sharp.
99 for 3.
You were very, wasn't he sharp there?
He was sharp. But what people didn't see is you are
what?
Like you do have magical superpowers.
Why is that?
Because I saw you whip your hand down as if to mute the
for
mic,
some
and
reason,
it worked.
I pretend I'm on the faders.
I know you do.
Last ball of the over, Lyndon James to Malik. Lovely shot to get off the mark, and textbook block. End of Lyndon James' comeback over. 4 runs from it. Warwickshire 99 for 3. Malik has 4. Hayne has 11. The men out today: Davis without scoring, Yates for 32, Young for 48.
Dave, the jeopardy of 10:30 this morning seems to have lessened quite considerably by 3 o'clock on the afternoon. Dave, what do you want to say publicly? Do you want to issue a statement yet or not?
Lord Bracegirdle is the decree.
I have to say that last week Kevin Howells admitted he still has recriminations over his decision in 2010.
Oh, look out.
Where there were 3 sides that could have won the county championship title, and Kevin turned his back on Nottinghamshire to go in search of a Somerset success story. He went all the way up to the Riverside and then back the wrong horse.
Can I tell you where it was? I'll tell you where it was. Anyway, who's doing this one? I'll do this one. Hutton in the bowls and defended is pushed out there behind square on the offside. Imagine this, Mel. Had a choice of sitting and spending 4 days with Dave Bracegirdle at Old Trafford in Manchester, or 4 days with the great Vic Marks at Chester Street.
Oh,
okay?
Lord Bracegirdle anytime.
Anyway, and to be honest with you, Dave, I did say that, by the way. Warwickshire brought the 100 here, 100 for 3. I'm making that up to a certain extent. I'm not too sure I even had a choice. I think Somerset probably would have been in the front seat, weren't they? The box seat for the time. Anyway, next delivery, all pushing in just past the outside edge of Malik, through to the keeper, and no run. Anyway, it's a long time ago for you to hold on to that, Dave. It's a long time.
He never forgets.
I remember a lot of things from that day.
Oh, he does. But that, should we be surprised by Surrey being 147 all that? I mean, it's not done yet. The story is not done. But I took a look at that squad, that Surrey squad, and all of a sudden it had a look of vulnerability about it, that it's not looked at, well, I don't know for how long. Going forward, Malik again, and through the keeper, no run.
In case anybody was interested, we've missed Belinda Carlisle, Heaven is a Place on Earth. Didn't think you'd want to listen to that, say the studio.
Oh.
Well, to be honest with you, I think it would have brought out the worst in me. I think I would have been doing a bit of a sing-along.
I think I would have as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
There's some good first tunes off the back of the news there, by the way. Whoever's programming that goes back defended onto the onside for a single for Malik, moves to 5, and Warwickshire to 101 for 3. The other thing, from a national point of view, is the fact that we can't ignore, and I know you've not been doing so anyway, but of the significance for Hampshire in that game against Surrey as well. I'm sure you've been mentioning that. I mean, Durham are now 5 down, by the way.
Yeah,
they've lost a couple of big wickets, 161 for 5 away to Yorkshire, but that's a very interesting story at the bottom of the table as well. Hutton in bowls, worked with good use of the wrist by Hayne, but for no run there onto the onside where Jack Haynes does the fielding.
But that's we were just talking about the fact that Adi Birrell's leaving, and he said to me down at Sussex when I was down there a couple of weeks ago, he did not want to leave with Hampshire being relegated. So they and they've been through the ringer, haven't they, Hampshire? They've lost 3 finals in the past few weeks.
Haynes on 12 here for Warwickshire. Quite a big stride forward defensively to defend that one from Hutton, end of the over, so it's 101 for 3. Hutton's now bowled 10 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 15. What a story Brett Hutton is as well in this championship season. I mentioned it with Mick Newell on Sports Extra last week, Dave, and you will have been talking about it as well. In fact, you have been talking about the Northants thing and everything. It's so wrong to say he's understated in county cricket, because people are very aware of him in county cricket. But it's beyond that, isn't it? Perhaps they don't fully appreciate just what Brett Hutton is bringing to this Nottinghamshire squad these days.
Elder statesman, 35.
Had a period at Northants, didn't he?
Yep.
Went away for a couple of years before his homecoming.
Came back COVID year, 2020. Oh, beg your pardon, 35. It's 32. Sorry, Brett. 32. Good job I checked myself straight away.
Don't give him.
There's Lyndon James from the building site end, the pavilion end, the Stuart Broad end. Call it what you wish. Umpire Saggers just getting a little angsty about where Lyndon's running, or maybe no, maybe not. Maybe he's just scratching the crease line so we can see it a little clearer. 101 for 3.
Still those two little piles of sawdust as well on standby, but it's brightened up quite a bit.
Yeah, they're dark brown in colour, indicating moisture. This is dropped on the leg side by Malik. We'll get another run. 102 for 3. God, but tough for you next week, Kevin. You won't know where to go or what to do, surely. You've been up and down the country, thousands and thousands of miles.
I might just go to a cricket ground, maybe even 2 or 3 cricket grounds,
Just sit and reflect.
and look wistfully upon them and think, what a summer that was.
That won't be tragic at all.
102 for 3. We're in the 41st over. James in once more. Little leg siding, and Sam Hain tucks it on the leg side for a single. Nottinghamshire 4 points away from being county champions. Of course, it would be nice if there's a defining moment.
Oh, yeah, I was going to go on to that. Go on, Dave.
Yeah.
Go on. What's your defining moment from here then? What do you... Go on, just indulge us a little bit, because we're not there yet.
You don't want a ripple of, as this happened at Surrey and that means this or that.
Yeah.
Next ball on its way and James outside the off stump.
I'm thinking you don't want to win it on a draw, because a draw, not always, but from here I'm thinking a draw is going to be a tedious affair that we'll be talking, well, we're just an hour away, we're 3 hours away.
Well, I heard you commentating, describing with Richard Ray the Leicestershire promotion.
Oh, that was quite fun, but yeah,
but
you're
they were
right.
done in the pavilion with it
That's
raining,
right.
weren't they?
Yeah. Anyway, let's think about that just for a little while during this over.
103 for 3.
Ideal scenario.
James Bowles again pushed into the offside, and there's no run.
So 4 points at the moment, right? So you get another 2 points for Warwickshire 9 down, which leaves you needing 2.
So that's 350.
Ooh.
It'd be nice to get
Well,
300.
I think that if that were possible, to win a title on reaching 300 runs. Hey, how about that one?
Oh, no, that's good, because that's
you like
got
that
nice
one?
symmetry.
Yeah.
300 for victory.
We've a lot of cricket to be played yet, folks.
Very
But
much so. Yeah, 103 for 3. Lyndon James Bowles again just turned to leg, field set deep, so a comfortable single for Malik. 104 for 3. And of course, earlier this summer, Carl Verena became a World Test champion by hitting the winning runs. 300 could be his sort of area. 104 for 3.
You're toying with him, Kevin.
I'm not actually. There is something about. I mean, Surrey. Was it last year when Surrey were in the middle of an over and news came through?
Yeah.
So that's and they were away from home. I mean, you've mentioned it, quite right to do so. Winning a title at your home ground as well, that adds so much to it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Leicestershire are going to pick up their trophy at Northampton, which the rivalry between the two is quite interesting, but it's not at home, you know.
Brett Hutton is making his way in. Bowles, and it's played and missed by Malik. Outside the off stump, he's just stayed in that channel, and then at times he's really attacked the stumps. Hutton.
You know, I'd love me stats and me symmetry and a bit of OCD. What you've got here is Brett Hutton running in on 349 first-class wickets, and Carl Verena with the gloves on 349 first-class dismissals.
Wow.
Oh, Hutton is in. It's full and it's defended by Malik. Oh,
This
boy.
man never sleeps.
Oh,
he never
no.
sleeps.
No. Right, thank you for setting that up if it happens in this over.
What about that?
The magic number is 350.
Yeah.
Brett might know. Kyle certainly won't, I wouldn't have thought.
Wow.
Why'd you say that? Because it means more to an older person than a younger one.
Nope.
No?
Well, he's in again. It's full and just pushed up to mid-off by Malik. No run.
I think Kyle knows his number of runs and that sort of stuff, but you're not going to count catches and stumpings. You're not going to count your dismissals, surely.
So it's
As a keeper.
If and when it came to 500, you'd maybe have that in the back of your mind because people would tell you. I don't think anybody's going to tell you you're on
At the 350.
coming up to 350.
No, that's fair, David.
Hutton in, bowls to Malik, who clips this one through a little gap, just straight of mid-wicket. And Seba Mead has run across, and you're never going to believe this as they take 2 runs. His hat has come off. He's honestly got the worst, most ill-fitting hat that has ever been worn by anybody. It's 3 sizes too big, clearly. Maybe he's got a really small head.
And he bowled the ball in as well. That's a little bit of a curate's egg as well.
They got 2 runs anyway. But to be fair, I had not noticed his hat falling off until I think there was 1 ball that he fielded earlier on. As Hutton runs in, bowls to Malik, who just jabs that one up to mid-off.
One heck of a game of Jenga going on at the far end, isn't it?
Look away now.
That is a game of Jenga. There's 2 beams that are hanging and swaying from the crane opposite us.
There we
the
are,
old pavilion.
on the live stream.
If you're watching there, 2 of them. I think it's actually reverse Jenga, isn't it? Because instead of pulling them out, they're dropping them in. Reverse Jenga, that well-known pub game. Hutton bowls, stoutly gets behind at this time. Does Malik, and that finishes another good over from Hutton. Parsimonious even, 2 runs coming from it, and Warwickshire 106 for 3. They were saying I
do listen to you.
Oh, do you?
I try not to, but I was listening.
I don't know.
I was listening. I'm interested in that Worcestershire-Sussex match as well, because again, Sussex, one of the 2 teams just, was it 10 points above the possible drop? Something like that. Well, they were on 150. No, it was, it was 10 points, that's right. My memory's not letting me down.
Both Essex and Sussex are 10 points above Durham.
And no concern for Sussex going there to Worcestershire. We'll come back to that in a second. Haynes on 13. James Adair's now bowling from the pavilion end, down the leg side, taken by the keeper. No criticism, we keep saying this, but it's really important to do so. The conditions and everything that the ground staff have to cope with there at New Road. But the results, there are results there at that ground, and Sussex are aware of that, and I'm going to give you the score in a moment which will back this up. And Sussex' concern is if they come off on the wrong side of a result there, it's going to leave them perhaps with a next ball defended solid by Hayne. And again, you expect it to happen quite quickly. It could leave them with quite a tense 48 hours just seeing what goes on in the other matches, because they lost. And you lose, generally with not having picked up anything but your 3 bowling points. So that could get a little touchy for them. The score, Worcestershire were all out for 123. Ollie Robinson taking, how many wickets were there? 6 in the end. Sussex, 87 for 4 in reply. Next ball, played for a single by Hayne, behind square on the offside.
So chatting to Alan Richardson with Worcestershire up in at Durham, and he sort of wryly pointed out that there have only been, I think it was 5 batting points won at New Road this year, and Worcestershire have actually won 3 of them. He said so that in one way they've outbatted the opposition, jokingly, but that just backs up your assertion about what conditions have been like there.
Malik's on 9. He's now facing, and he went after that one, a wideish delivery through to the keeper. He's bowling with 2 slips at the moment, is Lyndon James in his 8th over. So that of note. We mentioned Essex there. Well, Essex are taking on Somerset. Somerset 202 for 4. Somerset have been docked 4 points over the weekend for that pitch against Durham, with 4 more suspended for next season. Announced last Friday after it became clear that they weren't going to win the title. Next delivery, Malik on 9, and worked away very fine on the leg side. Have to get up onto my tippy toes to see if there's a man down there, and there is. They'll come back for 2, and Malik will move to 11. And the score will move to 109 for 3.
I'm taking a comfort break, by the way.
Did you have to tell everybody that?
Well, people like
Do you think they're going to?
transparency.
Oh, you think they're going to be missed? They'll be thinking, "Oh, where should we haven't heard from her for." Well, it depends. I was going to say for a couple of minutes. It could be 5, depending on the queue to get in. But you're going to go away, okay? And you will be back. That's what you're telling your listeners.
I've got one for you before you go.
Edged, and that's through a vacant third slip area, and therefore onto my tippy toes again. I can see there's nobody down there, and that's going to be 4 runs. So Malik will move to 13. It's the end of the over. It's 113 for 3. James has bowled 8 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 24. Hold on there, Mel. He's got something to tell you.
Stephen Carter. Dave, Dan Norcross often admits getting the word parsimonious from former New Zealand captain Jeremy Coney, as he often uses it in his commentary. So there we are. So
Well, I didn't get it from them. I have used parsimonious for a long time, well before I met either Dan Norcross or Jeremy Coney.
Now go, otherwise
I'm
it's
going.
too late.
thank you very much. More from Mel Farrell a little later on. 113 for 3. T says, Dave, I agree with your opinion that you can't see any way that Notts won't claim the title, but I certainly wouldn't have voiced it on the radio. Thank you, T.
We forced it out of you, Dave.
You did. Wired and Thierry, I'll be content with Bears winning the game and Notts, my mother's team, winning the title. Thank you very much. Wired and Thierry. There's Brett Hutton. Swarthy, dark-haired, bushy beard. Bowls. This is tucked away down to long leg for a single. Fielded by Lyndon James. 114 for 3 here at Trent Bridge. Just starting to get a bit cloudy again. Floodlights have been on for much of the day.
I didn't look at the app to tell me if we should expect any more rain, that is.
I think we'll be all right. I hope so. That's Hutton in once more. This is driven back to the bowler by Malik. You're just on about bonus points there in New Road. There was the stat last week, wasn't there? Mark Church told us, and you may have been aware, that it was only the Kookaburra game against Durham where Surrey got 800. That's the only time this season a batting side has got batting bonus points at the Oval, which is...
Things have changed there in recent years, yeah. Yeah, they have, yeah.
Just a cracking game last week. Really was, as Hutton passed umpire Goff. Bowls down the legs. Certainly out it. 114 for 3. Dickie Bird, you'll have known him as well as anybody, I guess.
Yeah, mate. What's that, Dickie? You can't help me. Oh, of course I will, Dickie. What is it? I'm not confident in driving. He had this massive, I forget which posh car it was. Did this twice. He came out of Look North in Leeds. He was not confident enough to reverse his big car, and he made me get in there and do it for him. Today, he achieved many things, but could there be anything more than the fact I said, Dickie, you did one of the things you did is you made everybody smile.
Certainly did that, didn't he? It's Hutton once more, nice and full, driven back past the bowler down the ground. Lovely looking shot from Malik, who's now overtaken Sam Hain. He's gone to 17, Hain's on 15. Very positive stroke play from the youngster. 17 not out from 26 balls. 118 from 3. That 118 for 3. Beg your pardon. Yeah, I said last night, social media, sad loss and all the rest of it with Dickie, and I hope he's having a chin wag with Shep in the sky, but I could equally have said Dave Callaghan. Of course, they were thick as thieves, the pair of them, weren't they? Our old mucker. This one's again dropped on the leg side to mid-wicket, end of the 44th, 118 for 3.
Well, I'm telling you now, Saturday night on Heaven TV, it'll be Parky talking to Dickie. That's for certain. There'll be two of the legendary figures from cricket in that part of the world.
Just seen Jack Haynes have a look at the ball. He doesn't do any bowling, but he's handed it to his captain, Hamid, who I understand, and this will be hugely significant, I guess, that should not win the title, he would be the first Muslim skipper to raise the county championship title.
Yeah, definitely worthy of note, that, and for the fact that he's talking about it shows just how important it would be to him as well. Haynes on 15 here for Warwickshire. Ooh, delivery comes back at him. Seemed a little surprised by that one. Keeps it low, goes down to have a look at the pitch as to what exactly that might have hit, and picks something up and throws it off.
And Peter Moore's Kevin would be winning his 4th county championship title with his 3rd club. He won 2 with Sussex, 1 with Lancashire.
I'm glad you've done the research on that. I mentioned it with Peter last week, the fact that he'd won it with 2 separate counties previous to this one, which you would like to go on and do so. And it's number 4, is it? Yeah.
2003, 2006 with Sussex.
Hayne on 15. This is Lyndon James bowling to him, and that's driven to mid-off. No run.
He'd left for England by the time of their 2007 triumph. Who would that have been then? Did Chris Adams succeed him? Or Mark Robinson?
No, Mark Robinson was much later. Robinson was part of the coaching and backroom staff by then, but I'm sure it was Chris Adams who took over immediately after Peter. Yeah.
And then he won with Lancashire in 2011.
So this is James in his 9th over bowling, worked by Hayne for a single to mid-on. They've got to keep, and they will be doing, but they've got to keep their eye on doing what they need to do still here in Nottinghamshire, for all that sort of the light-hearted nature, and we probably should be doing it, of teasing Dave about this. Got to keep their eye on it. I mean, Hampshire 34 for no wickets. They've made a terrific start. Oh, well, certainly Ali Orr has made a terrific start. A run of ball 32. Fletcher Middleton's not out 1 of 18. Against Surrey, we're all out for 147. Next ball bowled, and that's squeezed out somehow by Malik, down towards 3rd. A fine leg, beg your pardon, fine leg. And 1 more to the total. It goes to Malik to make him 18, 120 for 3. I've walked around the far end. What do you call that at the back there, that road of the pavilion? And
Fox Road.
Fox Road.
Sorry, the Hound Road behind the pavilion,
yeah,
and then
right.
the Fox Road to our left.
And what a sight that pavilion is from the other side. And this next ball bowled and driven for a single. They have to be quick. Will Hayne, right arm throw, it misses. We're in no position to see whether that would have been close or not, but the way that Hayne got going, putting on the afterburners, you suspect it would have been a pretty close call. A single for Hayne to 17, Warwickshire to 121 for 3. And I stood there for a little while, Dave, as you do, because it's all been pulled apart. They're thinking now, from time to time, I will have walked up that little bit of the building. Try to picture where everything was, if you like. Now it's been sort of pulled apart and pulled down virtually. Not all of it, but a large amount of it. Malik on 18. James bowls again and defended by Malik into the offside. So that is the end of that over, of which Lyndon James has now bowled 9, 1 maiden, no wicket for 27. Hayne on 17, Malik on 18, a partnership at 27 with Warwickshire at 121 for 3. Bit of a surprise. If you mentioned this, I mean, it took me by surprise last week about that 1 point deduction for Nottinghamshire with their over rate. It just doesn't. I mean, rules is rules, Dave, but it just didn't feel right for that entertainment that had been provided. And the fact that seemingly to me, I never felt at any point other than during the latter part of the game when there's such a lot at stake, you're bowling so little spin, but understandably from time to time, Nottinghamshire wanted to take a bit of pace out of the game, if you like, a bit of a delay. If Surrey were going well, as they were at one stage, were they not? It just didn't seem right to me at all. No, it really didn't. But anyway, it may not have done them any permanent damage.
121 for 3. Here's Hutton. Verena standing up to the wicket now, called for the obligatory helmet between overs. This is played up to mid-on. Agree with you. There was, there was certainly no instance of you feeling that either side really were, taking time deliberately out of the game. The crowd certainly weren't shouting "get on with it" like you sometimes get when there's long deliberations over field settings.
Well, if there were any of those, it felt very much in the context and understandable in the pursuit of a win.
Hutton in to bowl, and this is dropped on the leg side, fielded by Haynes. Yes, I think Nottinghamshire last week would look at one or two dismissals of their players with a little bit of a question mark, and we'll, as you say, just have to get on with it. But they came out on the right side and lost the toss. And certainly the one or two dismissals that, from the commentary box, looked as if they might have 121 for 3. They might have gone in Surrey's favour, where it didn't necessarily seem that way.
Terrific bowling from Josh Tong, although you've got to question some of the shot decisions from Surrey. As I say, it didn't look like a side that we've got to know down the years, to be honest. But take nothing away from Nottinghamshire. They held their nerve there, as they'd done just the previous week at Worcester as well, haven't they? 2 weeks on the bounce.
Hayne on 17. Hutton bowls to him, and nicely played by Sam Hayne. Just opened the face and worked it away behind square on the offside for a single. 122 for 3. Yeah, it was almost like an underdog in a prize fight, because Notts would have been underdogs going to the Oval. There's no doubt about that. And the longer it went on, the more they seemed to enjoy slugging it out, and the more they got confidence and belief that we can just maybe fight fire with fire here. It helps if you've got tools to match Josh Tong to counteract Gus Atkinson and Dan Worrell. This is pushed back to the bowler. 122 for 3, and it's a real opportunity for some of the younger players, some of the lesser lights, I think it's fair to call them, and one or two people up and down the country, just casual cricket observers, might not have been too familiar with the names Lyndon James and Liam Patterson-White as they were watching the coverage, and their partnership of 91 in the Nottinghamshire second innings really helped get Notts to the point where they could go on and win it on the last day. Next ball is defended. Good over from Brett Hutton, 122 for 3. They're both on 18, Sam Hayne and Zen Malik, after Davis without scoring, Yates 32 and Young 48 had fallen earlier.
I mean, you talk about that going toe-to-toe with them, having gone down there as underdogs, as all travelling teams do really, to take on Surrey at the Oval. I thought on that final morning that Nottinghamshire came out, and I use this word advisedly, very aggressive. I thought they were not short in coming forward, were they? And neither should they have been.
Whereas on the previous evening, I thought Surrey got off to a flying start, and they were looking to bully Nottinghamshire. Sibley and Burns 66 without loss after 13 overs. Then obviously day 3 was curtailed, but what a start. If you're going to chase down 300, two England players who've been there, done it many times, 66 without loss.
Yeah, they had to come out showing something, didn't they, Notts, that morning? And they did. And then, as I say, some of the shots from Surrey were a little questionable, but maybe it was because of that aggression being shown to them. That's what happened. James, meantime, here to Hayne, and worked away behind square on the onside. Scamper through there. Keen on the running here, quick between the wickets. They pick up 2. Hayne will move to 20 and take Warwickshire to 124 for 3. Nottinghamshire winning the toss, starting to bowl first, keeping it really keeping it really tight this morning. Then perhaps they would have thought that at Warwickshire get back into it in amongst the rain, but the rain and the interruptions, that would have no doubt been disruptive to Warwickshire as well with their batting. But they are only 3 down, 124 for 3, with Hayne facing on 20. James in his 10th over. In bowls, and Checks on that a little, does Hayne, but still for a single. To deep backward point, and Hayne will move to 21 and the score of 125 for 3. The scoreboard reminding everybody, so I might as well just relay it to you as well, that tea will be taken at 4 o'clock because of the rain that fell earlier. They've gone to tea at Chelmsford with Somerset 211 for 4. Hampshire have lost a wicket. Hampshire at 39 for 1. Surrey made 147. Linton James in and bowls, lovely delivery, which, to be honest, Malik goes forward, looks a little tentative, doesn't get a nick. He still is there on 18. If I may just give a little plug to the Sports Extras. If you're listening to us, it may be possibly on Sports Extra 5, Sports Extra, but also on Sports Extra 2 on BBC Sound. You've got Hampshire versus Surrey on Sports Extra 3, where they have gone to tea at Leeds. Durham 193 for 5 in that relegation tussle. David Beddingham 78 not out. Linton James bowls and defended by Malik. Back up to the Nottinghamshire all-rounder, his hometown club. That was what the feature was about really last night on East Midlands Today on the BBC. It was about the fact that he used to come along here as a young lad, a kid, basically a child, supporting the team, and here now he has an opportunity here at Trent Bridge to possibly go on and lift a championship trophy and title. Not done yet, but they've gone a long way to doing it today. Even Malik on 18. I say they've gone a long way to doing it. Actually, Hampshire have gone a long way to helping them out today. With Surrey bowled out for 147. Richard Wilford is back with us.
Because I mean, you're loath to say, but the magic number at the start of the day for Nottinghamshire was 10. 10 points, either points gained by them or lost by Surrey. Surrey losing 5 by mid-afternoon was a bit of a disaster for them, and it means that with the point that they've gained, Notts are now just 4 points away from what would be a tremendous championship.
Last ball of this over. Malik's on 18. Linton James bowls to him, worked up to mid-on for a single. James is looking a little frustrated. 10 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 31 runs. Warwickshire 126 for 3. First innings here. I shall move aside and let Richard and Dave continue. Tea at 4 o'clock.
Tea at 4 o'clock. Yes, Zen Malik actually, for me, has timed the ball as well as anybody today. It's making a nice sound off his bat, and he's had 1 or 2 moments of concern as well, but he's building a partnership with Sam Hayne. They've added 32 now for this 4th wicket. Dylan Pennington is preparing to get back. I'm gonna move down.
Okay.
Move down one, Dave.
Just laughing at this. Mike Andrews says, wouldn't it be funny if Hampshire declared right now, just for laughs? Briefly, says, enjoying the commentary, watching the feed. Is parsimonious the southern version of a tight beggar?
I tell you what, southern. I mean, accusing Melinda of being southern. I mean, she's very southern.
Very.
Hemisphere, let alone anything else.
Dylan Pennington's coming back into the attack.
Wow. Dear, oh dear. Yeah, and obviously Hampshire wouldn't be wanting to do that because they're not safe yet. So they've given themselves a great chance. Pennington then, in to bowl his 11th over of the day. He bustles in, it's very full and whipped off his toes there by Zen Malik, but he has got a boundary fielder. It's a rather untidy piece of fielding, not for the first time today by Mohammed Abbas, but this time it doesn't go under him and over the rope. And they maybe could have come back for 2. Malik into the 20s, 127 for 3.
He got a word there from the skipper and he raised his arm. I don't know if he's giving him a little bit of a come on, sort yourself out.
I mean, he's on the practice wickets there, but it was a little bit stiff, and the 4 seamers have got through a fair bit of work now today. Pennington very full, driven by Hayne. Bump ball fielded by Pennington in his follow through. Does that almost? It almost becomes an instinctive reaction there to think he's going to throw it at the stumps, and then he's laughing as he goes past the umpire as well. Pennington.
Well, he did that earlier in the season, and it ended up being a 2-match ban.
Oh gosh!
So I don't think we'll see him throwing it any time soon.
Yeah, I mean,
he didn't hit the batter at the other end. He was nowhere near him, but was given 3 points, and that took him over the top.
Pennington full again, pushed in towards mid-wicket. Clark does the fielding, just moving slightly to his left in order to do so. So, yeah, it's interesting in that Pennington, you might get a 5-run penalty for throwing the ball unnecessarily close to a batsman, but unusual that it tips you over the edge there. So he's obviously picked up points previously.
Yeah, and he had some points from his time with Worcestershire, apparently.
He had a big grin on his face as he walked past after that a few moments ago, as he draws an edge here from Hayne as it carried, and that's a very good take by Verena. Low to his right, and Hayne is gone for 21, and with his reputation against Notts, that is a big wicket. Pennington restored to the attack by Hasib Hamid, immediately strikes. Warwickshire 127 for 4.
Yeah, I was just talking about Carl Verena as well. His 350th first-class dismissal. I know it's one of those that sort of gets lost, gets swamped in the fixture cards, in the scorecards and everything. As soon as you take your 350th, you're on your way towards 400. But that's 350 first-class dismissals for the South African wicket-keeper Verena, and that's made up of, if we can find the list, 326 catches, 24 stumpings. Sam Hayne caught Verena bowled Pennington for 21, and it's also Pennington's 25th wicket of the season.
Really good low take. They've made the most of their opportunities today, Notts. And, you know, opportunities are going to come if you keep on bowling it in the right place, and they've done that quite a bit. And very useful wicket, which has them 2 wickets away from another point. Because it really feels like a countdown, doesn't it, at the moment, to see if they can get over the line. If they bowl Warwickshire out and score 300 inside 110 overs when they bat, they're going to be champions.
Yeah, I was just I know you've just been doing some stuff next door. I was just saying with Kevin and Mel there. Yeah, okay, you don't mind whatever happens at the end of the day if you go to bed with the trophy or whatever. But it would be nice if there's a defining moment here. They need one more run, and that's it.
Yes.
Or
the 300th run. Yeah.
You don't necessarily want it to sort of happen elsewhere and then Chinese whispers round the grounds and whatever.
But I think the greatest likelihood is now, and it will depend on them scoring 300, but if they bat well enough, that would be the moment, rather than, I mean, for Surrey not to bowl Hampshire out on what would seem to be a spicy enough surface. I mean, the fact that Washington Sundar took 3 wickets in 4 overs would suggest there's going to be something there for the spinners. And obviously the Surrey seam attack is decent, although not at full strength, with no Worrell, no Clark. No Atkinson, no Tom Curran. It's a bit of an in-betweener team from Surrey this week. And Hampshire, 44 for 103 runs behind. I mean, besides the quest for bonus points, Surrey have got to, probably win the. Well, they've got to win the game. They've got to win the game in order to get the title. So they'll have to produce quite a comeback. But we've seen them do it before.
Newman's got a good record on this ground. Ed Barnard, a colossal score here 3 or 4 years ago with Worcestershire, 180 not out, something of that order.
He faces Dylan Pennington, former Worcestershire teammates, another full delivery, full face of the bat, played up towards mid-on. 3 outstanding seasons he's had for Warwickshire since arriving, vice-captain. For me, one of the most astonishing omissions from the 100 this year, Ed Barnard, because his form in the T20 was brilliant. He does everything, a bit of everything. And as he gets older, he just gets better as well in terms of his understanding of the game.
Would you have him on the plane with the Lions?
That's an interesting one, isn't it? So this is driven by Barnard off the inside half of the bat. Hamid at mid-wicket does the fielding, doesn't release the throw that he threatens. End of the over, 127 for 4. It's interesting because Barnard has been part of the Lions a few years ago when he was at Worcestershire as a bowler who can bat a bit. Now, he would accept that in his career he's now become a batter who can bowl pretty well. And he's had a good season with both bat and ball. I just wonder whether his age profile will count against him, Dave.
I would say yes, normally, if your England Lions is going out for experience in Sri Lanka or Pakistan, different conditions, get all that experience. But this year they're making a big point of the fact that the Lions is almost an England second 11, and they're there just in case there's injuries or loss of form or whatever to the key members of the Ashes squad. They're going to be based in Australia, and then, you know, at a moment's notice, a phone call, they could be, you know, they could be elevated to the England squad. Here's Lyndon James bowling to Malik, who drops it on the leg side, and just for that reason they might just be looking for a little bit more seasoned characters than just a whole crop of youngsters.
So do you think Dylan Pennington will get a call? It must be in the conversation.
I mean, it was just infuriating last year when he got taken away from Notts, was 12th man in 3 tests and then got injured and didn't play for anybody the rest of 2024. Not heard his name in the England conversation this year, but the Lions would be a good shout. Next ball off the outside edge, open face from Malik, and Notts have done well there. They've moved Liam Patterson-White from first slip to gully, and it went to him along the ground, and the newly capped spin bowler made the stop. 127 for 4.
Could the Notts skipper find himself there? I mean, he's not a sluggish scorer as he might have been at the age of 20, is he, by any stretch?
He's not. He gets on with it now. Lyndon James in once more, and that's another edge, another one. 351 for Verena, and Lyndon James gets his first, and Notts have gone bang bang. 2 wickets in quick succession. Hayne out in the previous over, Malik in this. Just a little bit of movement, clip the outside edge, and Malik goes at the crease for 3/4 of an hour. Faced 39 balls for his 20 runs. Sen Malik caught Verena, bowled James for 20.
A little bit of extra bounce there from Lyndon James, which has done him. It's caught him high up on the bat. And what was a promising start from Malik has turned out to not quite work out for him. But he will still, I mean, you know, he's likely to have one more innings this season. We'll have to consider his first senior season of Championship cricket, playing for Warwickshire, having come through that South Asian cricket programme. An absolute success. Couple of centuries he's got, match-winning innings at Headingley as well, with one of those awkward sub-200 targets in the 4th innings of a game. And it's all part of the learning process. Lyndon James has that ability to get that slippery length just behind a good length, and the ball occasionally will get up from the height that he bowls. That's a really good wicket for Notts, who are eking themselves closer.
Why does Dan Mosley bat as low as 7? He's better than that.
Now, I've got to insist at the start that it's Mosley.
Okay.
Before we go any further, and by the way, we talk about people who might be in the England Lions squad. Mosley has made 2 centuries for the Lions this season, but has yet to got a Championship 100 in his career. But yes, I mean 7 is unusually low for a player with his ability. That's at 3 in the T20. Had a very good campaign.
Makes his way out to the middle to join Ed Barnard, who's only faced 2 balls. Brian says, "Dear Lord Newark," this has got to stop, folks, but thank you, Brian. Remember one radio commentator at the start of the season saying Notts were one of the 2 First Division sides most likely to be relegated. I now consider that unlikely. Thank you, Brian. Don't know who that would be, but everybody's entitled to an opinion. There's James into the newly arrived left-hander. This one goes through to Verena. Certainly, if you looked at last season, I mean, Notts stayed up as much as anything purely due to the fact that Lancashire and Kent were support. Notts only won 2 games last year, one against Lancashire and one against Kent. You know, they just stayed up going into the last couple of matches. They were right down there amongst the dead men as well. So, you know, it wouldn't have been the most staggering piece of pessimism to say they're likely to be relegation candidates. And James, another one wide of the new arrival, and goes through to Verena.
It's very interesting how difficult Lancashire and Kent have found it in Division 2 this season.
Kent to bottom, aren't they?
Kent to bottom, yeah. I mean, I think, again, you would argue that those teams might be in transition. Certainly, I mean, Kent finding consistency in their bowling attack has been a problem for the last couple of years. Lancashire, it's slightly harder to put your finger on.
They had a change of head coach, didn't they? Started the season with Benkenstein. James again round the wicket, strikes. Mosley on the pads, outside the line, I think. End of the over, 127 for 5. Successful over for Lyndon James, 11 overs, 1 for 31. Tea, remember, is at 4 o'clock, so about 12 minutes to go. Warwickshire 127 for 5.
You know, historically, when a big county goes down to Division 2, it actually has been relatively straightforward a lot of the time. You have to win a lot of matches to get promoted, more often than not, but Nottinghamshire have experienced it. Warwickshire took Yorkshire a little while. Middlesex have got themselves stuck down there at the moment, and now Lancashire. But I just wonder whether it's a little bit harder. You see how well Leicestershire and Glamorgan have played this year. Derbyshire have had moments, but still developing, still trying to recruit, aren't they? As Pennington comes in to bowl to Barnard, who guides the ball down towards the slip cordon with soft hands. And there's no run.
Yeah, Matthew Montgomery here, the 12th man out there for Notts. He's Derbyshire bound. There's talk of Mohammed Abbas as well. I don't know where the talk is coming from, but it's all over everywhere that Derbyshire have offered Mohammed Abbas a sizable incentive to move along the A52. Notts might want to hang on to him.
Pennington approaches once more, pushed out into the offside, and there's no run. I think it's interesting with a player like Montgomery, who's clearly very capable, a very good player, that sometimes you just find that your strength, if you look at the current top 6 for Notts, and we don't know what's happening with Verena going forward, you did the top 7 with James, it's a real strength, and there's only so many batting places available. You look at the success that Ethan Brooks is having at Worcestershire when he couldn't quite find his way through at Warwickshire. There are a couple of other young players at the Bears now who probably haven't got as much cricket this year as they would have hoped, and sometimes the smart decision is to go and find some more cricket.
Yep.
So Pennington approaches outside off stump, left alone by Barnard, remains 127 for 5.
Well, to back up what you've said, Hamid, Slater, Haynes, Clark, so that's 4 of the top order, have played every single game. Freddie McCann has played every single game bar one, the one where Ben Duckett was in need of a little bit of red ball cricket prior to the international season, and Freddie McCann made way. So the top 5 have played every game bar that one where Duckett came in for McCann.
Pennington, right arm over to Barnard, guides this wide of second slip this time, again playing it with soft hands. They should be able to come back for 2, as the aforementioned Freddie McCann races down to third to do the fielding. Barnard off the mark with 2, 129 for 5. You know, when a player comes through like Freddie McCann and starts making runs, and you know, as a coach you want to see him establish himself, then that's one fewer place available in the batting order.
Yeah.
And I don't know who the next couple of cabs are off the rank, but somebody like Montgomery weighs it up and thinks, well, I might be better off elsewhere. As the decisions you have to make as a professional, it can be cutthroat, can't it? As Barnard awaits this next delivery and leaves it outside off stump through to Verena.
Well, a little bit like Brett Hutton opting to go to Northants. I don't remember exactly the period he left, who were there, but he's had to be in a queue behind the likes of Stuart Broad when he's been available, Luke Fletcher, Jake Ball, James Pattinson, Harry Gurney,
yeah,
etc.
Notts, more often than not, have a formidable seam attack. And that's true of the multitude of bowlers they've used this year, as again it's left alone outside off stump. To have sufficient bowlers that you can rest them, or you can cope with players being away due to their ECB contract like Josh Tongue has been, or Ollie Stone not yet getting fit enough to play 4-day cricket. I mean, he's fit enough to have a go now, but doesn't quite get into the team. It just goes to show the virtue, I think, that Notts and Surrey are the ones who've got the strongest depth in terms of the battery of pace bowling. Is perhaps not a coincidence when you look at the table.
I mean, just to give a flavour of mine and Peter Moore's relationship, which I'd like to think is good. I saw him this morning, and have you got the team, Dave? And I said, well, I've seen the scorecard. Here comes Lyndon James around the wicket to bowl to Mosley, pushes it into the offside, and he said, "Oh, I haven't. What's on the scorecard?" I said, "Ollie Stone in for Josh Tong." He said, "Well, the scorecard's wrong then. Who's printed the scorecard?" And I said, "Well, I don't know, but there's no smoke without fire." He said, "No, Mo is back for Josh, just the one change." So somebody somewhere within the confines of Trent Bridge thought OP Stone was going to come into this game because it's there on the official scorecards.
It says something about your relationship with Tom Moores that he's been seen scratching Lord of Newark in the side of your car.
James bowls again to Mosley. This goes through to the wicket keeper. So still to come, Michael Booth, Ethan Bamber, who's been in the runs this year, and I say that because I sat through, these live streams are terrific, I sat through the second 11 final where Ethan Bamber scored a whole host of runs to beat Notts in the final earlier in the season. Nathan Gilchrist and Taz Ali.
Look, I saw every ball of Ethan Bamber's maiden century.
And James bowls turned away to leg. They've got to be sharp here, and they are, because it was to Jack Haynes' left hand, and they probably knew that. So they get home 130 for 5.
I'd look for it. Ethan had never scored a 50 in so much as schools cricket prior to his 100 at Chelmsford this year, and he made it as a night watchman, and his innings was only really broken because he was starting to cramp. He and then his back was getting sore. He wasn't used to spending 5 hours at the crease. Let's put it that way. Most of the time he looked really, really comfortable, and then every now and then there'd be a 10-minute period where the brain had gone, and he'd play and miss at a few, and Essex would get a little bit frustrated. Sam Cook would have willingly strangled him, I think, but he was given a good hand by the Essex fielders when he got to 100, because they know what it means to a night watchman. It's a lovely moment.
Very much so. Helicopter going over the ground. As I look up to see it, I can see some blue sky as well, as James in once more to Barnard, and that's an overstep. No ball from Lyndon James. 2 runs. You can see Farhan Ahmed on the boundary rope talking to Joe Clark away to our right. He's played in half the games this year. I don't know what the qualification is for getting a medal, but certainly having played in 7 of the 14, if Notts were to go on and get the medals, Farhan would have done that at just 17 years of age. This one wide of the off stump.
I love the look of him when he played the T20 at Edgbaston. It might have been the day with the double header.
That's right, yeah.
Just looks a super talent.
Well, that's when you both know very well. The T20 Blast started in 2003, and Notts were the only county never to have had a bowler take a hat-trick in that competition until this year. 132 for 5. James bowls little drop into the offside by Barnard, and there's no run. So he's had that little moment of history. He got a hat-trick here against Lancashire, who of course went on to win the North Group, make it through to finals day, but can never take that away from Farhan, the first T20 hat-trick for Nottinghamshire.
It's a category where the Bears do well. They've got crazy numbers, about half a dozen or something, including one for Hassan Ali this year.
Had a long old chat with Joe Clark there on the boundary edge. There's Barnard again, a little push, and the non-striker Mosley was on his heels a little bit, had to respond eventually. It was a comfortable single, but it certainly wasn't backing up in textbook fashion. Last ball of the over, Barnard looking to farm the strike, 133 for 5.
Probably just the one more over before tea. I will have to vacate during the over, Dave. I know you'll forgive me. You're a very forgiving type of chap. But conditions nice now, and the only question will be is whether the light causes a problem, and the shadows are already quite long, approaching 4 o'clock, and when the scoreboard comes back to the score, because they're advertising that tremendous heritage showcase in the library. 35 overs to bowl, so it'll be 34 after tea. We'll be back on at 4:20. That would take us to about 6:35. I don't think we get to 6:35 if I'm a betting man.
No.
It's Pennington into bowl, start of a new over, and he's driven powerfully and straight by Barnard for 4. That's a good-looking shot from Ed Barnard. He's up to 7. 137 for 5. Pennington almost managed to lay a hand on it, but that was a crisp strike from Barnard.
Yeah, just if you are listening inside the ground, or indeed if you're coming on days 2, 3 and 4 in the library this week, back of the Batman board, the library, most of you know where that is. They want your help. They've got a load of ties that have been donated, cricket club ties. They'd like identification with some of those.
Just back of a length left alone by Barnard. If you can't identify it from the writing or the logo, you might be able to identify it from the drops of soup.
Be interesting to see them, won't it? If somebody goes over there and wants to send me a photograph, that would be great. But they've also got some signed cricket memorabilia. They'd like to sort out the autographs, some photographs and all sorts of stuff over there. Just need a little bit of help. I think it's perhaps just a way of attracting you into the library, and you can see how good it is and everything in there if you've not been in. But there is a purpose this week. They'd like to get some stuff identified.
Pennington 1 for 48 so far. Barnard again leaves alone outside Austin. Which club do you think this tie is? Well, I'm not entirely sure, but I'm pretty sure that's asparagus. That's how my school ties used to. I'm not saying we had asparagus soup at school, but my parents had a fair idea what I had for lunch when I got home.
Yes. I'll say if anybody does go, send a photograph. Also, I'll plug this tomorrow as well. The Nottingham Cricket Lovers Society starts this winter on Thursday, the 16th of October. James Taylor, former Leicestershire, Nottinghamshire, England, the first speaker. 16th of October.
Back of a length, guided down towards backward point by Ed Barnard. I shall see you after tea. Will you be making a guest appearance for the Nottinghamshire Cricket Society this winter?
No, I won't, no.
Oh.
No. I thought you were going to say, well, I've been making a guest appearance downstairs for the scones and jam and cream, which I certainly hope you and Melinda get stuck into during the tea interval, which is quite literally upon us. 2 deliveries to go, 1:37 for 5 here at Trent Bridge. We have lost an hour's cricket today, but decent conditions at the moment as Pennington bowls little leg sidey to Barnard, tucks it out into the deep, out to Joe Clark, shirt outside his cricket trousers, number 33 on his back, shares a joke with Mohammed Abbas over something, big smiles on both their faces, and fires a throw into Kyle Verena. So Warwickshire 5 down, Alex Davis, LBW, Brett Hutton for naught. Rob Yates caught McCann, bowled Abbas 32. Young caught McCann, bowled Hutton 48. Slight hold up here with 1 ball to come. Hayne caught Verena, bowled Pennington 21, and Malik caught Verena, bowled James 20. It is just for the reorganisation for the left-handed. Mosley has got 1 from 6. Last ball before tea. 3 slips back in. Dylan Pennington bowls and started wide and shapes even wider, and that will be the interval. We've got 34 overs left in the day, 52 gone in the innings. The Bears under the Trent Bridge floodlights today, and the last round of matches, day 1 at tea. Warwickshire 138 for 5, Ed Barnard 8, Mosley 1, wicket takers for knots, 2 for Brett Hutton, 1 for Mo Abbas, 1 for Dylan Pennington, and 1 for Lyndon James. They've been shared around as they have been all season, and Nottinghamshire moving closer and closer to their first county championship title in 15 years. Players will be back out there in 20 minutes. I hope you'll join us. In the meantime, for listeners to 5 Sports Extra, I'll now hand you back to Kevin Howells. And for our viewers, listeners on Trent Bridge Live or on the BBC Sport website and app, likewise at tea, Warwickshire 138 for 5. When play returns or resumes after lunch, we'll be back with the commentary.
We are Virtue. We have over many years built a nationwide network of local dealerships with a choice of amazing cars from the world's leading manufacturers, all cared for by our highly skilled technicians. For customers who continue to praise us to friends and family alike. Because we are Virtue.
Hello everybody, welcome back to Trent Bridge with our umpires Michael Goff and Martin Saggers striding out to the middle, followed by Asiba Mead and his side. At tee, Warwickshire, the visitors, are 138 for 5 with Ed Barnard and Dan Mosley, the not out Warwickshire batters. Tee on the first day, Nottinghamshire had moved significantly closer to their goal at the start of play. Notts needed 10 points to be sure of the county championship title. By tee, that had been reduced to 4. 70 for 1 at lunch. The Bears at tee, 138 for 5, ready to go again. Welcome back. If you just coming back to us after being with us earlier in the day, or hello for the first time if you're just tuning in or watching the pictures on Trent Bridge Live, or joining us on 5 Sports Extra. Kevin Howells, Melinda Farrell, Richard Wilford, myself, Dave Bracegirdle in Nottingham, as the players just make their way back out to the middle. I think it is one common gripe amongst all the cricketers up and down the country. The tea interval just doesn't last long enough, but got themselves out there. Mohammed Abbas going to get things going. Richard Wilford's alongside. 138 for 5 as we ease our way into this session with the right-handed Barnard pushing this to backward point, and the Bears are up and running after tea. Richard, welcome back.
I mean, the key at Trent Bridge is the tea interval needs to be approximately 1 scone and a cup of coffee long. and if you can achieve that, then that's perfect. So,
did you achieve that?
Mm-hmm.
That's all we need to know.
Yeah.
That's good.
Didn't quite achieve everything I wanted to get through in the 20 minutes, but I'll make up for that when I go and do my 5 o'clock report. But yeah, it's been a good effort from Notts today. They've chipped away. There hasn't been a procession of wickets necessarily, but 2 in quick succession in the second half of that afternoon session. This evening it's a case of whether they'll have time to get the next 2 bonus points before the light causes us a problem, because I think that will be the challenge that we face.
Still have 33 overs after this one. If we can get them all in as Abbas bowls to the left-handed Mosley. Nudges this up to mid-off, and there's no run. Abbas in his 14th over now. Missed last week the thriller down in South London after picking up a back spasm, a back twinge at New Road in the previous game. But he's been right on it today, hasn't he?
Yeah, although he's just clutching at his wrist and his bowling hand a little bit there. Obviously a very wristy bowler. That's part of the skill.
There's Abbas around the wicket again, wide enough, and goes through to wicket keeper Verena. Picked up a couple of catches this afternoon, as did Freddie McCann at second slip. Melinda Farrell back alongside. Was handed a note at tea, or rather brought up a note by Jackie from reception downstairs. A note that had been dropped off, and request, can you pass this to Dave in the commentary box? I'll read this in a moment, Mel. 139 for 5. Around the wicket comes Abbas. Dancing down the track is Mosley. The intent was good, the execution not quite as rewarding, because he did it straight to mid-off.
I'm concerned that they've written it using cut-out letters from a newspaper.
Oh dear.
This is from Peter, I think it's Peter Henkin, it might be Hewkin, apologies Peter, but thanks very much for taking the trouble. A quick observation about your chat earlier, Dave, with your New Zealand female co-presenter.
Oh, gosh.
139 for 5, Abbas bowls turn to leg, and there's no run.
I would point out that Melinda can make at least 2 different vowel sounds that New Zealanders don't use.
The pair of you were discussing Newark, New Jersey. Are you aware that in Newark, New Jersey, there's a Trenton, i.e. on Trent, there's a Nottingham Boulevard, a Robbinsville and a Sherwood. Cheers, Peter. Thank you very much, Peter, for going to the trouble and giving us all those links with Newark, New Jersey and the Kingdom of Newark, away to our left that I was chatting to my New Zealand co-commentator with earlier on. 139 for 5. Bass round the wicket, short, and Mosley misses out on the pull. You have a right of reply, my dear.
Sure, Brew. Oh, that's one for my New Zealand friends out there. That must be what happens when you mix Orange with Birmingham.
Although that's to presume that when the two of you incited me to do my original Brummie accent, they didn't think that was New Zealand.
Yeah, that's true. I've had a message too. I'm just looking for it.
What, you've missed your optician's appointment? Is it that one?
No, it's an email. I've had an email.
Excellent.
Your flight has been cancelled.
I love that you say it like it's sort of an exciting revelation. I've had an email.
Oh, I get lots of them.
Yeah.
It's from Simon Rowley. Hi, Mel and team. Loving the commentary today while sitting around a pool in Santorini drinking beer. Obviously want Warwickshire to win this last game, but also won't be minding too much if we lose because Notts deserve the title.
Okay. Dylan Pennington to take up the attack from this end after tea, and the ball is left alone by Barnard outside of stump.
What was the name of your correspondent?
It's Simon Rowley.
Thank you, Simon.
And he's in Santorini.
Yeah.
Oh, I've been to Santorini.
I mean, Santorini, really classy place to go.
Beautiful.
But drinking beer, there's so much more that you could be drinking there.
Oh, it's beautiful.
We've got a quite a sizable following in Seville at the moment. In Sevilla, in Spain, a lot of Nottingham Forest followers out there following the cricket from Nottingham.
Full delivery from Pennington, driven into the offside by Barnard, but he can't find a gap, much to his frustration.
Because Santorini is where they think that the myth of the lost city of Atlantis comes from, because it makes it a ring, and there's sort of the main island, and then there's the other one that's kind of cut off, and it all makes a ring, and I think that's where the legend of the lost city of Atlantis, where it fell into the sea, came from.
We've covered some ground today, haven't we? You know what I mean? There's back of a length. Oh, and Barnard trying to guide this down to third man. Gets nothing on it. I'm trying to find out what the next island. Santorini is.
Well, it's Santorini's more than one island.
There's Thracia.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then there's Nea Kameni, is it? Or is that might be on I don't know.
But it sort of makes a ring.
Yeah, it does make a ring. Yeah.
See?
It looks a little bit like a Pac-Man eating its prey.
Yes.
Yeah. That's not one for the Santorini tourist board, is it?
Come to the island that looks like a Pac-Man eating its prey.
Yeah. Going left. As Barnard this time does guide the ball down to third. There'll only be a single there. McCann tries to beat his teammate to the ball, but fails. And it's 140 for 5. I was following the paces of the Minotaur a few weeks ago.
Were you? You were in a labyrinth.
I was at the Palace of Knossos, where the labyrinth is alleged to have been. I mean, there's not a lot there, and it's all been sort of, the bits that are there have been renovated, which feels a little bit cheaty.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it would just be a lot of rubble.
You wanted the original labyrinth.
That would have been spectacular. Would have been amazing, quite literally. Pennington round the wicket to Mosley. That's too far outside off stump. Quite full as well, left alone through to Farina.
I'll let that one pass.
It's all right. It gave you a slightly wheezy laugh, which was something.
I do, yeah. I'm a bit muttly, aren't I?
It's the 20 a day, is it?
The 20 coffees. That's my proper drug of choice. Drink way too much coffee.
Pennington. All four Notts frontline seamers have claimed at least one wicket today, and this is well outside off stump. It seemed from so far outside off stump, and Mosley just watched it by. 140 for 5.
We do have 3 Centurions today up and down the country. They're all in Division 2, and they're all still at the crease. Stevie Eskenazi, former Middlesex players, now moved to Leicestershire. 328 for 6 there away at Northants. He's got 100 not out. Middlesex at Lords against Gloucestershire, 301 for 5, an unbeaten century for Leos Duploy, formerly of Derbyshire, and at Canterbury for Derbyshire, century there for Lewis Rees. He's 100 not out there, 309 for 2 against Kent. 3 Centurions so far today. Good going in September.
Mohamed Abbas, it is, bowling over the wicket, and it's left alone outside off stump by Barnard. I just saw Farhan Ahmed coming on as subs, just as the 12th, and he's still eligible for England under 19s.
Yeah, it's only 17.
So do we think he's going to be in that squad? Of course, that's coming up in January, February, being played in Namibia and Zimbabwe.
Yeah, I'd be staggered if he wasn't.
That's good going. 15 he was, I think, when he went there. Abbas is in, full delivery. It's just punched out to cover point. No run.
Great thing, isn't it, for the likes of him and Freddie McCann, if underlined, if not sort of go on and win this, but win a county championship title. I mean, I've talked to Fletch 1,000 times over the years, and one of his great moments was winning the county championship title with Notts in 2010. But he says one of the other regrets is he was too young at the time to appreciate it, and what it had done for later on in his career to have experienced it.
Bright sunshine, long shadows as Abbas is in. It's defended out into the covers by Barnard. Still no run in sight.
If you compare that to Brett Hutton, who you were mentioning earlier, 15 years as a pro, going on hopefully this week to win a county championship title, you think of all those yards in the dirt that he's got through.
Yeah.
Just, I can get that. It would just mean so much to him.
Yeah. Just sort of topped off the career. I mean, highly unlikely he's going to go on and get elevated to the international ranks now. He'll be one of those that are, always will be labelled as a honest, hard-working county pro.
Abbas over the wicket again, just left alone outside the off stump. Verena can't quite take it cleanly, but stops it nonetheless.
Just something nice in his forthcoming years, I guess. Just have a lot of the players, don't they? They'll have a shirt framed and a medal up there, or whatever. Perhaps a photograph as well on the sideboard of one or two of their biggest days in their career. Just to remember, can't take it away from you.
Abbas turns at the top of his mark, makes his way to the crease, so his wide elbows pumping. Next ball just opened the face of the bat and guided that one down towards deep third, and they'll get a single. Brings Dan Mosley on to strike.
Mosley, not Mousley. I've already been ticked off for that. Although they call him Mouse, don't they?
Danger Mouse is his nickname.
It doesn't help that his nickname's Danger Mouse. It really doesn't.
Well, I actually heard it both ways so many times, so I went straight to the source and asked him. So
he's unequivocal, by the way.
Yes.
When he was a teenager, I asked him. There was a one-day game at York, and he played very well. A very young Jacob Bethel playing in that as well, and he was unequivocal.
In comes Abbas, and that one is just turned into the leg side, but there's no run there for Mosley on that occasion. Just one run coming from that over from Abbas. Another tidy one. It's 141 for 5 now. Barnard on 11 and Mosley on 1. And I always thought it would be great if he lived in the suburb of Mosley.
No.
But unfortunately he doesn't. I think he should move there. It's close to the ground.
It is. He's a Solihull boy.
Yeah.
He's down. Big Aston Villa fan. I get a bit of stick from him. As Pennington begins his 15th over. Barnard looking to drive, and it goes past the outside edge. Flashes through. There was just that little bit of movement off the seam that had you waiting to see whether the appeal was going to be following. But nothing on that one.
The hardy souls away to our right now, very much in the shade. It's often called the fridge, the stand on the Bridgeford roadside. I can probably count maybe 20-25 people in there, but they're quite a way away from the action this week, and it'll be very chilly in there right now.
Pennington full, outside off stump, left alone. There are people, because I mean there is one legend at Edgbaston who always sits in the same seat all day, every day, even if it's belting down with rain.
I think his name's Andy. I went and met him. I went and introduced myself to him. Poor man was absolutely terrified.
To be fair, we're kind of all Andy there. But yeah, so the people who are over there, it probably is, especially those in the back row, it is their preferred seat. They like it there. They can stand if they want to and have a stretch and won't block anybody's view. Pennington, straight delivery around off stump, dabbed behind point for a single. Vacant area, Barnard 12, 142 for 5.
But if you look to our left, they're in the sun. Yeah, it's a little warmer, but they're all with their hands up to their eyes, peering into the sun.
See, I've always struggled with that fridge stand, because you talked earlier about your slight OCDness and everything else. The fact that it's not curved around like the other side, it's like a little itch I want to scratch. I just want to go out and move it around a bit.
It's difficult, isn't it? Because you know, we get it with the nature of the real estate that they have available here and where the roads are. It's making the most of it. It's a nice, elegant drive from Dan Mosley to a bit of a half volley, really, from Pennington, but he doesn't time it, and Hasib Hamid fields at mid-off.
It's like the proper name, the Lord Ian Botham stand at Taunton, and you sit squarely on your seat there. You're not actually looking at the square, are you?
No.
What I do like is the way the hovercraft is lying there with the covers stretched out. It actually looks like a giant cricket bat lying on the...
It actually does. I'm giving you that. Pennington full, left alone outside off stump, goes through to the wicket.
It covers the handle.
Though if we're being pedantic, it's not a hovercraft. You couldn't get to France
sorry.
on that or the
Do you
Isle
know
of
what?
Wight.
I did this last week. The other day I called it a hovercraft by mistake. It might work. Has anyone tried it?
There's Farhan Ahmed again doing some boundary duties. Bottle of fluid for Abbas.
We'll have to take it to the rowing place down the road and see whether you can travel on it. Pennington round the wicket again to Mosley. Still doesn't make him play. He hasn't got his line right to Dan Mosley yet in the last couple of overs. Warwickshire 142 for 5. In theory, 30 more overs to bowl today. We are just escaping a really dirty cloud above us that is going to rain on somebody, but it appears not us, because we're almost at the tail end of it. That's not an attractive cloud. Well, I mean, all things are relative, but
it's not all about looks, you know.
If you want, God, I hope not in life. But the way that cloud was, it could have lost us an hour if it had burst over here, because that's mucky. That is.
Don't seem to be blowing either way, do they? All the clouds seem to be fairly stationary at the moment.
Right, it's time for another Abbas over. He's in bowls, and oh boy, Barnard had a really loose swish at a wide one. Tried to put that one away, but it doesn't make any contact.
It started wide and got wider, hasn't it?
He definitely chased it. It's also it's gotten cooler as well. I noticed when I went downstairs to get a coffee. Definitely cooler. I'm glad I threw a jumper in just at the last minute. Here's Abbas. He tries to flick that one down the leg side. There's a half a shout for a leg side strangle, but though Verena took the diving catch to his left, and he hasn't got anything on it.
It's on the pitch again for Farhan Ahmed. This time bringing a sweater out there.
Yeah, I reckon you'd need it out there today. It is chilly. Not as chilly as it was in early April, though. September weather tends to be nicer, doesn't it? Barnard waits as Abbas is in, and he watches that carefully as it goes past. Not interested?
I don't know.
What? Don't know what?
We have had in recent years, when there's been the criticism of how much Championship cricket's played in April, we've had some belting Aprils.
We have actually, yeah.
It's always, maybe it's because I've usually come from a hot climate.
Yeah, you've just come from New Zealand or somewhere.
When the Aussies kick you out each April and say, enough, Melinda.
I've got memories of sitting on a heater at Edgbaston as Abbas is in, defended just out into the offside. Thought about a run, Barnard, but there was never one in it.
Well, it's only 2 years since we had the media day here at Trent Bridge pre-season in the snow.
Oh.
Snow flurries, snow on the ground.
I mean, I don't mind it if it's cold and it snows. You feel like you're getting value for money. You want to get something out of it being cold, as opposed to just being cold. So, cold with snow, I'm all for that.
Does it snow in Orange?
It does. It was snowing there about a month ago. As a bus bowls, it's just turned up to mid-on, and they did start herring off for a run and took about 3 steps and realised that would be a very, very, very bad idea.
There's a puzzling moment there where Ed Barnard, having struck the ball, is running towards Dan Mosley while shouting no.
It went straight to mid-on. Yeah. They were never going to get the run there.
Dan's thinking, what do I believe, what I can see or what I can hear?
Oh, it was a good job that he listened rather than watched. Final ball of the over. Abbas bowls to Barnard, who just chops this one away behind point. And they don't take a run, so it is a maiden over. Abbas has the rather wonderful figures of 1 for 26 after 16 overs. And Warwickshire 142 for 5, with Barnard on 12 and Mosley on 1.
Just gave a brief mention to it just as the players were leaving the field to go for tea. The Nottingham Cricket Lovers Society runs each close season. The first meeting this year, Thursday the 16th of October, will be James Taylor, Titch Taylor. Many Nottinghamshire supporters, of course, will know James, the former Leicestershire, Nottinghamshire, England player. That will take place in the TBI in the Trent Bridge Inn at 7 o'clock. Other guests this winter include Angus Fraser, Craig Cumming, Andy Afford, Nottinghamshire players. Mosley drills this back at Pennington, and he makes a really good stop. Had to drop down onto his haunches quick as a flash, and is pleased with his efforts because there's a big cheesy smile there. So it's the Nottingham Cricket Lovers Society. Everyone welcome to attend. Membership costs £20 for a year. Or guests can pay on the door to attend an individual meeting. First one, Thursday the 16th of October. That one will be held in the TBI at 7 o'clock. Pop along. James Taylor. Should be a good night. 142 for 5. Pennington round the wicket. Nice and full. Lovely flow of the bat from Mosley into the offside. There go the sunglasses. There go the floppy hat. And Hamid hauls it back in just inside the rope and keeps them down to 2, and the Bears have a gross on the board. 144 for 5. Mosley has 3.
You don't very often hear that used anymore, do you?
What?
A gross.
No.
It's rare.
Yeah.
The other one, which I've always, and again, regular listeners will have heard it mentioned whenever we go down that route, is a chain.
What's a chain?
There's Pennington balls and played down into the ground. We saw one earlier on that Will Young did really well to kick away from his stumps, this time outside the off stump and through to the keeper.
A chain is the length of the cricket pitch, isn't it?
It is. 22 yards.
That's commemorated in song by Fleetwood Mac.
But you'd think.
What?
You'd think now and again it would, just sort of pop up when a cricket writer worth his or her salt might be just, writing about the strip, the pitch, the wicket, everything else that gets either wrongly or rightly attributed to the bit of grass they play on. This is pushed into the offside, no run. But it's also a chain.
So hang on.
From length to length, 22 yards.
So, but would you call a pitch a chain, or you would refer to it? How would you refer to use the term chain?
He pitched it so far up it went almost the entire length of the chain.
Yeah.
And removed off stump.
Galloped down the chain quickly to make his ground.
Yeah.
144 for 5. This is pushed into the offside. There's no run. Are you writing this week?
I am. I've just been talking to my colleague George. I don't think I'm going to write today, though.
Okay.
I'm keeping my powder dry.
This is why people who collect cricket grounds and go to lots of different ones are known as chain spotters.
Ooh. Very good. Very good.
I tell you what, you
Mr.
should
Wilford.
write headlines for the Sun. You.
He's here all week, or most of it.
I love a good cheesy pun. Yours have gorgonzola all over them.
Final ball of the 58th over Pennington. Last ball of his 16th. Another run for Mosley. This partnership. Now, they're going to come back for 2. There shouldn't have been 2 there, should there? Anyway, there was. Mo Abbas just taking a moment or 2 to get round there, control the ball and release it, and they did come back for 2. 146 for 5. Partnership 19. Last wicket was that of Malik. It was caught behind. The Bears losing 2 wickets within the space of 6 deliveries without a run being scored. Hayne and Malik following each other back.
I think it's reasonable to say that there are probably 2 to Mo Abbas running round the boundary mid-spell. And he's got through a lot of work today. He's about to start his 17th over. And I know that we're relatively late in the day, but we've only had 58 overs, so he's bowled a substantial proportion.
Yeah,
Yes, and look at his figures. He's only gone for 26 runs.
Oh, the classic Mo Abbas figures, aren't they?
Yeah.
He's got the ball in his hand now, and he's running in to bowl over the wicket to Barnard, who again chases a wide one, doesn't make contact.
In reality, he's trying to get his foot across, but to get his foot across far enough, he's almost have to do the splits, because the 2 deliveries that he's had those slashes at have been way outside off stump.
Yeah.
And they've not really got up, and the ball that wide is tending not to get up as much.
He'd be furious with himself if he toe-ends one to gully. Or
chops on. You could easily chop on doing that.
Yeah, he could too. Abbas bowls. This time he angles the ball in and it's left alone by Barnard. And that's the other one, isn't it? Because he can then just bring it back in and all of a sudden you're caught in 2 minds, not knowing what to expect. And your stumps are flying. 27 overs remaining today after this, but I have to say it's already getting pretty dark.
Yeah, it's getting a little bit gloomy, isn't it?
Yeah, we might see the lights coming on very soon as the bus is in. It's full, just jabbed out to short cover by Barnard. No run.
They did switch the lights on again. It was the 3rd time today, but I think I'm right in saying that these days, with the sort of lights you have in sports grounds, it isn't such an expensive thing to clunk them on. It used to be that putting floodlights on was a very expensive business, and people were very resistant to it.
Well, I think the grounds over here generally in the UK have been absolutely brilliant in using lots of green energy and upgrading those facilities. As Abbas passes the umpire, bowls, and that's played late by Barnard, just down to deep backward point. They'll stroll through for a single. Joe Clark's out there, does the fielding.
Snooker maximum on the board now. 147. Miles has been in touch. Folks, thanks for keeping me company all day at my desk. I've not paid any attention at all to any of the video calls. I'm sure most of my work today has been rubbish. This game is far more important. Quite right, Miles. Thank you.
Priorities, isn't it? Priorities.
Well, make the most of it. The last few days of this season, it's been a busy one. Now, Mosley on strike as in comes Abbas and he bangs it in short. Mosley swivel pulls but doesn't really get it out of the middle of the bat. They'll just get a single as it goes down towards deep backward square leg. So 2 singles only from the over. Abbas continues to give absolutely nothing away. He'd be a terrible Santa Claus.
Hasib Hamid has just given Lyndon James the nod to get warmed up again.
Abbas just takes his time now. Just sending a fielder out to deep mid-wicket. So maybe, is he going for another short one? He's in. No, he's not. He's threatening the outside edge again. You just don't know he keeps them guessing. 2 runs coming off the over. It's 148 for 5 with Barnard on 13 and Mosley on 6. And they're not finding it much easier than Warwickshire's batters did in the first session.
Be interesting to see with the weather set to be, I think, brighter for the next 2 days, how this surface continues to play, because I don't think anybody, and we've seen 7 batters out there, I don't think anybody has felt comfortable.
No, Zen Malik almost probably looked...
He got to sort of 16, 17 really nicely. He was timing the ball very well, and then he got stuck, and then got out from Lyndon James that just...
There's Pennington round the wicket, bowling to Mosley. This goes through to the keeper, 148 for 5.
And it's interesting because we were saying at the end of the first session when we got to lunch that actually Warwickshire had only lost 1 wicket and probably felt that they'd done really well in getting through that session with just losing 1 wicket. But you're right, it does feel like every run has been really hard fought for.
It's been hard to come out of your shell. I think if you're not playing shots, you might be able to survive, but anything expansive has been with big risk.
Pennington once more, this time on the pads of Mosley, work to leg. A single.
Saw that with Sam Hain in particular. Felt that he was just trying to find a way to survive, but there was just almost no route to scoring.
Notts haven't actually won this fixture since 2015. Here at Trent Bridge, they rattled up 600. Their highest score against the Bears. Hales 189. Pennington bowls wide of the pegs, goes through to the keeper. Match was eventually won in the gloom with Stephen Mullaney and Samit Patel bowling in that final hour, and they got the last 6 wickets to get the win. That match, Andy Carter got 5 wickets in an innings for Notts. The last time there was a 5 for here at Trent Bridge. There's been a lot at Edgbaston since then for both sides. As Pennington bowls another drill into the offside. Decent stop by Lyndon James, or partial stop. Brett Hutton tidies up, but they take the single.
When you've got through quite a lot of bowling, that is an excellent piece of fielding by Lyndon James. He's got up rather stiffly as he makes his way out towards the boundary. The Warwickshire 150 just being announced, but he saved 3 runs there. He got a pretty sizable arm on that.
Yeah, very good work from Lyndon James. Makes his way out onto the fence in front of the Fox Road stand. Here comes Pennington again, running in with lots of effort and energy, and dancing down the track is Mosley. He's lifted it over a mead and it'll run away for 4. Took the aerial route there. Real shot of intent from Mosley, as the floodlights do, as predicted by my colleagues a moment ago. Come on for the 3rd or 4th time today.
That was probably the most aggressive shot we've seen all day from anyone. That lofted drive from Dan Mosley.
Pennington again. What's he got by way of a response? This next one's cut away outside the off stump, out into the deep, and again they're rushing hard. In comes the throw, and Verena whips off the bail and even turns to ask the question of the umpire, but umpire Saggers in a good position and says not out. 156 for 5.
They really hustled there, and Mosley really wanted to come back for that 2nd run. He was running to the danger end. Just saw him there. It's the first time in a while we've seen a batter try to really put the pressure back onto the bowler.
I mean, credit to Mo Abbas. Say there's been 2 to him when he's in the outfield all day. That was a slick piece of fielding and a really good throw at the end of that latest spell of his. And it was tight. I mean, certainly a direct hit and he was gone. And Verena was quick to get the bails off. Excellent piece of fielding. Here comes the return of Lyndon James. Already 12 overs, 1 for 35. Another dark cloud just hanging overhead at the moment, but again we're reaching the tail end of it, so it doesn't look like it's going to drop on us. James sprints in, comes in with real energy, back of a length, guided to backward point for a single by Barnard. He's 15, 157 for 5. Did he always sprint in with a relish that he now does, Lyndon James? It was, to me, watching the pictures of the game at the Oval last week, there seems to be a greater energy and a greater pace to his approach, and a heavier ball that he's bowling.
I suspect it's just something that he's worked with Kevin Shine. His first couple of years in the Nottinghamshire first team, he had all sorts of side and back niggles and didn't bowl all that much, but I guess he's grown to his full height and everything now, and he's got the freedom of movement, and he's encouraged to run in just a little quicker.
And again now to Mosley, who guides him down fine to third. There's a bit of a run for Hutton to cut this off. They'll come back for 2. Hutton does well enough to make sure they can't get 3. I think it was always going to be 2 the moment Mosley struck it. He joins Barnard on 15, 159 for 5.
And he's been really successful as well. As I say, the last 3 or 4 matches, that's bound to increase your confidence.
Yeah.
Will feel really good about himself. I was just looking at some previous fixtures here. Last month I went to catch up with Franklin Stevenson. He comes over once a year to play in the British Par 3 Championships, the golf.
James to Mosley, thick outside edge which will go in front of point. A chase this time for Slater, and again they'll jog back for 2. 17 to Mosley, 161 for 5.
And it's held at Nailcoat Hall, not too far away, and this year he's playing with Darren Maddy. Had a little natter with Darren after the...
That would be a bit like Mel standing next to Boyd Rankin.
Yeah, after they'd done, and he was talking about a game here that I've just brought up. 2013, it was end of the season. It was Darren's last game. He finished after that one. It was his last game, and something very unusual that happened.
This is dabbed out into the offside by Mosley for another single. He's up to 18, 162 for 5.
His last game, he ended up, he'd obviously gone into the game with all sorts of tweaks and niggles and whatever, and he came out in the second innings with a runner, and the Bears had been down on their luck with wicket keepers. They'd called up a guy, I think he was born in Hong Kong or from Hong Kong, played for Hong Kong or something, called Peter Mackay, he also picked up an injury in the match, and he had to bat with a runner, and we were talking about it, the strangeness of it. Runners at both ends, absolute chaos.
Oh wow.
Peter Mackay was Tim Ambrose's deputy for a while. James into Barnard, who's driving this backward of point for a single. Runs flowing in this over. 16 to Barnard, 163 for 5.
Was there a Hong Kong connection? I just got that in the back of my mind.
I'm not entirely. There could have been. There could have been. I'll look him up. I'll look him up before I go and do my 5 o'clock report. But yeah, he had a short Warwickshire career, Peter Mackay. 2013 to 2015 from Burton. As this is flicked off his pads by Mosley, very fine. Chase around the boundary and a good stop. They'll come back for 2 more. Mosley accelerating at the moment. He's up to 20, 165 for 5. Good effort by Joe Clark, close to the boundary's edge to make that stop. And that is the end of an over from Lyndon James.
Yeah, the Bears at T were 138 for 5, so steady enough progress. 27 runs have been added in about half an hour.
Just get the feeling that this pair have decided, particularly, well, as we see Brett Hutton coming into the attack, but just while Brett Hutton wasn't at one end, and then when Mohammed Abbas wasn't at the other, they just decided that they didn't want to get themselves stuck. But Hutton has been terrific. He's 13 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 23. So back for his 3rd spell of the day, bowling from the Radcliffe Road end.
Yeah, 2 big wickets as well, weren't they? Alex Davis early on, and then the big one of Will Young top score today so far with 48.
He runs in now, bowls to Barnard, who drives straight back to Hutton. Does the fielding himself.
Elsewhere, Division 1, Somerset 279 for 5 at Chelmsford against Essex. Hampshire 89 for 1 at home to Surrey, who were bowled out for 147. Sussex 204 for 4 at New Road, already establishing a sizable lead. Worcestershire bowled out for 1-2-3.
As Hutton is in, bowls, and that's turned around the corner by Barnard, and there will be a single in it as mid-wicket runs around to field.
And at Headingley, two sides scrapping to stay up. Durham 246 for 7 against Yorkshire. Division 2, Glamorgan all out at home 265, Lancashire 19 without loss. Derbyshire 339 for 2, Lewis Rees still there past 100. Middlesex 335 for 5 against Gloucestershire, century there for Leas Deploy, and a century for Stevie Eskenazi of Leicestershire, there 363 for 7 at Northampton.
Hutton makes his way to the crease, bowls round the wicket to Mosley, who just carves that deftly down towards deep backward point. I'll just get a single. Mahmoud Abbas doing the fielding out there.
Getting through a lot of work, isn't he, in that portion of the field, Mo Abbas. Hide me somewhere else, skipper.
They probably know that he is doing a lot of work. Just got a very wide slip in at the moment, and a gully as well, but it's almost like a second slip with first slip missing, or a 1.5 as Hutton is in full delivery, just drilled up towards mid-off. No run. Lights coming on more fully now. There's actually quite a bit of blue sky, but it's one of those ones where there's bright blue sky, but then some very dark clouds breaking it up as well. My colleagues have just been whispering behind me,
and it was about you.
Yeah, talking about
it. It wasn't to you, it was about you.
Oh no, he's back. Dr. Noble. In comes Hutton, and that's driven straight. They come through for a very quick single. Direct hit would have been interesting. It was Hasib Hamid shying at the non-striker's end, but it went over the bails, and there are bodies everywhere as everyone went flying, backing up. I think Kyle Rain has ended up with it down the other end. It's all smiles. Would have been very interesting. It was a tight one.
A bit like baseball, wasn't it? Throwing it from one base to another.
We're all on the ground at one point, it seemed. The end result, though, is a single. But Mosley's been quite prepared to run the tight ones with Barnard. Here's Hutton again. Mosley tries to swish this away down the leg side. Don't think he's got any bat on it. He hasn't. No, they've come through for a leg bye. And that will be the end of Hutton's first over, back into another spell, and 4 runs coming from it. Warwickshire 169 for 5 now, with Barnard on 18 and Mosley on 21.
Big stories elsewhere, Kevin. I'm sure you're following the other 8 games just as closely as you're following this one. 3 centuries in Division 2 so far.
My entire focus, David, has been upon this game.
Thank you.
I've barely had a chance to look at. I barely chance to keep across the others. Oh, look out! Angie's on.
Yes. Don't very often.
Forest playing a big game.
Don't very often have Ange Postecoglou in my ears, but there he is. Hi, Ange.
How pleasant.
And in cricket now, Nottinghamshire are
There's a
on
quick
track to
radio
win the
update.
first county championship in 15 years. They play their final game against Warwickshire at Trent Bridge today. Dave Bracegirdle is there for us.
Yeah, things going pretty well for Notts, not only here at Trent Bridge, but away in the other match, which affects the top of the table down in Southampton, where Surrey are very much coming second best down there. Here, 170 for 5, Warwickshire, 2 wickets for Brett Hutton, 1 for Lyndon James, Dylan Pennington and Mo Abbas. A stubborn 6th wicket partnership holding Notts up at the moment, but overall they'll be pretty pleased. Warwickshire 170 for 5.
For an update, ask your smart speaker to play BBC News for Nottingham.
He's very good, isn't he?
He is. Who's this? Me?
Lyndon James. Oh, no, okay, I'll do it then.
You do it.
First ball is just squirted out behind point. They come through for a single. Well, I would never want to presume to do anything when you're here because you're so terrified.
I was.
Don't be. Relax. Relax.
He glares at me in Welsh.
Who does? The headmaster.
I wanted to hear the newsreaders say, "Ask BBC Sounds to play me David Bracegirdle," is what I wanted to say, but they said Radio Nottingham News. It was a slight disappointment.
Here comes James around the wicket to Mosley, and that's got an inside edge. Well, that could easily have gone on to hit the stumps. As it is, Joe Clark is out there running around and manages to cut the ball off, and it's only a single, but a little bit dicey and a little bit streaky.
Look at this weather.
I know, it's crazy.
Look at the sun. Look at the sun bouncing off the gold of his jacket.
Oh, I knew, you knew it was serious today when you saw Lord Bracegirdle. Here comes James, and that one's another swish down the leg side from Barnard this time. Doesn't make contact. Is really annoyed with himself. Thought they might have been able to get some leg side runs there, but no dice.
Producer Aaron, I think, is going to wear it for his pitch side piece tomorrow morning. He's actually looking for somebody to join him and talk about the day, Mel. If you're up for it, I know you're usually shy at going in front of a camera, but
of course I am. I haven't really bought any on-camera.
Have you not brought your TV clothes?
No. I'm a bit scruffy. Here's James, and that's played late by Barnard, but only as far as gully. No run.
Can I just say, I think you look very smart, and if you'd appeared on the TV today, I wouldn't have batted an eyelid at your clothing selection.
Really? My lumberjack
It's
beautiful
colours.
Shirt with
colours.
a T-shirt hanging out
Sort
underneath.
of matching trousers.
My jeans with the racing stripes down the side. I could try and
So
look
that's a
smart
yes,
tomorrow.
Dave, tomorrow.
Yeah.
I'll try and look smarter. James, final ball of his over, is played late again by Barnard, but this time he gets it a little bit squarer and it goes out to backward point, and they will get a single to finish, making it the fourth single of the over. 173 for 5 now, Warwickshire, with Barnard on 20 and Mosley on 23.
Make sure that he doesn't introduce Mel as New Zealand's. What's he showing us there now?
It's showing you the photo he took of myself and Peter Trago when Peter Trago told me that we had to come as cowboy and cowgirl chic, and I had to go to all the charity shops and try and find enough attire that would pass as cowgirl chic.
Did Dave come?
No, he laughed. I mean, the funny thing was, Dave was the only one who realised. Everyone else thought that I just came dressed like that normally.
Hutton to Barnard. Barnard's on 20. Next delivery is defended to the onside. No run.
So I'm sure there are charity shops in Notts, aren't there?
He lives in Newark.
Yeah, but I'm talking about for me, if I'm coming to do something on
so
camera
tomorrow morning, tune in, folks, to Notts TV.
Trent Bridge Live.
Trent Bridge Live. Trent Bridge Live tomorrow morning, just to see what sort of choice Mel had in the Nottingham charity shops.
Wow.
You're going to have to get there early tomorrow. Open up
that's
early.
True.
Hutton bowls and into the offside. No run.
Yeah, that's it. That's the only problem, isn't it? I like the 10:30 starts, but it
no
doesn't
chance to
give
go
you...
shopping.
Well,
No.
it's not that I ever go shopping. I actually genuinely do that because I often find that I don't have the right clothes for the for the temperature.
Yeah.
I will, if I'm...
Wow, it's a tricky one, most. It's quite chilly first thing, isn't it?
I
thing.
often just go into a charity shop.
Barnard on 20. Driven, very nicely driven. That's a glorious shot for 4 from Barnard. Through extra cover, lovely punch and drive from the all-rounder. He moves to 24, takes Warwickshire to 177 for 5.
50 partnership.
Of 91 balls between Ed Barnard and Dan Mosley. It was when Barnard and Mosley came together out there, the penny dropped, so to speak, of just how strong Warwickshire are with their batting. I mean, they could finish 3rd or 4th, we think, in the championship this season.
Yeah.
To build on this again for next year, they've got a lot of talent there. Next ball bowled, and Defended into the offside, but for a single, Barnard moves to 25, 178 for 5. And on top of that, George de Bell writing in the Cricketer today online about perhaps Chris Woakes' international career being over.
Yes.
I imagine that Chris, I don't know, but I imagine that Chris would probably like to do at least one more year, if not more, with Warwickshire. He's still got it in him, hasn't he? So, add him more permanently to the Warwickshire ranks. Strong-looking possibilities going forward. Mosley, meantime, on 23, round the wicket and punch back off the bowling of Hutton.
Yeah, Rob Key spoke to reporters today after the announcement of the England teams to tour New Zealand and Australia, and made it pretty clear that with Chris Woakes not being available for the Ashes, generally you move on to the next cycle after an Ashes series, so he's not in their plans in the future.
Mosley on 23, make that 24. Driven to Asib Mead, moves swiftly to his right-hand side to cut that one off, and the score is now 179 for 5. I noticed that a member of the backroom staff down there is wearing a nice woolly bobble hat. It is that time of the year. I've noticed in the last 10 minutes I've had one of those emails from the Woodland Trust, of all people, pointing out that their Christmas shop is now open. And here we are, not quite finished the cricket season just yet.
Well, I will be doing my traditional Christmas tradition when I wake up on Christmas morning of going down and watching an optional net session at the MCG.
Okay.
It's even more optional for you, isn't it?
Yeah, there aren't even that many journalists who go down. I've been the only one there on Christmas Day.
Hardcore.
Here comes Lyndon James. First ball's flicked away, manages to beat the diving fielder at mid-wicket, and that's going to be 4 runs to Mosley, who really has decided to put the foot down, realising he's seen so many of his comrades out there be circumspect and still get a ball with their name on it. So he wants to try and put a little bit of pressure back on to this bowling attack.
There's been a bright partnership between these two, in fairness. They've looked at manoeuvre quick singles. Dan Mosley will try and be more aggressive, and certainly crease occupation hasn't got them very far in the game today, has it? But positivity has got them moving a bit.
James around the crease. Mosley shuffles down the pitch towards the bowler. Ends up just not convincingly pushing it up towards mid-off. No run. Well, the ball might be softening a little bit now as well. Just becoming a little bit easier for the batters to control. Yeah, I do remember that once when it's at Christmas. I was the last one to finish writing, and I was sat in the MCG press box, and it's like 2 o'clock in the afternoon on Christmas Day, and I thought, I need to get a life. James bowls. It's defended back to the bowler by Mosley, no run.
So what did you do at 2:30 that afternoon then, in your pursuit of getting a life?
What did I do on that day?
You just went home, didn't you?
I think I probably did.
Yeah,
Do you know what?
Cried a little lonely tear?
Yeah. Do you know what? It's now. I reckon I probably went to a Little Orphans Christmas barbecue or something. It's great when the English journalists are out
Do they feed you well there? What? Is this why you said it?
Mosley on strike down the track, and he does drive this with ferocity. It's another boundary. Got it through extra cover, and this is a little really nice counter-attack from Dan Mosley. Takes him on to 32, and Warwickshire on to 187 for 5.
Anyway, you went to the Little Orphans.
So when England are out there, it's actually really nice because all the English journalists are there. And last time the Ashes were on, a few of them had a house, and they'd hired for the week, and we had this fantastic barbecue and a quiz night.
Oh, yeah.
As James is in, bowls deftly just dabbed out into the covers by Mosley, but there's no one there, so they'll get a single. Yeah, so that was, the camaraderie was there, and we had a jolly time.
Did you?
Yeah.
You put a brave face on it, you mean?
No,
That's
it was
not
fun.
Christmas.
Oh yeah, that was great fun. Yeah, of course it was. I think we might have even done a sort of secret Santa-y kind of thing.
Okay.
You know, because I don't normally get Christmas presents.
Oh, stop it. No, stop it. Stop it. You're going to have me in buckets here at the moment. Stop it.
Here comes James, and Barnard just punches a full one out into the covers. I'll get another single, and that is 11 runs coming from that Lyndon James over. So productive one.
I can picture listeners now getting the needles, knitting needles out right now as we speak. Mel must have a jumper, nice Christmas jumper sent to her.
Or some mittens.
Lovely mittens.
I don't need them in summer in Australia.
Have a jumper with the mittens attached.
Oh, with a bit of elastic.
Yeah.
I'm not a superficial or materialistic person.
There's nothing superficial or materialistic about a jumper with mittens attached to them. That is so wholesome. You must admit that. It's a beautiful, lovely present.
It is.
That somebody has just picked up a pattern to do for you now.
Oh, I somehow doubt it, but it's the thought that counts.
Anyway, Richard, do you want this end?
Go on.
Or this over at least?
It's over. To make it quite clear, what is it you'd like us not to buy you for Christmas this year? Well, here's Brett Hutton, who wants the wicket that will eke another point into the account of Nottinghamshire. Trying to force it off the back foot. Here's Barnard, but doesn't time it. Just bounces out into the offside. Carl Farina standing up to the stumps now with the helmet on. This partnership now worth 62, second highest of the innings. Notionally just under 21 overs left today. The light's not bad just at the moment, but if it goes, it'll go.
Picks up every now and then, doesn't it?
Does, yeah. Really, I mean, there was another big cloud just came over. Now it's quite blue above us. This is down the leg side. Bounces off Varane's pads and through to square leg where Clark recovers.
I've gone Friday morning, 11:25. Nottinghamshire reached 300 runs. What do you reckon?
Oh, it's a good one. Yeah, I mean, it's a tough one going. It's at 11:25.
Yeah.
Okay. Give me a moment to ponder that. I'll describe Brett Hutton coming in, moving slightly from side to side until he finds his natural speed, and then bowls the ball around off stump, defended out into the offside. And there's no run. We might be seeing some spin again soon by the look of it, which might be an interesting battle because Dan Mosley is likely to attack, and that can produce positive results for Liam Patterson-White.
Mind you, that said, Warwickshire, probably since I wrote that down, Warwickshire may have got a bit more of a footing in this innings than I thought maybe they were going to get.
Barnard looking to force it through the covers, but again doesn't really time it, and Lyndon James is able to pick up. Did you make that prediction at a time when you thought Warwickshire would probably be bowled out today? And they still could be, but...
It wasn't. Yeah. Well, no. Tomorrow probably mid-morning session tomorrow.
Okay.
So I'm sort of going. I mean, I'd go about 100 each session.
Okay. I don't think you're far wrong, but I'm going to go 12-15.
Okay, Richard. That's
I've thought about it there.
Yeah.
Full delivery, pushed off the inner half of the bat through square leg for a single by Barnard. He's 27, 190 for 5.
I'm going high noon.
Oh yeah, good from you.
High noon.
Oh, yeah. Can you imagine how good that would be?
Yeah. You want a local clock chiming 12 as the 300th run comes.
And I want to see Gary Cooper walk out into the middle and start shooting things up.
See, what I should have gone is, because, you know, from the point of view of... that's gone a bit weird. Even for us today, that was left field. I like it. What an image.
Don't ask where that came from. We don't want to know.
You say you spend a lot of time alone, Mel.
High noon. High noon. It's a classic Western.
Classic.
It's the way Kevin looks at me.
It's a classic.
Round the wicket, Hutton comes to Mosley. Steers it behind square. Won't beat Mohammed Abbas at backward point, and there's no run. And that is the end of the over. 190 for 5, Warwickshire. So, yeah, no, see, really, what I should have said, no, they're going to be 267 all out. Not. And they're going to be left one tantalising point short in case Surrey make a storming recovery in the second half of their game against Hampshire.
Well, Hampshire have lost the third wicket.
Yeah.
106 for 3, trail Surrey by 41 runs.
So, no, we're going to see a rare bowling performance, judging by the noises that Dave Brace, unless he's eating a scone.
Rich, it's about this time most days he makes those involuntary noises.
Okay, in fairness.
It's nothing to do with the bowler coming on after.
Yeah, it's when the corset starts to pinch.
Yeah.
But no, it's going to be a rare bowling performance from Freddie McCann.
It is. It is. And he's going to be bowling from the pavilion end. I mean, I'm still calling it pavilion end.
The building site end doesn't sound so glamorous.
No, not in a potential championship winning week.
The construction end.
Scaffolding end.
And he's going to be bowling to Ed Barnard, who's on 27. In the bowls, gets down and just slaps that around the corner for a single. There's Barnard, and he moves to 28. I was just saying, Richard, I mean, you're seeing Barnard and Mosley come out here now. So 5 down, you've got this pair out there. You've got maybe with Chris Wokes, we talked about his international career, perhaps being talked about being over. This is an interesting looking squad, isn't it, for Warwickshire? I mean, we talked about a third or fourth maybe finish for them this season, for them to go on from here. There's some talent in that 11, isn't there?
There's some talent not getting in the 11 as well.
Mosley won't get a run, just pushed into the offside.
It's reasonable to assume they won't see a lot of Jacob Bethel for the forthcoming, but Jordan Thompson arrives from Yorkshire next year. Nathan Gilchrist already around.
Next delivery round the wicket, looking to reverse and gets that away very neatly and fine. For 4 does Mosley, moves to 37. This partnership builds up to 68 now for this 6th wicket. 195 for 5.
Keith Barker back next year, obviously at the very much veteran end of his career, but there are other younger players. I mean, Sheikh would have expected to play more than he has, but he didn't take his chance as well as he would have liked at the start of the season. He'll come again. Vance Jani played a couple of games in the championship and looked pretty tidy. Made some good runs in the 50-over competition. Kai Smith, who's kept wicket for a lot of the season, another really talented player. It's an encouraging mix of youth and experience.
Mosley on 37, leans in to push that one to the onside for no run. Shaping up nicely. Durham, by the way, 277 for 7. Way to Yorkshire in Leeds in the relegation tussle, and that is pushed back up to McCann for no run. 195 for 5. Barnard on 28. Mosley 37. I think it was. We had a little music, if that's what you can call it. It sounded a little barbaric. Next in, looking to reverse down into the ground. He's no idea where it's gone as Mosley, and it's just ended up behind square there and no run. 195 for 5. Barnard on 28. Mosley 37. So if the light were to hold, and it's a big question, if 19 overs remain today, and McCann has bowled one of it, went for 5 runs. Hutton will continue.
I'll be amazed if we get another 19 overs in.
I know, but you should,
I'm often amazed, though.
Hope is what keeps us going now.
I'll
Is that what it
keep
is?
believing.
It is.
Keep
It's
dreaming.
what keeps me going, Rich. Yep. Hope.
It's,
Wait.
go for it. Go for it.
Okay, it's Fred Hutton. I don't know.
Stereo. I wonder who was coming out of which speaker. Rich out of the right-hand speaker, and you coming out of the left.
People have crashed their cars.
Anyway, it's Fred Hutton bowling. First ball gets through, and Kyle Verena is keeping up to the stumps, as we saw him do earlier today. And trying to just put a little bit of pressure on the batter. They have been walking down, being more aggressive. This should pin them down. In comes Hutton. Next ball is defended up to Hasib Hamid at mid-on, no run.
I'm going to depart myself. I have my own updates to do today. It's quite exciting. Oh yeah. I feel like a proper reporter again.
Well, thank you for sharing your excitement.
Oh, it's always good to share.
I want to do musical chairs. You describe the next delivery,
Okay.
and Dave will end up re-emerging, almost inevitably.
It's like magic. As Brett Hutton makes his way in, bowls, and Barnard gets behind that firmly and holds the defensive pose. And I've got someone counting in my ear, which is always very interesting.
Hello.
Welcome back, both of you gentlemen.
Hello, mate. I'm Nottingham. How are we
And
then?
Hutton runs in and bowls, and again defended by Barnard. No run.
The light again, another cloud coming over to the left, and immediately it does have more of an impact, doesn't it? So a dark cloud in half an hour would give us a bit of a problem.
Yeah, there's no shadows from the sun, even though there's a lot of blue sky above. So it really is getting a little bit gloomier now. Barnard waits as Hutton is in. He just plays that one late, opened the face just enough, and goes down towards deep third, and they'll stroll through for a single. Oh, thank goodness Dave Bracegirdles waved his magic wand and stopped that very loud conversation happening in our ear.
We were about to hear a pre-recorded interview from BBC Radio Nottingham, which could have been very entertaining, but we might have started concentrating on that instead of the cricket, which would have been unfortunate. It's, and I think people could, some of you may have picked it up judging by a message that I've got as well.
Mosley, next ball from Hutton, and he flicks that very attractively down towards deep mid-wicket. They'll just get a single. This little wristy shot. It's the end of Hutton's over. 2 singles coming from it. And Warwickshire 197 for 5, with Barnard on 29 and Mosley on 38.
Richard, do we know the name of the young 12th man bringing things? Okay, sorry.
No, I'm just. Is it too? Initially, I was going to say it might be Shay Simmons, but
well, that was. That's the name. Thank you. That's the name. So I was talking to Franklin Stevenson. He said, apart from Jacob Bethel, product of the Franklin Stevenson Cricket Academy in Barbados, he'd got another lad on the Warwickshire staff, and he told me a name and I couldn't remember it, but yes, it was Shay Simmons. He's
got some nice pace. He bowled with the Kookaburra ball. He bowled some fast overs, and he'll pitch in quite short. Very fluid action. I just hope that with the number of seam bowlers they've got available next year, he isn't starved of cricket, Shay Simmons. So here's McCann bowling into the pads of Mosley. He flicks it away for a single. He's 39, 198 for 5. Why do we think McCann's bowling, not Patterson-White?
It's a very good question, because if anyone can, Freddie McCann.
Oh. He's only what? He's taken 8 first-class wickets.
Yep.
Comes into bowl now to Barnard, cutting him off the back foot. Can't beat the fielder. Hits it straight into the path of the man at backward point. Is that another substitute fielder?
That's Calvin Harrison, yep.
Okay. Now Barnard driving into the offside. There'll be a comfortable single there. Out to Clark, who's on the cover boundary. And with the score going to 199 for 5, this now by 2 runs is the largest partnership of the day. They've added 72 since the quick surrender of Hayne and Malik to good deliveries from Pennington and James. Now a sweep from Mosley. It's an appeal for LBW. Did he get bat on it? Looked like he probably did. And he becomes the second player to reach 40 today, and that is the Warwickshire 200. 200 for 5 coming up in the 69th over. And this has been, by some distance, the most attractive partnership of the day. Barnard pushing it to point. Harrison comes in. He's had a weird existence this year, Calvin Harrison. Yeah. He knows he plays for somebody beginning with N-O. But it varies according to the week. Forward in defence is Barnard, and there's no run. It's good that a young cricketer is getting, well, actually, I mean, a relatively experienced cricketer these days in Calvin Harrison is getting quite a lot of cricket. But the sort of on-off nature of loans is getting increasingly peculiar, isn't it, at times? Yeah. You know, I remember there was a week years ago where James Treadwell played against Warwickshire for 2 different counties in 2 different competitions, and you're thinking, well, it's all a bit weird when you do that.
It's the annual Surrey signing and overseas for the last game of the year game, isn't
Well,
it?
well, I mean,
You can understand they've lost players.
Yeah,
to
but the
England
sneaky
side.
thing with this one being that they did sign him for earlier in September, but didn't choose to use him until now, because that's the other Surrey trick: is signing an overseas player and then leaving him out the 11.
It's strange. Washington Sundar, that was a good signing for Hampshire, I thought. This here's Brett Hutton. First ball is just carved gently into the offside by Mosley. No run. Sorry, did I take this over?
No, it's quite. No, that's quite all right. I was just thinking there was an instance this year, and the names just come to me. Notts finished a county championship match at Taunton on the Wednesday. Casey Aldridge playing for Somerset, his parent county, and then from Somerset on the Friday evening they were at Durham, and he was playing for them on loan.
Mosley taps his bait, Patton crouches, and he goes for this next ball, a full delivery from Hutton, and he swiped that down through long on, and it's going to go all the way. So Mosley continues to press the advantage and put pressure back onto the bowlers. Hasn't happened to Hutton very often.
Yeah, nice looking shot. So listening to you all coming up with your permutations and when Notts will get to this, that or the other. And also the question, why is Freddie McCann bowling? And to sort of semi-smile looking at the Notts over rate at -1. Of course, they were doctor point last week for their over rate.
Yes, they were. Hutton around the wicket, and it's played with a very nice straight bat defensively by Mosley up to Hasib Hamid at mid-off. No run.
You know, there could technically come a point where we're saying, yeah, that's it, Notts have done it. And the board's showing -1, and you think...
Oh, yeah, it's a very good point, actually. Yeah.
Well, they should have the chance to rectify that over rate in the Warwickshire second innings.
Of course.
So we might see something suspicious then.
Here comes Hutton. Full ball, absolutely spanked, but only as far as mid-on.
Remember back in the 90s when over rate was calculated over a season? And that determined whether you lost points.
Oh.
See Warwickshire in a game that was going to end in a draw at Scarborough, bowling 45 overs in 2 hours in the final session.
Oh, wow.
I think it was Ashley Giles and Neil Smith, or it might have been Richard Davis and Neil Smith. I'm trying to remember whether it was Ashley or not. Might well have been Richard Davis. Much missed.
Hutton runs in, Mosley tapping impatiently. Next ball's laced away through the covers. Well, we've seen him play that cover drive so beautifully today, and he had just enough width. There was an invitation, he took it. That's the second boundary of the over for Mosley. 208 for 5, and Mosley moves on to 48. He has definitely looked the most comfortable out there today.
There's some curiosity about why Dan Mosley was batting so low down this order, and it is the top 7 are all fully fledged batters, but with the ball getting soft, there is some virtue as he's demonstrated.
Yes, it is. Last ball of the over is defended by Mosley, straight back to Hutton. So it's unusually expensive for him, and by his high standards, 8 runs coming from it. Warwickshire 208 for 5 with Barnard on 30, and Mosley closing in on, well, I would say a sparkling half century. It's been quite sprightly, hasn't it?
Very much so, yeah. That's 70 overs gone. There are 16 to go in the day in theory, so Notts could be rushing through these overs. In fact, we've had the 1 over of Freddie McCann.
Well, two overs.
2 overs, none for 8. We're now going to get Liam Patterson-White.
Yeah, I think, so they will potentially be able to take the second new ball tonight. They might be happy to take it tomorrow morning, to be honest. But what we do know is that tomorrow you're looking at lunch 12:40, tea 3:30, and a 6 o'clock finish, aren't we? Because we have lost enough overs to get an extra half hour tomorrow.
Yes, 104 overs will be scheduled for tomorrow.
What happens with the other 2? Do we get a 98? I don't know if we do we?
No, we don't get those. Oh, yeah, I see what you're getting at. It's Patterson-White then starting his second over. He bowled the 1 over before lunch, went for a single. Slow left arm around the wicket, down the leg side attempted slog sweep by Ed Barnard. A man of Shrewsbury, I think.
Shrewsbury, yeah.
Along with Joe Clark in the Notts team.
Shropshire's been a fertile ground for Worcestershire to recruit, hasn't it?
Yeah. Patterson White again, newly capped this morning, along with Pennington and Haynes. Bowls on the legs, and it's helped down to Dylan Pennington at deep backward square for a single. 209 for 5, the Bears.
It's Shrewsbury where the Iron Bridge is.
It's nearby, yeah.
Nearby.
Shropshire, Iron Bridge is in Shropshire, yeah.
Yeah, it is in Shropshire.
Yeah.
I went there.
It's sort of nearer Telford.
Right, I went there to see it, and it was all covered up in cloth. I was very disappointed.
What
Went all that way.
That's a lot of bridge to cover with a cloth.
It is.
I know.
The big cloth.
It was a big, very big cloth. Big moo-moo.
So Mosley on 48, left-hander. Oh, very nearly yorked himself there. Jabbed his bat down on it at the last second, and it's retrieved by Verena, preventing a sharply scampered single to be taken.
I saw Will Young depart on 48, which is what Mosley's on now. Doesn't want to give it away.
Patterson White bowling again. This one's cut away, and there'll be no, just a single. Then Patterson White bowling. He, of course, got the top score last week in that match against Surrey of just 58. It was a little bit like today has been so far. Batters getting into the 30s and 40s and getting out. Patterson White went on, got 58. He comes again round the wicket. Again, attempted leg side slog sweep from Barnard, and misses out. Fielded off the pads of the keeper by McCann at slip. 210 for 5 after 71 overs.
Might just have to go for a little walk, gentlemen, and just check what I may or may not have to write today.
Keith Dibble says, "Are the Notts seen as the chain gang?" Then that's a reference
I
to.
like it. I like it.
Very
The
good, Keith.
chain gang. I'm going to use this in a piece at some point, you know.
Only taken an hour, Keith, but very good. Unless you're watching it on +1 or whatever. 210 for 5. Very good work, Keith.
So Mohammed Abbas technically back on the chain gang. Change of ends for Lyndon James. Bowled all his overs previously today at the far end, but Hasib Hamid is reaching that point where the other three main seamers have done a really tidy shift for him. And with the fifth bowler combination with the sixth.
Just see out the day or take that second new ball and ask for one more big effort from maybe Houghton and Abbas.
You never know, 80th over, we might see the occasionals of Ben Slater.
Crikey.
It's interesting, isn't it, the work that the bowlers have got through today, and it's a reminder of just how intense and how much energy goes into a day's championship cricket. Stand of 82 between these two. Mosley on 49, facing James, looking to clip him square. He'll get certainly one. He tries to split the two fielders, but it is just the one. But Dan Mosley completes a very fine half-century, brought positivity to the batting part of the game for the first time today, and reaches 50 off 62 deliveries with 6 fours. He really announced his intent with his first boundary when he came down the wicket for a lofted off drive that bounced once on its way to 4. And it's a fine knock, 211 for 5, Mosley with 50.
Yeah, very well battered. Because last game of the season, it's an opportunity for your top 5, 6, 7 to really get some good runs and massage your season's figures, your season's averages. They will stay there forever, won't they? How many did you score in 2025? Doesn't say whether you got them all in the last match or not.
As, this one is clipped off the thick inside edge down towards fine leg. Fielded by Mohammed Abbas. Barnard collects his 32nd run, 212 for 5. Dan Mosley has one cricketing itch that he is desperate to scratch. For all that he's a modern player and a terrific white ball player and has won England caps as a T20 international, he is without a championship century in his career. I think he'd probably like to beat Jacob Bethel to a first-class 100. But I think he did get a first-class 100 for England Lions this year, and one that wasn't first-class. As down the wicket he comes now and launches James straight, and that is a big 6 from Dan Mosley, a clean strike, 218 for 5, and he's looking to keep his foot on the accelerator.
Yes, they clearly sense that this is an opportunity just to apply the pressure on the home bowlers. They You know, they're just trying to get through these overs quickly and try and get that second new ball or have it available if they wish to take it. Let's try and reverse the psychology a little bit. Let's try and put the pressure back on the bowlers, and Mosley in particular, Barnard as well, playing his part. They've now added 91.
It's a tiring attack, and softer ball isn't doing so much. Dan Mosley trying to collect runs as he forces the ball towards extra cover. Picked up there by Joe Clark, and there's no run. Partnership now worth 91 for the 6th wicket.
That's what James and Patterson White put on at the Oval last week. 91, an innings that certainly helped Nottinghamshire's cause.
Yeah, okay, hold on. A Derbyshire supporter has got in touch. Love listening to you, Melinda. I wonder who's handed me this. You always make me smile. So James has Mosley playing miss outside off stump. Thanks for all your commentary this season. It pains me to say it, but congratulations to Notts for ending the Surrey domination, which they should do by the end of the week. But that's, what was his name again? Was it Daniel Castledine? Yeah, well, yeah.
Yeah, and I mentioned that Lewis Rees had got 100 for Derbyshire today. Wayne Madson's got one as well.
Oh, very good. An olden but a golden.
Yeah. Italian international, Wayne Madsen.
All the best people are.
In the T20 World Cup, aren't they?
James Pace is in, driven through extra cover. They'll get the one, they'll settle for one. Rose at the 57, 219 for 5. Did they get through in the end, or did they just got
no,
scored?
they did.
They
did. Yeah.
I mean, there aren't many Italians in the team, it would be fair to say, in terms of pure Italian, but they've managed to get together a group who qualify, and they've done really well. It's good to see.
Yeah, Emilio Gay of Durham plays. Grant Stewart of Kent, he's on the side as well.
These are good cricketers.
A great opportunity, a really fabulous life experience to go and play in the T20 World Cup in India and Sri Lanka in January and February. Going to be Liam Patterson White. Lovely to see his family this morning and have a little chat with Dan and Helen and everybody this morning. Congratulate them and Liam on getting his county cap. 219 for 5. He bowls now, turned to leg by Mosley, moves to 58.
See, it's why I like the old school cap system. I know there are flaws with it, but to have to earn it, for it to be a reward for performance, made it such a special day for 3 young men today.
220 for 5. There's Patterson White, led to believe it's a few extra quid in the wage packet as well, becoming a capped player. This is run to backward point. In the olden days, of course, there was 2 separate dressing rooms, weren't there? Capped players and uncapped players. Patterson White balls, and it's defended, pushed back to him. 220 for 5.
Not great for team spirit, is it? Having 2 different dressing rooms, depending on your status. Crikey, you wouldn't do that now. You wouldn't invent that system.
We've had all sorts of things, haven't we, in the past, as the next one's blocked. Professionals and amateurs, gentlemen and players.
Yeah.
All sorts of things. 220 for 5. Not the cap system is if you arrive as a full international player, you get your county cap straight away. This is down the leg side, swept away behind square for 4. No chance of Pennington getting anywhere near that. Barnard advances his score to 36. Warwickshire to 224 for 5. So, like for example, Kyle Verena would came across last year, test player, straight away gets the cap. But a younger player who's not capped, he's got to do it through performance over a period of time.
Do they know yet if he's back next year, Verena?
224 for 5. I think that is very much a hope, as this is pushed into the offside nicely by Barnard. He'll get a couple more out to Abbas. 226 for 5. And also they'd like Fergus O'Neill back, and Fergus would like to come back, which I guess is also maybe just helping the Mohamed Abbas to Derbyshire rumours, but sure all that will be ratified over the next few weeks. 2.26 for 5. Going to be Lyndon James from this end now. He's being switched about and just generally used to good effect by Asiba Mead, just to help get through to the 80th over. And he's got a choice, really. Mead, he can either take the second new ball or not take it. And of course, as we get towards the close, you wonder what Warwickshire will do if a wicket went down. I guess we're almost beyond the point of night watchman coming in and protecting somebody, are we?
I don't think there's anybody to protect now. So, to be fair, Booth is probably a position too high at 8. So James to bowl to Mosley, wanted to drive it through extra cover, got it off the inner half of the bat rather straighter, but we'll get a single. And that brings up the 100 partnership between Ed Barnard and Dan Mosley for the Warwickshire 6th wicket. It's come off 149 balls, so in attractive fashion, just 1 ball shy of 25 overs for the 100 partnership. So 4 runs and over, largely thanks to the thrust of Mosley. He's made 59. Barnard's contribution to the partnership 38. I think he was on 0 when the partnership started anyway. He was. So just 3 extras along the way. Now Barnard faces James, dabs it into the offside. That would have been a very short single with Calvin Harrison, the substitute fielder, closing in the covers. There's no run. At the moment, the light is really good because we have the bluest sky that we've had all day at Nottingham. Probably it's heralding an evening of exciting football for Nottingham Forest in the south of Spain against Seville's blue-collar club, Real Betis. What a night that's going to be. So this one down the leg side, that's come off a pad, so there's a celebration at first slip. But the noise, it sounded paddy, didn't it?
Yeah. Anything down the leg side, you can disregard the excitement from the slip cordon. Finished in a couple of Division 2 games at Canterbury. Derbyshire have closed on 389 for 2. They've still got their 2 Centurions, Madsen and Rees, together, and they've finished at Wantage Road, Leicestershire, 392 for 7 against Northants, and they're off for rain and bad light at Worcester.
James approaches once more. Barnard guides it towards straight mid-wicket. Across to do the fielding is Clark. Gets in front of his skipper Hamid to pick it up left-handed.
Worcestershire 123 all out. Sussex 228 for 5. Century there from James Coles.
If you're batting second on day 1 and you end the day with a lead of more than 100, you're generally fairly happy.
Yeah.
Would have been a tricky morning, I think, with some of the surfaces they've had to play on at Worcester this year. As again, this is steered towards mid-wicket, a little bit closer to Clark this time, so he moves in to pick up the ball. It remains 227 for 5.
The context of everything, that's a huge game at Headingley, Yorkshire Durham. Durham 314 for 7 in the 94th over, so they're nearing the close there. They've got a couple of batting points. Yorkshire at the moment a couple of bowling points.
I think Durham were in probably about 150 for 5 earlier. I think they've done pretty well to get there. James strides in again, steered off his pads by Barnard for a single. He'll claim the strike on 39. 228 for 5, Warwickshire. 12 overs still remaining today, and just at the moment the light suggests we might have a chance of getting there, which would be very good.
Yeah, not a great deal of pressure being applied on the batters at the moment, is there, even now? With the spin, just Freddie McCann going to have another bowl, or is he just... No, he's not. He's just waiting for Patterson White. But not attacking fields being set at the moment. I think it is just a case of getting down to the end of the 80th. There's 2 fielders out on the leg side fence. Mid-on and particularly mid-off are deep. The Bass is a mile away and warming up, interestingly, as Patterson White bowls to Barnard, who's on 39, pushes this to point.
Lyndon James was just slightly labouring at the end of that last over, so I wonder whether they need to just protect him a bit, because they've all done plenty of work.
Patterson White, he's only in his 4th over, and this is drilled out into the offside, and decent tumbling stop there by Brett Hutton. 228 for 5 it remains in the 75th over. Still half of the ground in shade, half in bright sunlight as Barnard moves to 40 with a leg side clip. Out to Ben Slater. Got the sunglasses on. He's on the Fox Road side of the ground, looking straight into the setting sun. Over there. Everybody else now swapping over for the left-handed Mosley. Calvin Harrison's still on the field. I haven't gone to the trouble of seeing who's gone off, but he has been on for a while now. That's Patterson White, and this is swept out onto the leg side, fielded by Clark. No, it's not, that's Jack Haynes. So where is Joe Clark?
He was at mid-wicket the previous over. Where's he gone there?
Yeah, I think it's Joe Clark who's off the field, which wouldn't be unusual. Another single taken by Barnard. Out again to Jack Haynes. 231 for 5. So Warwickshire within 19 runs of a first batting point. They kick in at 250. Pretty good effort for the 6th wicket this. 104 they've added so far. LPW bowls and an LBW appeal, but he's not going to get anything there. Mosley clearly outside the line. He'd gone outside off and then was trying to sweep to leg.
You've used that line before, haven't you?
I have many times. Here comes Montgomery wandering on with a bottle of fluid for somebody.
Note the announcement this week that Nick Brown is retiring after a fine career at Essex. I don't think he's played any Championship cricket this year. He played some of the 50 overs, but the game that the Bears played against Essex at Chelmsford, Dean Elgar picked up an injury batting in the first innings, and Brown fielded when Warwickshire were batting. He fielded like a man possessed, like almost if he knew that it was sort of his last Championship day at Chelmsford. He threw himself round the field with great energy. Linda James is going to continue his 18th over of the day. Barnard standing tall to receive. Just shows the face of the bat and defends it out into the offside. Warwickshire would dearly love to get to close without losing any more wickets. That would be a good day for them.
It would.
And again, they're holding their end of the bargain up to compete. That's what you've got to do. Brett Hutton is warming up as if he also thinks they might take the new ball, but it's still a good 40-45 minutes away.
What, the new ball? It's 4 overs away.
Oh, it's 4 overs away, sorry, yeah. This one goes past the outside edge. I was looking at the wrong number. But yeah, so yeah, it's 4 overs away. They're not going to take 45 minutes to bowl those. Yeah, so it's about 15 minutes away. Yeah. So the intention is there, clearly.
What's this chat about then, Mosley and Barnard coming together?
Don't play and miss outside off stump head. Don't give it away now, I think. It's had a tremendous season again with the bat head, Barnard, as he awaits James and just jabs him into the leg side. It's picked up at mid-wicket. There's no run. Is that Harrison at mid-wicket?
Yeah.
Tall man, Calvin Harrison. I think one of the things that he's really benefited from his loan at Northampton is being able to crew as well. He's made some deep. James strides in. Barnard pushes it out into the offside, but it's too close to Hutton, who's finding himself fielding in the covers at the moment.
Yes, he's gained a new member of the Calvin Harrison fan club in Darren Lehman, the Northants head coach, experienced former Aussie player, of course, and former Australian coach. Raving about him. He was leading a one-man campaign to have him into the England Test side when Bashir got injured earlier in the season.
James to Barnard. This time he does find a gap. It's through square leg. It got up a bit higher than he expected that. But he'll progress to 42, 232 for 5.
You know, when they brought Dawson in that week, he was fairly vocal on social media. Darren Lehman, Calvin Harrison's your man. Get a leg spinner in. He's in form, this and doing that.
The Will Jack selection's a quirky one.
Yeah.
But I think he's there as much as a backup batter and sort of backup all-rounder if Ben Stokes can't play, I suspect, as well, might be part of the logic.
Utility player is what I've heard.
That's always a harsh description for anybody. James bowls to Mosley, who sees there's going to be a single because it's going to go past James and up towards mid-on. He's got 61 now, 233 for 5, Warwickshire.
Has he got his own clubs?
Oh, stop it. When I say utility player, I think it's as much his flexibility as far as batting positions go, as his ability to maybe contribute with the ball. But who knows? They might not go in with a spinner at Perth Stadium when they get there. I do remember last time when they played Jack Leach at the Gabba, and then they didn't play him at Adelaide Oval, and they had to use Ollie Robinson bowling off spin.
Oh, there's a man who's got a 5 for today, Ollie Robinson. 6 in the end of it.
6, yeah. Yes, Liam Patterson-White continuing from the Stuart Broad end. First ball is just swept out to Jack Haynes on the Bridgeford Road side of the ground.
Have you got to write something today in the end, Mally? You're saying an apology?
Patterson-White bowls. Barnard steps away looking to have enough room to cut this, but ends up just dabbing it away. Something for New Zealand today? Or?
No, my colleague at the cricketer, George DeBell's beavering away downstairs.
So it's a case of not today, Mel, thanks. This is a nice looking pick up by Barnard, and that will go one bounce over the ropes and into the wall at the base of the Fox Road stand for 4. Nice clean pick up, wasn't it? It goes from 42 to 46, and the runs are coming quite a swift rate here for Warwickshire. This is a good little passage of play for them since tea. They've put 100 on since tea. It's taken at 138 for 5.
So I'm going to be sneaking after you two, actually. I might just go down and get some quotes and see if I end up contributing some quotes today.
Patterson-White bowls again. Barnard needing 4 for his 50. We'll get one of them here. Just again pushing it into the vacant space on the offside out to Jack Haynes. Ball lobbed in from deep.
That's become one of the most consistent cricketers in the division this year, Ed Barnard. Well, over the last period of years. Terrific all-rounder, great character. And producing again. Took him a while to get that sweep working today. He had a few false starts, but the last 2 he's hit very crisply.
So he's got a good record here. Huge score with Worcestershire in his last season with them. Mosley, a little push into the offside. Once or twice they've hesitated slightly, been not totally as one with the running and calling, but they take a single at the end of the over. 77 now gone. 9 overs remain in the day. Warwickshire 240 for 5 after they were put in by Asiba Mead. They lost Alex Davis in the second over of the morning. They were 70 for 1 at lunch. And after then, lots chipped away. 4 wickets in the afternoon session, but nothing since tea.
Yes, it's been a very good session for Warwickshire, and just to see the way that this pair, Barnard and Mosley, have just been able to turn the pressure back onto the bowlers. It was all on the batters for the first couple of sessions. Part of the way, pardon me, this is mine because Richard's just left. That first ball of the James over has just played into the onside, and they scurry through for a quick single.
Now this is a sad moment. I've just been looking. There's been one gentleman left in the William Clark stand, and he's just making his way down the steps to go. So there's no, but oh no, he's stood there watching on the top step. Look, there's one gentleman left in the William Clark, but he's stood up ready to go. And I make it there are 10 left in the Smith Cooper stand.
Here's James, bowls to Barnard, who just flicks his wrists and deftly plays that out to point. They'll take another single. That's been the other feature too when you talk about pressure and putting it back on the fielding team. That they've been willing to run some, at times, very tight singles, but they've hustled really hustle between the wickets. And it's played its part as well. As James runs in around the wicket, driven back to the bowler who shapes to throw down the stumps, and Mosley gets back into his crease. And Brace, from that, I think they're coming to you shortly.
Well, we'll be into the 6 o'clock news in a moment. The Sheffield Outlaw says, Dave, Joe and I won't be down until Friday, the 3rd session, but hopefully we'll be there to see us lift the championship either then or on Saturday. That's the Sheffield Outlaw. And T says the charge for the title has become something of a slow burner. Patience, my friend, patience.
You've kept the lid on it very well as James is in, bowls to Mosley, drives firmly but straight to short extra cover. No run.
Waited 15 years for this week, and we can wait another couple of days, I think. Rob Crocker should not win the championship. Who qualifies for a medal? Do you have to have played a number of games?
Good question.
It's one that is worth asking, but don't know who we could ask that would give a definitive answer, whether it be 4, 5 or 6 matches, I guess. I don't know.
James is in once more, past the umpire, bowls, and Mosley defends that to straight mid-wicket, no run.
Oh, it may be a case of you get 30 medals, dish them out to the 30 most, including the coaching and backroom staff. I don't know, I genuinely don't know.
Yeah, because I mean, it takes a village to win a championship.
A village?
I'm not calling Nottingham a village, obviously. Figurative. James bowls full. Bat just kisses the ball the way that Mosley flicks his wrists. It goes out to deep square leg. Now get a single to finish off the over. 3 singles coming from it. And it's 243 for 5 with Barnard still on 48. Mosley has moved on to 65. Fine half century from Mosley.
This might be absolute hogwash, Rob, but we don't know. But I seem to think, now just having a few seconds just to weigh it up, I think the ECB, or maybe even it's Rothesay, but whoever, provide a number of medals, and the club can requisition, well, that's not enough, we need 6 more because of A, B, C and D, or whatever it may be. So they will want people who've played a key role to get one, as this is pushed out onto the leg side, and there's no run. Seba Mead doing the fielding. I don't know, for example, if which members of the backroom staff qualify and which don't. 243 for 5. Sweep from Mosley has just lapped it down to Clark at long leg for a single. 244 for 5.
And we were saying it was downstairs, and it actually was looking so much brighter for a while there now.
Patterson White bowls. Barnard defends.
And it's a bit like the other night when you think of how we had the rain this morning, how dark it was at lunchtime. It was like this on Saturday when we saw blue skies and sunshine at night.
And Barnard has chipped it straight back to Liam Patterson-White, who's Barnard standing there. The umpires are going to have to get together here. I think Ed Barnard might be just wondering if it was a bump ball. Patterson-White took the return catch from a foolish delivery, not celebrated straight away. He was in no doubt. It's up on the big screen. Ed Barnard caught and bowled with Patterson-White, and he's sent on his way by the umpires. Ed Barnard caught and bowled by Liam Patterson-White late in the day here at Trent Bridge, out for 48, and Notts have another point, a second bowling bonus point, 244 for 6, and Liam Patterson-White gets his first wicket of the day.
There's a bit of a tame end ultimately for Barnard, who had batted really well to get to 48, exactly the same score that Young was out on, 48 off 104, as was Will Young, 48 off 104. So something odd in that coincidence, but he just chipped it straight back to Patterson White. Maybe threw the shot just a little bit early. Maybe the ball stopping in the pitch a little bit, but he will be disappointed that it's come to an end and that partnership broken. It's a big partnership to break as well.
Just having a little look on the monitor here. Just wondered if he played it into his boot or into his instep. Another look from another angle. Not sure. Can't see much from there.
Well, the umpires did have a discussion.
Michael Booth's on his way to the middle. Kevin's very, very helpfully found something. The number of county championship winning medals varies as there's no set allocation. Clubs receive a pool of medals, typically around 40, that they distribute to their players, coaching staff and potentially other individuals. Unlike sports with fixed prize money, the distribution of medals is determined by the winning club. There we are.
I see.
Very nice indeed.
Kevin Howells is going to start a campaign for Dave Bracegirdle to get a medal.
Good grief. 2:44 for 6. Michael Booth on his way out to the middle. So that's another point. So what do Notts need? 3 points.
Oh, it's getting closer. 1 point at a time. So they need, what, 3 wickets in 10, 20, 21.2 overs. And they'll get a third bowling point.
31.2.
31.2.
Yeah, 110 overs.
110. Oh yeah, sorry, my maths is bad.
Mine is, but that's. I think we've got there on that one. 2:44 for 6. The Bears 6 runs away from a batting point. Michael Booth to face his first ball, pushes it back to Liam Patterson-White. Came on last week and only bowled 1 over, but got a huge wicket in the context because Tom Curran was trying to do Tom Curran things and take Notts down, batting very positively, very aggressively. As this is pushed back to the bowler, Asib Hamid says, "We'll just slow you down a little bit." And Liam Patterson-White, whose day began with a really nice moment when he was awarded his county cap, towards the back end has picked up a key wicket, that of Ed Barnard, caught and bowled for 48.
So 7 overs remaining today. If this light holds up, it's not too bad at the moment, particularly when the spinner's on. But it's going to be James continuing from the Radcliffe Road end. And Mosley on strike, on 66. Now needing to build a partnership with Michael Booth, who certainly can bat. As James runs in, bowls to Mosley, who just defends this one straight up to Asib Hamid, who does a funny little skip as he goes in to pick up the ball. Michael Booth has got a high score of 41, averages just over 16. So he can certainly be a foil for Mosley, but it's going to have to be Mosley, you think, who does the bulk of the scoring from here. Important that he stays in for Warwickshire. On strike now as James is in and he drives, it comes off the outside edge. And the return throw from Asib Hamid, wide mid-off, has actually hit Mosley. And it's doubled over and he's feeling that, and everyone's come in and put an arm around him. Now, what does that tell you about where he's got hit? Oh, there's some sympathy.
There is, and there's some smiles all round, which is nice to see. Oh, hang on. Umpire Michael Goff is waving the Bears physio on and touching the head as if it's deflected up and hit the helmet. This is always... It's the right thing to do, isn't it? It's the right thing to do, isn't it? I was going to say it always just seems a little bit OTT when they're talking to them and they're all laughing and smiling, but I guess you've got to go through the protocol, haven't you, and do it properly. You
do. When he is smiling, by the way, so he was just running through for that single. Yep. Oh, ball's just it's more. I think it's more inner thigh than anything else, as he was stretching out his leg to make sure he was in his crease.
Well, Michael Goff was touching touching his head,
Yeah,
wasn't it? His helmet. Oh,
and he's got his hand on his
Yeah,
head
yes.
at the moment, so it
Yes.
must have come off the inner thigh and just struck him on the helmet. So I'd say this will just be
Yeah.
a quick check.
yeah. There's
Ask
one thing
him.
for sure. Goffey will be right across it, and he'll be making the right decisions. Whatever. 2:45 for 6. This is the 80th over. The light is well, pretty much as much clear blue sky as we've had at any point in the day, but that's not to say it's not gloomy when you get a cloud in front of the sun. We have got the floodlights on. You just wonder if the new ball is taken, if the umpires will let a bouncer or two go through. Not that necessarily Abbas or Hutton, if they're bowling, are going to be bowling bouncers. They'll probably look to pitch the ball up and try and get it to swing.
Absolutely. Well, the physio's gone off. Dan Mosley's noggin is considered to be okay. And we are about to get things underway again. So it's Lyndon James, starts off at the pile of sawdust, runs in, bowls to Booth, who just clips this one behind square leg and gets off the mark with a single. Thought about the second, but there was a big loud cry of no from Dan Mosley. 246 for 6. So 4 points away from their first batting point.
Finished at Chelmsford for the day. Good day for Somerset, really. 339 for 6 against Essex.
So Essex still in the battle. In comes James, and Mosley just pushes that out onto the covers. No run.
And at Headingley, Durham have now reached the stumps. 322 for 7. David Beddingham, the top scorer. He made 93 today. But at the close, Ben Rain is 87 not out. Matty Potts 23 not out.
Good recovery there because they looked like they were in quite a bit of trouble, Durham, early today. Here comes James. 2 balls remaining in his over. Bowls to Mosley, who drives straight. My goodness, that's a lovely shot. Just to the offside of the bowler. That's 4 runs. And that brings up the 250 for Warwickshire and the batting point. If they get all their points today, who knows? Maybe they could overtake Somerset and move into 3rd position.
Yeah, Richard saying he's never had a first-class 100. Mosley, watching him play like this, he struggled to wonder why he hasn't had a first-class 100, because he's played beautifully, hasn't he? It's been the standout innings.
It certainly has. He's there as in comes James and bowls, and it's now just defended out into the covers. No run. End of the over. 6 runs coming from it, including that gorgeous drive down the ground. That is the end of the 80th over. 250 for 6 with Mosley on 71 and Booth on 1. The extra batting point coming, and the new ball has been taken, and Mohammed Abbas is going to bowl with it.
Yep, it's been held aloft now by umpire Saggers, so we'll get a new line on the Batman board underneath overs, top right-hand corner. It will say ball age in just a second. It'll be up there in just a moment. But the new ball has been taken. Mo Abbas already through 17 overs today. 6 maidens, 1 for 28. Phenomenal stuff. 17 overs, 1 for 28.
Yeah, ridiculous. He's don't think he's bowled a bad ball.
So we've got ball age up on the screen now, top
Where's the
right-hand
ball
corner.
age? Oh, ball age, you're
Ball
right.
age. Here is Abbas in and bowls first ball with the second new ball, and it's pushed into the offside. It's fairly obvious when it's taken after 80 overs, but that doesn't, as you know, doesn't necessarily always follow. Sometimes it might be taken after 87.3 overs or some such. So there we are on the screen.
I've never seen ball age on a scoreboard.
Oh, they always do it here.
Yeah, there you go.
So you know
I do know now.
how long. 250 for 6. find most things on the Batman board. Here's Mo Abbas in bowls, strikes him on the pad, asking Saggers, and he's gone. Second ball with the new ball. Michael Booth, LBW to Mo Abbas for 1. And there is a little bit of late success for Mo Abbas in the day, and he's just massaged those figures nicely. I used that term earlier, but he's just massaged his figures nicely as 1 for 26, or 1 for 28 rather, becomes 2 for 28. And he's just explaining to Carl Verreynne, the wicket-keeper, exactly what he did there. And Verreynne is the dutiful listener. Booth out for just a single.
I think he's giving him keeping advice, to be honest, and telling him which way he should go to take that one. And really, it just angled the ball in. He's just so consistent. He's been outstanding today. Has Mohamed Abbas. And, well, they've still got more than 5 overs. Could they bowl out Warwickshire tonight? With Mohamed Abbas and a new ball in hand, you just wouldn't put it past him. Brings Ethan Bamber out to the middle.
250 for 7, so Bamber on his way out to the middle. 2 we haven't seen then, Nathan Gilchrist and Taz Ali. Ethan Bamber with a first-class 100 to his name. Former Middlesex man.
And one of the most delightful characters in the circuit, or on the circuit, I should say. I always like to ask him when I see him, I wonder what socks he's wearing today.
Socks?
Socks. He loves novelty socks.
Does he?
Yeah. Yeah, he says they fool people into thinking he has a personality. He's very self-deprecating. I like him a lot.
He's out there now, right-hander with 5 overs and 4 balls left in the day. Mo Abbas having just taken the wicket of Michael Booth.
He needs his batting socks on right now.
There comes Abbas then. In and bowls to bowled him! Straight through Bamber's defences. And Mo Abbas 2 in 2. And Warwickshire 250 for 8. No finer sight is there for a fast bowler than the stumps cartwheeling out the ground. Farhan Ahmed had only just got off the ground after taking drinks to the Notts players, and he's back out there with the milk float again to give them another drink. And of course, when we resume, Mo Abbas will be on a hat-trick. Michael Goff's just gone to find a bail that was knocked about 30 yards, and then he's going to pop back in the off stump, which has been surgically uprooted by Mo Abbas. Ethan Bamber bowled Abbas without scoring.
Well, he's just too good, isn't he? He's been outstanding all day. As I said, he's just not even bowled a bad ball, I'm sure of it. Mohamed Abbas, so consistent. And now he finds himself on a hat-trick as Taz Ali makes his way out to the middle. Big pressure for the young lad. That's just perfect. It just kissed the top of off stump, but managed to knock it back. Just a perfect delivery right at the top of off.
Cool.
Oh boy, that's a good ball.
Well, if there was any weighing up in his mind by Asiba Mead whether to take the second new ball or not this evening, his decision has been fully justified in the space of 3 deliveries. Picked up 2 wickets, and now we have a hat-trick ball for Mohamed Abbas. Had one on this ground this season in the blast, taken by Farhan Ahmed against Lancashire. Mo Abbas to bowl to Tazim Ali. 250 for 8, and the slip cordon understandably being reinforced. Kelvin Harrison's back out there again, and he's a very capable slip fielder. He's in at 3rd. Jack Haynes in at 4th. So the catching cordon has been bolstered, and Nottinghamshire late in the day here. Just having a little bit of success with this second new ball.
He does have a hat-trick, didn't he? Hat-trick and on his debut for Hampshire against Middlesex. back in 2021.
So the crowd engaged, the slip cordon just moving a little closer. Taz Ali on strike. Here's Mo Abbas. Hat-trick delivery. He's in now and bowls, and Taz Ali is the party pooper. Getting the back to it and running it to backward point. And just listen to the crowd. There's not many left in, it has to be said, but those that are here, just very, very glad that they've stayed until the last knockings of this first day, because they've seen Nottinghamshire swiftly move their opponents from 250 for 6 at the start of the over to 250 for 8. But got to bear in mind, 71 not out at the other end, playing like sobers.
Yeah, but he's stranded at the wrong end, and they've opened up this other end beautifully. Fifth
ball of the over. Comes in now and bowls and past the outside edge. Of course, it was against the Bears in short form cricket a couple of years ago that Shaheen Shah Afridi took 4 wickets in an over, the most astonishing over many of us have ever seen. 7 for 4 at the end of the first over, and that's after the first ball went for 5 wides. It's an extraordinary over. 250 for 8. 1 ball left. Mo Abbas now has figures of 3 for 28. It's a lot better than 1 for 28 as it was at the start of the over. In now and bowls and beats him on the outside. Super over from a super talented cricketer. Warwickshire 250 for 8.
Yeah, a bit too good that last ball for Taz Ali. Now we have the Dan Mosley quandary. Without a championship century, it's the itch that he wants to scratch, and they're going to put the field out and allow him a single, I suspect, to some extent. But it's a new ball, so they'll also want a slip cordon. But long on is back. We'll see. There's going to be a boundary fielder on the offside. See what Hasib Hamid chooses to do here. But as Kevin Howells was just saying to me next door, there's a chance Nottinghamshire might bat this evening, yeah. So could take just 2 balls to end this innings. There could be an over. Could even be 2 overs. We will see. But Mohamed Abbas making that second new ball do its duty straight away. Now Brett Hutton gets his chance to add to his 2 wickets.
Oodles of space for a single.
So he bowls to Dan Mosley, who defends out into the offside. So, if you like, inside the ring, you've got 2 slips and a cover. Everybody else is deep, so it's really a deep backward point at the moment. There's a deep fine leg. There's long on and long off, and there's boundary riders on the mid-wicket and cover boundaries. So the only one in talking distance is Joe Clark, other than the slips. And not a lot of gaps for Mosley to aim for. As he approaches down the wicket, then it gets up a bit and he defends it out into the offside. And you can see a little bit of frustration with Dan Mosley, and he wants to carry on the attack. But he's now not in a position to, because he's... Taz Ali very early in his career is a 10-11, and Gilchrist is very much a 10-11.
This was a little bit like the end of the match at the Oval, in which Tom Laws was desperate to keep the strike and hit 4s. The field was set deep.
Mosley will take the single to the 3rd ball. Up to long on. He's to 72. 251 for 8.
Field immediately comes up with Taz Ali on strike.
The light is going to be a little bit tight before we get to the end. We'll just see the sense that we're not far from the floodlights taking over from the natural light. Which
you can already see the shadows now, multiple shadows splayed out around the players.
It's not inconceivable it's a bit of a close call by the end of this over. Hutton, fairly full, steered into the leg side by Taz Ali, who is not incapable with the bat, but it's very early days against the red ball. He's batted a bit higher than this at times for England's under-19s.
That was where I first encountered him, in South Africa at the start of last year.
Great wicket-taking bowler in the white ball game, isn't he? He had a couple of 5-fers in the 50-over competition this summer.
I was there.
Yeah, at rugby school.
Yes, I was. As Hutton is in, and I've just taken over, and it's turned into the leg side. Sorry.
No, you've enhanced the coverage of that delivery.
No, I haven't. You keep going. I'll do the next one, if there is a next one.
No, I think probably will be, but I think there is a conversation for the umpires to have here. Dan Mosley's looking back to get a message from the dressing room of some sort, and I think he's not keen on the light at the moment. Sutton comes into bowl to Ali once more, who guides the ball down to third, and they'll take the single.
That was a really lovely, elegant shot by Taz Ali, by the way.
It was wristy, wasn't it?
Oh, very nice indeed.
252 for 8. Are they going to have a conversation? It doesn't look like they are, but yeah, it is. The four shadows is a bit of a clue.
Yeah, as soon as you start to see the multiple shadows.
What about him taking the single, last ball of the over?
He's confident, isn't he? He backs himself, Taz Ali. He wants more of Mo. Mohammed Abbas.
He's a brave man there.
3 slips and a gully now, a backward point. As in comes Abbas, bowls over the wicket and really well defended, gets him right behind it, just plays it up to straight mid-off. No run.
How have we got through to 6:30?
Gosh.
The light we've had all day.
I know. It's ridiculous, isn't it? Yeah, you mentioned that. I went to rugby for those games where Taz Ali got the fivers, and mate, that was a stunning backdrop for a game of cricket, I've got to tell you. Taz Ali taps his bat. Here's Abbas, and he gets through his defences, straight through to Verena, and there's a big ooh, and Mohammed Abbas makes an O with his mouth as well. He knows. He wasn't far off there.
Did it tempt you to read Tom Brown's School Days? Is that not set at rugby school?
Is it?
Is it? I don't know.
I think so,
it is.
yeah. I went, not played there last year. Myself and Mike Taylor did the game. It was, first time I'd been. Lovely setting, isn't it?
Oh, it's beautiful. They had fantastic crowds, lovely weather, a nice intimate feel. It was really enjoyable to be there. I loved it. Right, Taz Ali, what can he do here as Abbas is in? Oh, and he went to almost pull his bat out of the way and leave that. And the balls ended up coming off the full face of his bat, but straight down into the ground and off to the offside. So it was almost an accidental shot.
He's going to do well to get to the end of this over,
Oh.
I think. Mohammed Abbas has it on a string at the moment.
He sure does.
And he's got a smile on his face, which I have to say is more menacing than if he was scowling at you.
It's more sinister than
Yeah.
Kevin Howell's smile as Abbas is in. Bowls. Defends this one well, though. It rolls back past Abbas. Nice straight bat.
I mean, 2 balls left in the over. Tazzy was looking for a single now. I'll protect you, Dan. I'll protect you. Okay, it has got another. I know you measure. There is a measure for light, but it has got, again, a little bit gloomier during this over.
It has, yeah. Those shadows, those 4 shadows of each player are becoming much clearer as Abbas is in. Bowls, and that's clipped away nicely through mid-wicket. Thank you very much. 4 runs to Taz Ali, who's not showing any signs of intimidation or feeling intimidated. It's very nice. He does have that little wristy clip that he plays. He plays it very well.
It's a sign that he may have a bit of potential later in his career. I mean, he's a very young man at the moment, but it's nice when he's angled into his pads, but he's just lent on it, and then that bit of wrist at the end. It's a nice little shot from him.
It was indeed.
Of course, we've been talking about Farhan Ahmed coming on as the substitute or the 12th man, and he and Taz Ali were teammates in that under-19 side. As Mohammed Abbas is in, bowls, defends it well. Again, just out to the offside. He's got his defence in order. As Taz Ali, 4 runs coming off the over, 256 for 8 with Taz Ali on 5 and Dan Mosley on 72. And I wonder if in the future we might see a kind of Adil Rashid, Moeen Ali partnership between bowling partnership between Farhan Ahmed and Taz Ali.
I mean, we've got some really decent young spinners coming through.
Yeah, we sure do. What's happened to me?
It's quite nerve-wracking when Kevin Howells comes into the box and stands behind us.
I told you.
I'd say, honestly.
Kindliest man in the universe, he says.
Well, self-praise is, of course, no praise at all.
It's just when you get that glare from the room next door.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's kindly, apparently. Brett Hutton to start a new over. Most of the field out again for Dan Mosley, who drives the ball up to long off and decides he's having that run. He goes to 73. It's 257 for 8. He's deciding to trust Taz, so all the fielders will come closer in now. So the danger of Nottinghamshire having to bat this evening has now been dispensed with, hasn't it? Because we are under 3 overs to go. Ben Slater may allow himself a little sigh of relief. 3 slips, hands on their knees at the moment as Taz Ali is knocked over. He's bowled, he loses his off stump, and Brett Hutton has his 3rd wicket. And Warwickshire's 9th goes down. It's 257 for 9, and with it, another point for Nottinghamshire. So they're only 2 away from the title. And as Dave Bracegirdle is pointing out, another for Brett Hutton, 257 for 9.
Well, that off stump at the other end takes a beating now. First it was Mohammed Abbas breaking it down at the Radcliffe Road end. Now the one at the Broad end has gone as well. And Dan Mosley, well, he was happy to take that single first ball of the over. Taz Ali had defended well, played some decent shots, but up against the twin pairing of Mohammed Abbas and Brett Hutton, both of who have been outstanding today. Just that ball going straight on to peg back off stump. And so Nathan Gilchrist on his way out now to the middle. So another bowling point then?
Yeah, so the bowling point means that Notts today have taken 3, Surrey have dropped 5. So as a result, Notts are 2 points away from the title.
Whoa.
So if tomorrow they reach 300, they are over the line, providing they don't drop their over rate again. But those overs they bowled up to the 80th, they managed to get it back to even. And of course they've got the second innings of this match to make sure they don't drop under. So, I mean, they could genuinely reach the position if they get a 300 plus in the second innings. They just have to make sure their over rate's fine and they've won the title.
Yeah.
And look, I mean, the way that Surrey have gone, I mean, Hampshire in front by the close of play, batting second and 3 wickets down, are firmly in the box seat there. Last week, always had the chance of being decisive, and Dave this morning was quite confident that it would prove to have been so. So, rather taller batter on strike now. Nathan Gilchrist, can he see these next few deliveries out? He defends the first one up towards mid-on. Hamid does the fielding. He's got 3 more balls to survive in this over. And then 2 overs left in the day's play.
And the sky is turning very pretty right now. We're just starting to get some lovely soft gold in the clouds as La Bomba plays from Dave Bracegirdle's phone.
He's not a Marinero, he's a Capitan, apparently. As Gilchrist is driving rather nicely there, but straight up towards Hamid at mid-on. Hutton is very much going with the tail enders for the notion that either you hit the ball or I hit the stumps.
Yeah, boy, I tell you what, though, it really is getting dark out there as the gold in the clouds is slowly turning pink. It is quite gloomy out there in the middle.
It's commendable that the umpires are trying to avoid ending play early, trying to catch up with the overs as much as we can today. It's a little bit hurried, was that, from Gilchrist, but he unerringly picks out Hamid again. He fields at mid-on.
Yeah, but he's done a really good job today, Hamid, of only occasionally losing his hat and his sunglasses. This is the most composed and fully dressed I've seen him as far as headwear goes.
I've seen it go twice today.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. That's usually it's twice and over.
Hutton to complete his over to Gilchrist, who gets in behind that and defends. 2 overs left of the day's play. Warwickshire 257 for 9. If you are thinking of coming down tomorrow, or you're going to tune in, bear in mind it will be a slightly longer day. 104 overs will be scheduled for tomorrow because of the 10 overs that were lost today. So we'll be looking at lunch at 12:40 and then tea at 3:30 and close of play at 6 tomorrow. I mean, it'll be after 6 because it generally always is, isn't it?
And lots have got their over rate back to 0. I think we can probably say with a little bit of confidence that if Notts get to 300, they will be county champions.
It could well happen sometime tomorrow. So if you want an incentive to come down to Trent Bridge tomorrow, that could be it.
£7 for adults, I know, after tea. He could well be here when Notts win the title.
Here comes Mohamed Abbas bowling to Mosley, who just with a high elbow punches this one down through mid-wicket, but doesn't take the run. And I just wonder now if we might see Mosley just decide to take matters into his own hands and see if he can take on Abbas.
Mohamed Abbas in difficult light.
Yeah.
You can see his bat glinting. Number 11 at the crease. I feel for Dan, having batted so brilliantly today, that lack of partners might cost him a first championship century.
Abbas is in around the wicket, and that's played nicely into the vacant territory in the covers, but again he turns down the run. And people talk about Mosley not having a first-class century, and is this the reason?
He's got a first-class century for England Lions this year.
But
he also got a non-first-class century for England Lions in a game that was 13 aside. But he's not made a championship
100. Is this the reason? Is this one reason why?
It doesn't very often bat as low as 7. No, I mean he's had opportunities. He's his own worst critic, and he is frustrated that he's thrown away some good chances.
In comes Abbas. Bowls full and dug out into the leg side. They take off for 1. Are they going to look at coming back for 2? No, they thought about it. They thought long and hard about coming back for the 2nd. And in the end, the big shout of no came from Mosley. Who's that? He's run in.
It was Haynes who ran in to do the fielding.
Right. He's done really well there because he came in so quickly. He's got his hands on his hips. I think he's blowing a bit hard because he really got the skates on to get in there and prevent the 2nd run.
There was 2 there if they'd set off immediately, as they would have done if it was a T20. They quite often have that leg side field with nobody in close, and there would have been a comfortable 2. By the time they'd decided to have a little bit of a meeting about it and vote on whether or not to go, it was too late.
There was no quorum at the time. Abbas is in and bowls, and that's well defended by Gilchrist, straight back down the ground. So he needs to survive another 2 balls.
I know it's not necessarily his fundamental way of dealing with things. Mohamed Abbas, I wouldn't be too against putting one in short, because Gilchrist has played pretty much the same shot to every ball he's faced so far. He's come forward and played it with a straight bat.
He waits now as Abbas runs in, bowls, and he plays it with a straight bat again, just defends it out to point, but they don't take the run.
His hand-eye coordination is decent. His technique against the shorter ball might be less so. He's at 11 for a reason. Gilchrist on loan for now, but has signed a contract to become a permanent Bear next season. Moving up from Kent.
I may just have 1 more ball to survive tonight, because this is the final ball of Mohamed Abbas's over. He's in, bowls to Gilchrist, and he does defend it up to Hamid, running across to wide mid-off, and that's well done by Gilchrist to survive. And another wonderful over from Mohamed Abbas, who wraps up his 20th over of the day with figures of 3 for 33 and 7 maidens in there as well. How good has he been? 258 for 9 now. Gilchrist yet to score. Mosley on 74.
Shan't argue with the captain or his field placings. He's led the side magnificently, Asiba Mead has this year. But Mosley's not going to take a single here, is he? At all. At all. He said, sounding like Jimmy Cricket used to. Or was it Frank Carson? Anyway. But he's got, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 out on the fence.
Why not tempt him to lift it?
There's Hutton bowling, and he's heaved this out onto the leg side as Mosley straight to deep mid-wicket.
If you set an orthodox field, he's going to be tempted to try and elevate the ball over the infield, isn't he? And that way you might take the wicket. Whereas now he's just going to try and slam it and hope he finds a gap.
Well, I don't know. I was firmly expecting him just to push all 6 back or 5 back anyway, and then maybe take a single as Hutton comes in to bowl to him, and he's gone hard at this one. Hits it down the ground. The captain will field. 2 dots. Must admit he's been more aggressive from these 2 deliveries than I was expecting, but he's 74 not out and entitled to play it any way he wants. It's been the standout innings of the day. 48 from Will Young, 48 also from Ed Barnard. It's been a day of contrasting fortunes. 70 for 1 at lunch, Warwickshire having been put in as Hutton bowls, and Barnard's gone big out onto the leg side, but again he's unable to find the ropes as Jack Haynes is there. Mead won the toss, put the Bears in. Alex Davis out in the second over of the day, first of Brett Hutton's 3 wickets. It was 138 for 5 at tea, then a century stand for the 6th wicket between Barnard and Mosley. Then Barnard out, caught and bowled. The umpires had to deliberate over that one before adjudicating that he was out as Hutton bowls. And again a big blow, this time down the ground to long on, and the Bears are all out, and Brett Hutton gets another one. He finishes with 4, and Warwickshire in the last over of the day are 258 all out. Dylan Pennington catching Dan Mosley, who's out for 74, and Warwickshire close on 258. Nottinghamshire with the full complement of 3 bowling points, 1 batting point for the Bears. The cricket that we've had today, bearing in mind we've had a loss of an hour in all, 40 minutes and 20 minutes, has been terrific to watch. And Nottinghamshire have certainly advanced this game very much in their favour. You fancy 258 all out. Dan Mosley caught Pennington, bowled Hutton last out, was at the crease for 2.5 hours, faced 96 balls, it's 7 fours and a 6. Congratulations to him on a super innings. That first championship 100 will come. Whether it happens in the second innings here or next year, it will come in the fullness of time, but we have reached stumps here. With a fitting underline on the Warwickshire first innings. Rich, they're all out at the end of the day.
Yeah, workmanlike performance from Notts, probably as good at bowling conditions as you're going to get in the first 3 days of this match, you would think, in terms of the weather. Warwickshire did well to get to lunch relatively intact, but they've kept chipping away, and the quality of Abbas and Hutton telling in the end. Very hard for batters to get settled. Barnard and Mosley did eventually, but that little flurry of wickets at the end, the very efficient use of the second new ball, seeing the wickets tumble. That departure of Barnard just before the second new ball was taken, absolutely crucial. That breakthrough from Liam Patterson-White. And you just feel for Dan Mosley there, who did look in good order to maybe get through to 3 figures. He's batted very nicely today, and I think you could see him taking his frustration out in the way that he got out in the end, holding out in the deep. But 258 is a better score than it looked like it might be at 127 for 5. But Notts now, tantalisingly, 2 points away from being declared the champions.
Yeah, they've advanced the day superbly as far as they're concerned, and obviously results and performances elsewhere, and particularly the score down at the Utility Bowl, Southampton, very much gone in their favour. Thanks to Richard, and he'll be back in the morning. Also Melinda Farrell, very much enjoyed her company and commentary as always. And for listeners on 5 Sports Extra late in the day, I know, here at Trent Bridge, it's time to hand you back to Kevin Howells. And for those of you watching on the picture feed, Trent Bridge Live, or on the BBC Sport website and app, hugely appreciate you being there today with us throughout the day. Obviously for Nottinghamshire supporters, this really momentous week potentially. and they've moved that a little bit closer to the Division 1 title. Bowled Warwickshire out for 258. What tomorrow brings, we'll have to see, but the four of us will be hopefully here and good to go just before 10:30 tomorrow morning, and we'd absolutely love it if you'd join us then. From us all at Trent Bridge, a very good night.